Testing, yo, what's up? Testing, yo, what's up? Alright. Yo, JM, how's it going, dude? Nice to see you drop in. Oh man, I am so excited to play some Endfield today. I've been looking forward to this game for way too long. You haven't heard from me since Star Rail? Oh. I mean, I'm still making Star Rail content, but nice to see you regardless. Do you just not watch Star Rail content anymore, or what's going on there? Yo, Thaddeus, what's up, dude? Welcome in, welcome in. Alright, the superhero has dropped in. Is that meant to be you, or is that meant to be me starting the stream? You guess both. Fair enough, fair enough. Yo, Uvu, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Still setting up my OBS here to make sure things look good, but yeah, today is Enfield Day, and yeah, I am very, very excited for this game. This has been something I've been waiting for since the trailer, like what, 3 years ago? Almost 4 probably at this point. So, hell yeah. I am ready to get started. I'm honestly surprised it came up so early. I mean, it was meant to release at 10 p.m. Eastern, and it released at like 8 p.m. So, that's pretty cool at least. But yeah, time to get started. I am so excited for this. You do still watch or you do still play HSR, nothing notifies you? Oh, okay. I think if you want to like be always notified, you have to like click the notification bell or something, but I mean, that's not a big deal. What am I most excited for? Playing more than I did in the beta. In the beta, I basically only played as much, I only played long enough to decide whether or not I liked the game or not, and I did, so that's kind of where I stopped, because I wanted to experience it fresh on launch. But yeah. Also, let me know if the audio sounds good, whether that's my voice in game or whatever, because I'm not sure if it's fine. It should be, but we'll see. Alright, gotta go with a female administrator here. And let's get in. So, I doubt they've changed anything from beta here, so if you're not here for my last stream where I played the beta, the entire beginning of the game is like a prologue, and it's just filled with references and lore bombs from the original Arknights. So it's kind of, okay, I definitely have to turn up voice volume in game. But yeah, it's definitely meant to be like a connection, per se, between the two different games. Also, I just want to point out bottom left, I have 0... Oh wait, no, you can't see it, but I apparently have 0 MS to the, to the game. So that's something. Is this on Steam? I'm not sure, actually. Hold on. It does not look like it. So you would have to download it through their website, and if you wanted to try out the game, I do have a link in the pinned message of the stream, so you could download it through that. Okay, I'm noticing a little bit of like not stable frames here. This is a bit weird. But anyway, I definitely need to turn up some volumes here. You want to download it on your PC to save your phone? Yeah. My phone is almost capping out on storage from the different gacha games that I play. So, yeah, I'm actually getting a tablet soon to solve that problem, but yeah, PC is definitely better. Yo, Saruman, what's up, dude? Nice to see you drop by. Thaddeus, can you barely hear me because of your VC or because of the audio of the stream? Because like I can adjust my mic and stuff. It's on the Epic store? Okay. Yeah, so if you don't want to download it through their like official client, you could just go do that. But yeah. Okay, that is way too loud, Jesus. Okay, so I want voice to be loud, but music and sounds, or at least sounds, need to go down. Alright, you can sprint, you can jump. HSR could never, that's pretty good. Can't do any attacks yet. If I remember right from the beta, we're gonna go through a little bit of the map here, and then they let you do a little bit of combat at the they let you do a little bit of combat at the beginning. So, I'm assuming most of you guys that are here in the stream are going to be trying out the game, but, whenever we get to, like, a point where you can look at, like, friends or whatever, feel free to let me know what your UIDs are, and then we can add each other or whatever. Okay, dodge looks the same as beta. If I remember right on beta, the dodge was like super delayed. Yeah, it's still super delayed, so that's good to know. It's definitely not as like of a precise dodge as it is in Genshin or Wuwa or any kind of those games, even Zenless. There's like a pretty large delay between when you press the button and when the dodge actually happens. For those of you that are playing the game, I'm curious as to why. Not in like a weird way, but just like what got you in? Like, were you an old Arknights player? Were you interested in Enfield just because the way it looks? Any specific character? Anything like that? Yeah, that dodge is like super delayed, man. It just looks fun to you? Honestly, that's fair. I mean, I was an OG Arknights player personally, but if the game didn't look good, then I wouldn't necessarily be playing it. I mean, I would give it a try, of course, but I wouldn't, you know, necessarily be going into it planning on playing it long term. But it honestly just looks like a good game, so I'm pretty excited for it. Also, I said this in beta, but I have to say it's pretty weird that both your skill and ult are on the same key. Like, your skill is on 1 for like your administrator or whatever, and then if you want to use your ult, you have to hold 1 instead of like it being on Q or E or anything like that. So You're an off and on player with Arknights, and your wife, who is W, Inez, and Exusia. So you want to see this, and the old versions didn't do it for you. It would be awesome if those characters were in this game. Kind of. I don't necessarily know if I want Enfield to be like alright, we're just recreating Arknights but in 3D, where they just bring over tons and tons of different reconveners or whatever they call them. But I do want to see some of them, so basically what I would like to see is like a mix. So like you get some new characters that we haven't seen, and then you get some reconveners like the big popular ones from the OG Arknights. Like imagine 6 months from now if they do like a half anniversary, and then the first half anniversary mega character is like W. Like that would be so hype for old Arknights players. But on the other hand, like if they just bring over, like a random 6-star, like don't get me wrong, I like Palace, but I'm just using Palace as an example. Like if they bring over Palace as a reconvener, it's like no one's gonna care. Like I'll be honest. It's like, so I hope they go into it with a little bit more of like nuance as to who they make a reconvener. And don't just, port over every character from the original Arknights and stuff like that. I mean, I have hopes that they'll do it right. I mean, everything that I've seen so far of the beta the previous betas have looked good, and then, I mean, obviously the game looks pretty good now. It's not that much different from beta so far, so. If I remember right, this is gonna explode, yeah. And then, I don't think I've seen, yeah, I haven't seen the Tower of Babel, oh wait, no, that was the Tower of Babel. Yeah, that was this. So we haven't seen Patriot yet. I didn't point it out as I was walking up to it, but for those of you that don't know... Oops, I just fell off a cliff. For those of you that don't know, this is the Tower of Babel from the original Arknights, and that's like a massive lore location, mostly related to the Sarkaz, if I'm not mistaken. And that's one of the races in like the Arknights world, but also crashed into it, that giant structure up there is the Rhodes Island landship, which is basically where you're like home when you go around in the original Arknights. So the fact that it's crashed into a massive, like you have literally your home location crashed into arguably one of the most important areas in the game in terms of lore with the Tower of Babel. It's just definitely a sight to see for an old Arknights player. Alright, this is the turret section, and then we're walking up on, I believe this is meant to be Originium, which is rock cancer. For those of you here that, once again, did not play the original Arknights, most of where people got their powers from was essentially from getting rock cancer, where they would get powers in exchange for eventually dying due to, cancer. So in this game, I believe that's no longer a thing. Like, they don't get cancer and die, essentially, but despite that, obviously, people still have powers. Like, the administrator here can summon turrets for some reason. I don't know why, but they can do it. So it's pretty interesting, to say the least. I'm very, very interested to see what they do with this game, because just having the opportunity to play the game in a 3D space and what different things you can do with that is just honestly kind of wild. So I don't know if you guys saw I don't know if any of you guys are like super into Endfield and have been watching the trailers, but last night they released a trailer for the first banner character, Surtur, or in this game she's called Leviathan or something like that. And just what they were able to do in that trailer compared to what they could do in, like, even the old Arknights. Not to say the old Arknights trailers were bad, but it was just a massive, massive step up in quality. And they were able to do that because, obviously, they now have a 3D world and 3D models and stuff like that to work with, which is pretty nice, to say the least. This is Patriot that I was mentioning earlier. For those of you that didn't go through the original Arknights, he was a boss in the original game. He was a boss in, I believe it was Chapter 7. So I don't necessarily know why they're putting him in here. Maybe to introduce the races, because his race was a Wendigo, which is like essentially like a long-lived race. They live for like hundreds upon hundreds of years. So like maybe it's intended to be like, okay, those races still exist. Or it could just be a reference. I mean, we don't really know. So, okay, so coming up on the graveyard scene here. If I'm not mistaken, originally, way back in like the first alpha, each of these graves was meant to represent an OG Arcanite's character. So the gravestones actually had names, but I don't know if that is still a thing, or at least it was. They changed it later. It wasn't a thing in the beta that I played, at least. So, I'll listen, no chatting. Yeah, I'm just a yapper. Don't worry about it. All right. Okay, so I don't think there was the lights in the beta. I'm not sure what this is meant to be, but like these gravestones are lit up for some reason. So I'm not entirely sure what that's meant to mean. This text is the same as it was back in the beta, so nothing really different there. It's basically just saying that there's just, you know, language and lore and everything else on there. The cosmos held by her lips is untouched by time, beyond portals guarded by the deathly kind, she continues to wait and bide. If I'm not mistaken, this bigger gravestone is a reference to one of the most important characters from the original Arcanites. Their name was Priestess. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that is what it is intended to reference. Priestess is an important character because, what is it? If I'm not mistaken, she was the original creator of Originium with the main character from the original Arcanites, the Doctor. And she essentially assimilated herself into a computer to try to assimilate the world, the planet from the OG Arcanites into... Oh, they actually do have the names here. Interesting. Okay, so all of these names are directly from the original Arcanites. And these are all very important names, okay. Let me pull that name up again, or the list up here again. So, Colsit was essentially your partner, one of your partners back in the original Arcanites. Theresa and Theresis are the rulers of the Sarkaz people, and also heavily related to the Doctor. The second line of characters, or names I guess, was one of your original squads on Rhode Island. And then some of these other characters were just various characters from the story. Some of them scientists and stuff like that that were involved in getting everyone to Talos 2, which is the planet that Arknight's Endfield takes place on. So, that was definitely not in the beta. Like, I could even go back and check my old, my last live stream about that. I know I checked that grave and they were definitely not there, so... It is very cool that they added in another reference like that. Yeah, this entire prologue is essentially just full of different references to the old game from, you know, we saw the Statue of Patriot that you can see there, there was the Tower of Babel, the Rhodes Island landship, the names of characters. And essentially what I think is happening is they are, essentially what I think is happening is they're trying to connect the two games and kind of make a point that this isn't like necessarily a sequel where, you know, stuff happened in the original Arknights and then stuff is happening now. I think it is meant to more be like everything is still connected, and that's why you remember the names. That's why there's the references to the Tower of Babel and Theresa and stuff like that, who was involved with the tower and all that kind of stuff. So definitely some pretty neat stuff to consider, and I really do hope that they end up connecting the two games more as I play through the story and stuff like that. But we will see. If you guys have any questions, by the way, feel free to send a message and I will do my best to explain what little I remember. I definitely remember some of the game, but not all of it. So, yeah. At the very least, that puts me in a better position than most people that are coming into the Arknight's world for the first time here, so... I don't remember this cutscene from the beta. Oh, never mind. This cutscene was still here. If I'm not mistaken, she is meant to be like a banshee or something like that. That's another race. I could be wrong about the specific race, but she's definitely one of the more important ones. And then in a second here, she's about to summon a... Like, this just kind of looks like a construct per se, but this is yet another race from the original Arknights, so... They open up with like a huge fight here at the beginning, kind of to set the scale of what could happen with the game. But yeah. Okay, I definitely have to turn down the music. Okay, so they give us Surtur and Angelina from the original Arknights. Let me turn down the music a little bit. And I actually want to turn up the voice a little bit more as well. Alright, so here we go. First big fight. Careful, don't get hit. It's only a giant hand trying to beat your ass. So if you don't know the combat about this game, for one, your entire team is on the field, so it's not like you just control one character. And then basically the way it works is through kind of like a sort of chain attack system, where when you do specific things, each character in the game will have a connected ability that works with certain things. So for example, if you complete a full basic attack chain, then you will trigger Perlica, that's one of the characters, you will trigger their special like chain attack ability. Other ones will trigger based off of like reactions, other ones will trigger off of like skill usage, so it kind of really depends. That's Perlica right there. Okay, only one mob left. Okay, they're down, so back to fighting the big boy. I will say something that I've definitely have struggled with, both in the beta and definitely now, is when you're meant to do certain things. So, like, the dodge is extremely delayed. But yeah. You like how a lot of these gacha games have German names? Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's a, I'm meant to dodge here? I feel like that's a thing from, honestly, old anime. In a lot of old anime, they would use German names to, like, try to be edgy or cool. And, that's kind of just translated into gacha games nowadays, because, I mean, let's be real here, gacha games are basically the new, like, they're like the new weeb thing that everyone does, right? So if you're a weeb, you most likely play a gacha game. So they just kind of brought over that same thing into this game. Fire Emblem is like that, yeah. Yeah. Also, how's it going, Sokka and Desam? Hope you're doing well. You're German, and it's funny how random they place it. Also, how people say Sila. I don't even know if I said it the right way. I've always just said Sila. That's probably wrong, but... Yeah, this might be a crime, Desem, but I've never actually played a Fire Emblem game that wasn't Fire Emblem Heroes, like the gacha game. That's probably a crime for someone that, like, loves that series, but... Yeah, it was just never, never something that I really got into. You were lurking while cooking, but you're done, so you're able to comment. Well, welcome in. Nice to see you. I mean, realistically, I don't actually expect that many people to even show up for this stream. I'm kind of just streaming my initial gameplay of it, because most people are gonna be either not interested or playing the game themselves, or just watching a bigger streamer. So I appreciate all you guys that are here hanging out. That's perfectly normal. You met a lot of people that like that. Same with Smash Bros. Yeah, I will say, yeah, I did actually. I mean, I do know the characters from Smash Bros. And stuff like that, so yeah. Yo, Uvu, thanks for the super chat, bro. I appreciate that. If you're planning on trying the game yourself, hope you enjoy it, or if you're just doing other things, well, have fun with that. Oh, I wonder if YouTube is gonna let me do this. No, it's not. Okay. Membership gifting. Oh, I can. There we go. For some reason, YouTube lets me send out memberships, so, enjoy 5 memberships if any of you guys get that. It's free, so might as well do it. If I streamed more, you would get a lot more views for sure. I mean, maybe, but I also feel like I would have to stream HSR content only. At the very least until, what's it called? I start making more Enfield content. Because right now, frankly, no one really cares about my content in Enfield. Like, I've done 2 streams for the game, you know what I mean? So. But I am planning on covering the game, so hopefully, over time, I can build an audience that is interested in not just me yapping about HSR and my terrible takes for that game, but, Enfield too, so. You're not sure if you got it? No, it doesn't look like you were. Honestly, I don't recognize most of the people that got them, but yeah. If I ever come around to playing a Fire Emblem game and I have a Switch 2, Path of Radiance is a great game to get into the franchise. I might have to try that at some point. Who are the best agents to get right now? So the best character in the game, by and large, at launch, is going to be the first banner character, Surtur. Once the second banner releases, there's a character called Yvonne. She's a pink girl with like a big tail. If I'm not mistaken, she is roughly equivalent to Surtur. And then the third banner character is called Gilberta in this game. Previously, she was known as Angelina. And Gilberta is not as good as both Surtur or Yvonne, but she's still a decent pickup if you really like her. So, Gilberta is the second. No, I think it goes Surtur into Yvonne into Angelina or Gilberta. Let me see. Hold on. Arknights, Enfield, banners. Oh no, you're right. Okay, my bad. I thought Yvonne was second. All right. Yeah, no, that's my bad. So in that case, it goes Surtur into Angelina into Yvonne. Surtur is definitely going to be the best character you can have on your account, but she's definitely not needed. There are plenty of other characters that are good, and hopefully if they treat this game like the original Arknights, many characters will be good, like, even years down the line, but we'll have to see. Obviously, it's a new game. We don't know. For me personally, I've always been a Surtur fan, so I'm going to be getting her, just even if any other character after is better. And also, I feel like it would be not as fun of a game if you weren't able to roll on the gacha at all, because you just, don't roll for whatever the first character is. So, we'll just have to see. You heard that Fluorite is pretty bad. She is, but that doesn't mean she's not playable. At the very least, in the beta, every single character was, more than playable, and you could clear all content with the free characters they give you, or the 4 stars, which are the lowest rarity characters. So, I really don't think it'll be that big of a deal how strong characters actually are. Though, once I am able to play the game a lot more myself and form my own opinion, then I'll be able to, give more concrete thoughts about that. So, you'll make her work. You think she's okay with last, right? Yeah, in beta, that's who I got, and that's who I want to play her with if I happen to get her again. I will say, I do plan on re-rolling in this game if and only if I get Aya Fiala, or in this game I think she's called Ardelia, because you get her for free and she's a 6-star. So if I get her for free and then I also get her off my beginner banner, I feel like that would be kind of a boring start. So, but as long as I get anyone else, I'll be pretty happy and just kind of stick with the first account I'm running here. So we'll just have to see.
深呼吸して大丈夫です。そのリミッターで体調を保てます。10年も眠っていてまだ不安定なはずですから。たくさんのことを忘れてしまっているみたいだ。君は
Also, for those of you that are Hoyo players, if you don't know, or if you play on the Japanese voice dub, Perlica is the same voice actor as Yoon Lee from HSR, Ellen from Zenless. So, yeah. She's one of my more favorite voice actors, so I'm pretty happy one of the literal free characters just has a really good voice actor like that. So, pretty nice. Though obviously I know a lot of people don't always play on like Japanese or any of the other languages like Chinese or Korean or whatever. Also, I definitely need to turn up the voices more. So, I've been like adjusting the volume as we go, and it just like have to keep adjusting it because it doesn't feel right. At least not yet. But yeah, for those of you that are interested in the game, if you haven't downloaded it yourself, at the top of the stream there is a pinned... That guy has 2 sunglasses. There's a pinned message at the top of the stream where you can go through and download through my link, and that actually helps me out, so... If you haven't downloaded the game yet and you're interested in it, feel free. Hashtag ad. Do you guys have any characters that you guys are planning on like going for? I mean, like I said earlier, I would like to have Surtur, and then I would also like to not start with a dupe of Aya. But some people want it. Some people want Last Right. Some people would rather have what's his face, Pogranic. So everyone's got their different preferences. Curious what you guys are going for your characters. You're going for Pog. Fair enough. Yeah, he's a really cool character. He's literally just Helliger, so from the original Arknights. Did you miss the beginning of the stream? Yeah, so Rogue Spectre Enfield came up early, the servers, so I started about half an hour ago. But welcome in, nice to see you. How's Enfield so far? Pretty good. I mean, I'm still in the prologue, but I know at least from the beta that I enjoyed it a lot. So I'm hoping that I continue enjoying it. I've been excited for this game for literally like 3 years. So I'm very, very much looking forward to this. Just being able to just play the game, like be in the world,
星と呼ば
learn
れ
how the
たちは
combat and the characters
厳
work,
密
play
に
through the
は衛
story.
星なのです。
I am a certified Arknights glazer,
多く
so
の
more
謎と
Arknights is always a good
文
thing.
明を危機に陥れた敵が残され、
You think the first time you're going to play the game is Friday afternoon?
あなたがいれば
Fair
エンド
enough,
フィ
fair
ールド
enough.
はこの窮地を打開できるはず
I mean, I know you're busy, Thaddeus, so that makes complete sense. So you're bad you were watching Flats cover the Rivals drama? That's too funny. I actually saw that Moist Critical released a video about that earlier, which is just like, okay, it's a big deal, quote unquote,
特
when
殊技術部のオペレーターに
Charlie
は
covers it.
転送や位置測定のため協約オリジニウムが一つ支給されています。
Are there any OG Arknights operators you want to see come to Enfield? There are. While I'm in the cutscene here, I don't want to pull anything up, but once I'm able to kind of just walk around, I'll pull up some characters that I would like to
自
see.
分のことをよく知っているみたいだ。
You and your friend were saying that Charlie was going to cover it last night. That's too funny. I mean, it's not surprising. He covers all that kind of stuff, so.
何一つ成り立ちません。動力源となり、人々のアーツの礎となり。
For those of you that haven't really been paying attention to the story that's on screen here, Perlic is essentially just explaining what Originium is.
オリジニウムが生まれました。
It's basically everything all in one. It's a power source. It's how people get their, like magical stuff.
けれど
Um,
戦争により
they can use it for basically everything. So,
なんとか価値はしたものの
and Perlic is in part explaining that to the administrator, which is the main character, because they have the usual gotcha thing with amnesia.
あなたは
It's a classic gotcha thing. Everything has it now, but obviously they're also doing it to explain to us, the player. So.
協約コアを開発しました。それを作った。はい。文明地帯全域に展開する計画も進行中です。
So basically, our role as the administrator is to go down to the planet, which is known as Talos 2, and then our goal is to help essentially develop the planet. The original Arknight's planet called Terra, I believe, was
そして全ての使命と計画も
I believe Endfield is like 150 years, like minimum, beyond what happened with Terra and the original Arknight. So it's kind of like a long-winded sequel. And essentially, everyone from Terra had to get off the planet. Which is why we're developing a new planet, which is this one, Talos 2.
あなたです。
So. The other important thing to know about the administrator, which is the playable main character, is we are an amnesiac, but we do have a past from not that long ago where we have helped the quote-unquote humans. We're not actually humans, but regardless. We've helped them develop, Terra, the future planet. We've helped them develop the current one to get to where they're at. And then we essentially go into hibernation and only come out when needed. And the game is starting, when we're needed again. So.
まず着陸地点付近の通信ドローンが連続で自爆したのを確認。通信障害が4号谷地にも広がってて、状況が確認できない。
This is basically just explaining the issues at the beginning of the game. But yeah. So Rover from Wuwa, I mean, kind of, sort of. But it's less like. So in Wuwa, there is a big overarching problem that the rover is trying to solve. And they failed over and over and over again to solve that problem, which is why they decided to reset their life or whatever and become an amnesiac and go through the world again. Enfield, on the other hand, it's more like we're, for lack of a better way to describe it, we're a Mary Sue, where when there is a problem, we're woken up out of our cryosleep and then we go solve the problem. As a result of the cryosleep and all that, we lose our memories because, again, it's a gacha game. But we're essentially the big problem solver. Whereas, compared to Wuwa, it's more just like everything is messed up and you got to just figure it out as you go.
行きましょう。タロツイ。
All right, I think once I land on the planet, I can actually walk around. Maybe. Although it's probably going to be a little bit more cutscenes. You're pretty hyped to play Enfield yourself. Yeah, like I said, I'm super excited to play it. I am very happy if, I have always been an Arknights Glazer. It's a fantastic game. So, if more people can get introduced to the world, to the different games, not just this one, even original Arknights, that is a good thing in my eyes. Original Arknights is a fantastic game, so I'm hoping that Enfield can even hold, like if Enfield can hold up like even a little bit to how good the original Arknights was, yeah, this will be a really good game. It sounds like the player is some kind of objective Terminator, which would be a hilarious nickname. Yeah, they're they're the objective Terminator instead of the galactic baseball. Alright, is this the first boss we fight? Probably. Well, I say boss, it's not really. It's just gonna be an elite or whatever. Okay, do I get to control my character? Please, God, let me move. Okay, never mind, these are just shrimps. Alright, so someone asked which characters that I'm interested in coming over from the original Arknights, so let me pull this up for a second here. This is like a bit of a tangent, but it's a worthwhile tangent. So for those of you that do not know, Arknights Endfield is or not Arknights Endfield, the original Arknights is a game that has over 300 characters, close to 400 on the English version of the game. And if I'm not mistaken, it has like over 400 on the CN version of the game. So there are a lot, like a metric ton of characters that you can get interested in. For me specifically, I had a few that I was pretty excited for. Let me pull that up here. So there's a cool website here that lets you look at all the characters from the original Arknights. Like I said, there's like 400 of them. My favorite ones, I would say, Blemenshine was really cool. She's kind of like a knight. That would be cool to come over, but I don't necessarily think it makes sense for her to. Who else did I like? There's Irene here somewhere. Irene is a really cool character, though she has a giant forehead. I mean, look at that shit. You could play tic-tac-toe on that. Let's see, who else do I like? I was a pretty big fan of Nian. Nian is pretty cool. She's like one of the Dragon Sisters, which I believe, actually, if I'm not mistaken, there are more Dragon Sisters in Enfield. Once you get to the China region of the game, there's one of these types of characters there. So that's pretty cool. If any of you guys have ever played Rainbow Six Siege, there's been 2 Rainbow Six Siege collabs. So in the original Arknights, they were in that game, which is pretty crazy. Here's Ash, for example. They even have Tachanka, or whatever his name is. He was a 5-star. Somewhere around here. There he is. But yeah, I would definitely say my favorites were probably, like I said, I really liked Irene. Blemenshine was pretty cool. Pazemka is just beautiful. She is designed by one of my favorite artists, Chuzenji. This character would be cool to come over. There's some really cool 5 and 4 stars too. Flamebringer is a Giga Chad, even though he was really bad in the original Arknights. Let's see. La Pluma is pretty cool. She has a giant scythe, if I can find her. Yeah, her. Just a giant scythe. So she was pretty cool. Um, let's see. Norcorn. This is a 2-star character. He was super cool in my opinion. And he actually got a alternate version when they did a Monster Hunter collab. Where's he at? Yeah, this was his Monster Hunter collab version. He was in like the Rathalos gear. And then also, speaking of 2 stars, this is 12F, who is actually in Arknight's Endfield. He's another one of the reconveners. In Endfield, he's known as Antle, Antla. He's one of the 4 stars that you can get, which is the lowest rarity. So he was a pretty cool guy, fairly useful. Let's see who are the other reconveners. Angelina. In Enfield, she's known as Gilberta. Let's see, Surtur. Surtur is known as Leviathan in Enfield. She's a very cool character. Let me see. Aurora. She's here somewhere. This character's brought over into Enfield. She's Snowshine in Enfield. In the original game, she's Aurora. There's probably 1 or 2 I'm missing, but Helliger. Where's he at? This guy was brought over. He's a Giga Chad. In Enfield, he's known as Pogranik or something like that. It's like a Russian name. You said show you the green ones. Okay, so we have Gavial. She's like the token green girl. She had like a pirate skin for summer, which is pretty nice. Who else was a green? Hoshiguma. Hoshiguma's pretty cool. Is there any other green ones that I can think of? This is the original version of Gavial. The other one I showed you was an alternate version. You like Helliger from the original Arknights way more because he was so much older. That's fair, honestly. But yeah, anyway. Back to the game. Yeah, I mean, one of the huge things that the original Arknights had going for it is that even if you didn't like the tower defense gameplay, or let's say you didn't like the fact that the art style of the game, once you're actually fighting things, was like chibi, at the very minimum, you can't deny that the 2D arts that they made, like the splash arts, were insanely good. So that was something that it had going for it. I mean, just like the like kind of like sport tech kind of vibe that all the characters have was really cool. So also, I just want to point this out here. It's raining, and you can literally see the raindrops on the characters. Look at the mask. Hold on. Look at this shit. Like, look at that. You literally see the raindrops on her mask. It's insane. I don't know, like, how long it took them to cook this. Like, the graphics and stuff like that. Because if you guys don't know, right? I'm sure some of you guys have played Genshin Impact, right? Genshin Impact was made in Unity. And this game is made in Unity too and looks probably about 50 times better. And now granted, it has been like a 5-year difference between when the games are made and released. But like even then, it's still pretty crazy. So this game has definitely got some crazy graphics going for it. So that is pretty cool. And then Yeah, as Pain for You said, it's also like you can literally see the raindrops on the screen, which is like a nice effect. So that's kind of nice. For you, the chibis from the original game where there's a deal breaker, that's honestly completely fair. For me, I was able to kind of get over it because the gameplay itself, like, spoke for itself, if that makes any sense. Like, despite being chibis and stuff like that, like, there was, like, literally, like, frame perfect stuff that you had to do to be able to clear, like, the super highest difficult stuff. So, like, even though you're looking at, like, chibis and stuff like that, and it doesn't exactly look amazing, the gameplay itself more than made up for it, at least in my eyes. But obviously that's just me. I totally understand people getting turned off by the fact that it was chibi. So, yo, Fez, what's up, dude? Nice to see you drop by. How's it going? Actually, speaking of that, not just Fez, but thank all of you for showing up and hanging out. I did not expect any kind of viewership for this stream, to be honest, because there's much bigger streamers playing the game, so I appreciate you guys hanging out. Time to dive into Arknights for the first time? Yeah, dude, I hope you enjoy it. I would much rather everyone just play the game and just have fun with it than anything else. Like, I want nothing more than for Arknights as like a brand to just be bigger than the mobile game was, because it always had the potential to be. It just kind of was held back by being a chibi game and stuff like that. So you understand that as well. You played old school RuneScape here and there, and it's kind of the same. It's funny you mention old school RuneScape because I still play that. So, or well, I say I still, but I started it up back in August after not playing for like probably a decade, and I've been having a lot of fun with that game. Like that's kind of like my chill, like downtime game right now. So I totally get like all the prayer flicking and that kind of stuff that you have to do in that game nowadays, like the hot swapping of your gear. Like yeah, I totally get it. The modern AAA bar is in hell. That's honestly pretty true. Not just in the sense of like how things look, but also just like from playing this game, it feels pretty optimized and stuff like that. And that's honestly a step ahead of most AAA normal games that get released nowadays. Like the fact that you can run this game on like a potato laptop is nuts. Meanwhile, if you try running like Horizon Zero Dawn or God of War or anything else, it's just like, it's a joke, dude. What voice did I set the game in? It is currently in Japanese. If you guys want me to, I could go to English. Japanese is just what I personally prefer. But I don't mind being in English if that's what you guys want to listen to, so feel free to let me know. Is there chests around here? I don't remember from beta. You're for Japanese? Alright. You need Korean? Okay. This game is pretty fun. You should have listened to my glazing. Dude, Axe, not only did you have me glazing, you also had Moose glazing, and you still didn't believe us. Bro's like, I don't know if I'm gonna play this game, you know, it doesn't really look like my kind of game. And then meanwhile, half an hour into playing, oh, it's pretty fun, I should have listened. Yeah, that's a crazy thought, isn't it, Axe? Just a bit of light flaming there. But yeah, like I said earlier, the more people that play this game, the better. I want this game to be something that a lot of people enjoy because it is something that I've always enjoyed. Like back in original Arknights, in beta when I played this one, Enfield, I mean, it's just a good game. I want people to realize that gacha games can be more than I want people to realize that gacha games can be more than just your Hoyo stuff, or even Wua for that matter. Like, there is so much more than just that. So, I got you really interested in playing? Well, I'm glad, dude. I'm gonna be grinding the hell out of this game over the next few days, and kind of a rare situation for me, but I am actually planning on streaming this game more than once a month. So there's, you know, we got that going for it as well. Obviously there's a stream today, but I also plan on streaming the game this weekend, so there will be that. And I do, now that it's been a bit into the stream, there's some people here, I do want to mention that I'm going to be trying something a little bit different with this game. I am going to try to record on stream. So sometime, maybe like a few hours into this game, I'm going to try doing a live recording of my first impressions. And then it'll be kind of different from how I do my usual, you know, fully scripted HSR videos, but, you know, trying something new. So, and then I'll do the same over the weekend. Your friend got last right in 20 standard pulls. Is that good? Yeah, definitely. If you're a gooner, then she's for you, but even if you're not a gooner, she is the second best DPS in the game, so yeah. Like a live commentary? Kinda, sorta. I mean, basically, Axe, think of Saint, right? He does, like, every single video that he does is on stream. I kind of want to try doing that, at least for a first impressions, and see how it does. Rogue Spectre, if you were asking about what I was talking about with the characters, I was talking about last right. I can pull up the list of characters in a second here for those of you that haven't started playing yet. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I'll be Saint too. Alright, hold on, let me pull this up here. Window capture? That's the wrong one. Why is this not covering the right one? Oh, because that isn't the right one. Hold on. Is it this? Ah, here we go. Okay. So Pridewin actually has a list of the characters in Endfield here. So for those of you that are not familiar with the characters, let me make this a little bit bigger. There we are. So for those of you that are not familiar with the characters, so there are currently 9 6-stars in the game. 3 of them, or should I say there are currently 7 characters in the game, and there will be 9 by the time the first patch cycle is over. The limited characters are in order. Leviathan, she's the one that you can roll right now. Then it will be Gilberta, and then it will be Yvonne. And then your standard characters are Ardelia, who you get a free copy of, Ember, who is kind of like a tank, Last Right, who's a DPS, and then Li Fang and Pog, who are kind of like supports. I would say you could argue that both of them are more like sub DPS than supports, but either way. In terms of how good all of them are, realistically, all of them are good. You can't go wrong getting any of them, but there is some nuance to it. So, for example, right now the best 2 DPS in the game is Leviathan, who's the rate up limited character, and then Last Right as an ice DPS. But like when your competition of ice characters is, you know, just a few other ones, some of which are tanks, some of which are supports, it's not hard to be the best one, you know what I mean? Apart from that, if you are looking at just specifically standard characters, Ardelia is probably the best healer and support in the game. Ember is a really good tank, and she makes you functionally immortal. Gilberta is a really good for CC. She's a pretty decent character. Like I said just a bit ago, Last Ride is DPS, and then these two are both kind of like supports or sub DPS. Once Yvonne releases, she will be another DPS, but that won't be for like a month, I think. Apart from 6 stars, you've got these guys. These are the 5 stars. Chen is free, Perlica is free, and Snowshine is also free from pre-registration rewards. Other than that, Arclight is a very good support. Depan, you can run him as a sub DPS or main damage dealer. Aviwena is a really good character that can be better depending on how good you are at playing her. Wolfguard is a good sub DPS. I think Zaihi is a healer. I'm not actually familiar, but I think she's a healer. And then Aelesh is a sub DPS. And then for 4 stars, all of these guys you're going to max, and pretty much all of them are kind of like your use them if you don't have anything better kind of characters. Akakuri is really good with Surtur, the first 6-star limited character, this one, Leviathan actually. Antal is a pretty good sub DPS slash support. Catcher is unfortunately very bad, but he's probably the only one in the game that I would genuinely consider kind of like bad. Estella is really good for cryo teams and also mixed element teams. And then Fluorite is really good for, I forget the name of it, but there's a reaction that like lowers defense or something like that, and she's pretty decent for that. So yeah. And that's all the characters right now, so yeah. Where is it? Is it you? Nope, that's that one. It's you. There we go. Is Gilberta good? She is a very good CC'er, Fez. And CC... So I will say, both CC and tanking is a bit of a weird... They're both in a bit of a weird spot in this game. Because we're at the early part of the game where everything is weak enough that you can just kill them. So, like, yeah, you could get Ember as your starting character and be functionally immortal, but that's also currently not needed in the game right now. Or you could get Gilberta as a second character as someone that's really good for CC, but it's like, do you really need CC when you could just, you know, mog them with like one of the super strong DPS? So, but as the game goes on, I am almost positive that, you know, both of those types of characters will end up getting some use. It's just that they don't currently have the most use right now. And that's not to say you can't clear content with them. They're still very, very good characters. You can clear the content with literally anyone in the game. Like, even the 4 stars. So, I wouldn't really worry about it. Just use who you want. If you like a character, go for them. They'll more than take you through all the content in the game. Where or when do you get the free characters? If I'm at least in beta, you got Aya from a login reward, and then I don't know if that is still the case. And then Snowshine was from pre-registration rewards. So I would imagine once you unlock the mail, you'll get them, but I'm not sure. So we'll have to see. Okay, this is just the lock-on system. For those of you that aren't familiar, I will mention this game does have a reaction system. So a lot of the team building in this game revolves around it. So there's physical teams, there's cryo teams, there's fire teams, there's mixed element teams. So I really, really genuinely highly recommend just playing around with things. You're going to run into a lot of YouTubers and streamers and all that kind of stuff saying, like, oh, this is the best thing in the world, or you have to run this character with that character. But to be completely frank with you guys, people don't know shit yet. Like, some people are gonna be like, you know, you have to run the fire character with the other fire character, and that's how you clear content. But realistically, you can run a fire character with a nature character. You can run a fire character with a cryo character. There's a lot of variety, not just in terms of element, but also in terms of chain skills. So for those of you that weren't here when I mentioned it at the beginning of the game, this game has something kind of like a chain skill, where when you complete a very specific requirement, something will happen. So for example, when you do a full basic attack chain, like on the administrator, Perlica will trigger her chain skill. So like that's an example of that kind of thing. So you have a lot of different ways to build teams, not just around elements, but also around those chains, which is pretty cool in my eyes. Also, Wiz, yo, thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate that, dude. Does this game have different moves when using lock-on? No, I don't believe so. For the most part, you're going to have your basic attack chain, and then you have each character has their basic attack chain, their skill, their ult, and then their chain attack, which is the thing that I was just talking about, where you do a special attack after an action. So... Also, Raxtus, I didn't say hi, but hi, welcome in. Hope you're enjoying Enfield yourself. If you started, of course. Okay, I will say something that really annoys me, is that this game has done the Hoyo thing, where you can't click forward in dialogue until the character plays their animation. That is the one downside to this game that I have found so far. So if you like reading at your own pace, you might be a little bit annoyed. You're probably not going to play until tomorrow. That's honestly fair. It is a weekday. This is honestly a really awkward time for games to come out. So, I mean, I'll be playing it pretty much all night. But yeah. You uninstalled Woowa for this? I'm not going to lie with you, Axtis. It's on the chopping block for me too. Like, don't get me wrong, Woowa is still a very good game, but if I'm picking up Endfield and I really get into it, yeah, I'll be pretty interested in that. Yo, Wiz, thanks again for another super chat. I appreciate that, dude. Bro said 6-7. You were thinking about maybe uninstalling HSR after only getting back in 2 weeks? That's pretty funny. I mean, for me at least, I am definitely currently more excited for Enfield than I am HSR, despite 4.0 coming soon. But I cannot say that I'm not semi-excited for 4.0 and HSR. So I want to at least give 4.0 a solid try. Like, I want to give it a fair shout and be like, alright, you know, is it a good game? Did the delays mess with it? That kind of stuff. So, we'll just have to see. Do I plan on streaming HSR 4.0? I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I mean, I could, but the thing that I'm worried about with 4.0 and streaming, honestly, streaming HSR in general, is that, let's be real here, after Amphorius, we know what they do with the story. So, like, when we lock into 4.0, we're going to essentially be locking into minimum 6 hours of story before you actually get to, you know, like, experience 4.0, if that makes sense. So, like, is that really good to stream? I mean, I don't really know. Like, that might just be something that I have to kind of, like, do off stream, and then figure out if there's meaningful content that I could then do on stream, if that makes any sense. Incoming 80 hours of cutscenes. I think 80 hours of cutscenes is pretty generous, considering in like a 6-hour story patch, we would usually get like 3 cutscenes total. The Doom posting around the 4.0 beta is also a thing. I haven't actually seen much about that, Pain. Like, do you mean Doom posting about the characters? Because I have seen some of that. I will say I have seen Doom posting about characters. But I've not seen a crazy amount about, like, you know, like people are unhappy with the content in 4.0 or something like that. Just the characters? Yeah, okay. I've definitely seen that. From what I've seen, most of what people are kind of upset with is that Sparksy doesn't seem to be like that crazy. Yao Guang seems to be really kind of shilled towards only Elation and less useful for other archetypes. And I've also seen people unhappy with the fact that the Remembrance Battleship is somehow still better than the new stuff. Which is, I gotta say, that is frankly insane. Like, how are we going into an entirely new region, and you're gonna release characters that are worse than characters that released in 3.2? Like, speaking of Castoris. And, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not necessarily complaining. Like, that cuts back on power creep, which is a good thing. But considering it's Hoyo, that's definitely out of the ordinary. They want instant power creep? Yeah, I guess. So for those of you that are seeing that reminded me of something here. So for those of you that have zero familiarity with Arknights, the original, Originium, which is what gives people the powers, is essentially like magic, where they just kind of give you magic power. So like most of the stuff that we're doing and like what you saw there where the people had like their staffs and were essentially casting like magic missile effectively, like that's from the Originium powers. So yeah, that's a symptom of making an archetype entirely reliant on unit quantity. See, that's the funny thing, it's not just reliant on unit quantity, it's also reliant on actions. Because like the more skill points you get and then can spend through more actions, the more points you get for the Elation, like, explosion follow-up stuff. When you use a combo skill, do you have to press any button, or is it auto? You spam E, basically. And I will say you quote-unquote spam E, but that's not necessarily the case for every team. Some teams there's actually setup, and like you would want to, you know, queue your input into one chain attack, and then you have to swap to another character or whatever, and then do something different to get like a reaction. So like to give you an example, right? If you wanted to do a multi-element team, you could technically do a not just multi-element, but also dual reaction team, where you have, let's say, I don't remember the name of it, but let's say you have a physical and then a cryo guy that's set up like a debuff that like lowers defense. And then you have like a fire and then a like a grass duo as well, and that sets up like a dot. So not only is the debuff, you know, like not only do you have two characters that work together on one hand that like lower defense or something like that, but then your other team benefits from that by doing an entirely different reaction and then setting up burn that benefits from the defense down. So like there is a lot of nuance to how you can build your teams in this game. And depending on how you build your team, the chain attacks and stuff like that that you want to do, or the combo skills, are going to be very different. Because like your first two could combo together, and then your second two could also combo together. Or you could set it up in a chain where you go literally one character to the second character, the third character, the fourth character, and you go all in that chain until it's done. So it really just depends on how you feel the game out, and you know, you want to build your teams and stuff like that. You're not sure how impactful it'll be long term, but you appreciate that this game launched with 3 rarities. Yeah. I really, really do hope that they don't just leave it as the base 4 stars that we have on launch, and that they add more. Like we need more than just 4 and 5 stars. Like the it's just so annoying that that's all we get in Hoyo games and Wuwa and stuff like that. It just takes away like the spice of life, I guess, with like variety and like who you can play, team comps, everything. So you are worried that Sparkle SP is not a real DPS, but more so a sub DPS for a character that you don't care about, and now she seems to be kind of mediocre as that DPS. Yeah. It is kind of weird, I will say, that she uses so much SP and then is also a sub DPS. But I mean, I guess we'll have to see like what happen. Excuse me, what happens as like the characters develop. Personally, what I really hope happens with the Elation meta is that all the characters that they showed on Twitter. Hold on a sec. Yeah, this tweet. What I really hope is that all the characters that they showed here are all different characters that you can use as a part of the quote-unquote battleship, if that makes any sense. Like, I don't want it to be where, like, if you want to play Yae Sakura, you have to get both Sparkle, Yao Guang, and then, let's say, Nihilux as a fourth one. Like, it would be really nice if you could do Sakura plus Blade plus Ashville plus Nihilux, or Sakura plus Yao Guang plus Silverwolf plus Sparksy. Like, I hope it's not get these 4 characters or die, and it's literally just, here's a whole bunch of characters that all work together, pick the ones you want. Now, do I think that's actually going to happen? Probably not, but it would be nice. I do have a question. For those of you that are actually pretty excited for this game, are you planning on continuing to play HSR? Or are you like kind of done with it at this point, and you're not interested in like 4.0? Like I said earlier, personally, I'm planning on trying 4.0, but I'm kind of going in just kind of like, as best as I can, I'm going in with 0 expectations. If it's really bad, then, you know, it is what it is, and, you know, either I could farm it as a content creator if I want to go down that route. I don't particularly want to farm it. I've never been the kind of person to do that kind of thing. But on the other hand, if it's really good, then I mean, great, I'll enjoy it. I don't have any kind of problem with, you know, enjoying the game and stuff like that. You're probably going to check out 4.0, but you're going to split your time. That's totally fair. I mean, especially you, Fez, who has 2 FGO accounts that also takes up your time. Yeah, I definitely understand, like, splitting your time and stuff like that. The more gachas you play, the more annoying it is to have to split your time. You still got characters you like in HSR. Why would you leave that, especially when it's a game you really love? Yeah, and that's totally fair. I think the... What am I saying? I think the best thing that you can do when looking at HSR is... Or honestly, just this is just life advice when you're playing a game. If you like the game, keep playing it. If you don't like the game, stop playing it. It's really that simple. So, like, a lot of people get, like, attached one way or another, whether that's through sunk cost fallacy or FOMO, like they feel like they're going to miss out on something if they don't play one game or another. Or they get caught up in like, I have to do dailies in one game or another or whatever. That like it becomes a problem for them to drop games and manage their time between games. But genuinely, like these games, especially gacha games, are just meant to be picked up and played. Like you don't necessarily have to always grind them one after another. Always constantly like that kind of stuff. So it's really not that serious. So like going into 4.0, the best advice that I could give for anyone is if you want to try the game, or the patch update I should say, give it a shot. If you don't like it, stop playing and come back when either you think it's worth your time to come back or don't come back. And then if you're not interested in trying the game at all, well then nothing's holding you back from stopping playing. So you play Zenless, Wuwa, and HSR. You think Enfield will be okay as a fourth one and you don't need to quit one yet? For me, the one okay, so this is gonna sound really really stupid after I just went on that rant. But I currently play 8 gacha games, including Enfield now. Which is a lie. But as a result of that, I do have a couple that are on the chopping block. Wuwa is definitely number 1 on the chopping block. And then second to that is Nikke, who I picked up recently. And I only picked up Nikke because they had a really hot character that released. So I have basically 0 attachment to that game. And I only played it to get the character, and I've just kind of been messing around with it, like, here and there when I'm, like, super bored. So that would easily bring me down to 6 if I drop both. You're just question marking me. That's too funny. If you had to quit one, it would be Wuwa. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Wuwa. It is a good game. But okay, hold on. Let me pull up a list here. This is a tangent not related to Arknights, but bear with me. Oh, that's not what I was looking for. Hold on, paint. Okay, so the gacha games that I play are FGO, the 3 Hoyo games, so HSR, Zenless, and Genshin. Excuse my horrible writing. Then I play Nikke extremely, extremely casually. I just picked up Enfield. I play CZN or Chaos Zero Nightmare if you're not familiar. And then I play Wuwa. So of these games, I've played FGO for 9 years now. 8 or 9 years, however long it's been out. And that is a game I'm not going to drop, period. So that one's sticking, or I'm still going to be playing that. HSR, I make content on the game. Even if I didn't, even if I really hated the game right now, at the very least, I would give 4.0 a try, just for the sake of deciding whether or not I still want to play and make content for the game. And for the record, I don't hate the game right now, so I'm not going to drop it. Zenless is a very, very low effort game, especially for dailies. You can literally log in and log out in under 2 minutes, so that doesn't bother me. So I'm sticking with that game for now. Genshin has been very, very good since 6.0, Nod Cry, so I'm not dropping that. Enfield, I've been excited for this game for 3 years, so I'm not dropping that. And then CZN, out of all of these gachas right now, is probably easily in the top 3 in terms of how much fun I have with it currently, so I'm not dropping that. So basically, that leaves Wuwa and Nikke as potential ones to not play. Nikke, because I just recently started playing it and I basically have 0 attachment. And then Wuwa, because out of all of them, it is the one that I have the least attachment to. Like, I just play it kind of for fun. Am I free to play in all of them? In FGO, I am definitely not free to play. You don't want to know how much money I've spent on that game. In HSR, I have not spent any money apart from Welkin and Battle Pass since the anniversary, back at 3.2. Zenless, I only buy the Welkin. Genshin, I only buy Welkin and Battle Pass. And then CZN, I buy the Welkin. Nikkei, like I said, I literally just started, so I don't spend any money on that game. And then Wua, I buy Welkin as well, but I'm not planning on spending any more on that game until I decide whether or not I want to keep playing it. So, I'm not free to play in any of these games, but I would say I am close-ish in these 5. So, yeah. Nikkei, you can get every character free to play, no point. Yeah, that's fair. FGO whale, yeah. Although, Fez in chat here is actually, somehow an even bigger whale than I am, and I've spent, like I said, a lot of money on that game. Although, well, I say somehow, there are much bigger whales than both of us, so it's not really surprising. But, either way. Alright, back to Enfield. You play HSR, Zenless, Wua, and Dokkan? Okay. Yeah, I was never able to really get into, like, the apart from Fate, with FGO, I was never really able to get into the IP-based gachas. So, like, Dokkan, or, like, Jujutsu Kaisen, or, I think there was one for solo leveling. Like, I was never able to really get into those. FGO is probably the only IP-based gacha that I actually play. Don't play Legends? Is it really that bad? Oh, this is where I fight the first boss, I think. I remember this from beta. Lovely background noise. Well, I appreciate that, I guess. Oh no, it's a furry. Guys, I think we have to cancel Enfield. They put furries in the game. That's a joke, by the way. Legends is terrible, and that was your first gacha. I mean, my first gacha was FGO, and yeah, there are some horror stories about that game. You make a bit of a splash, Fez. That's funny. Okay. The enemy is casting a charge skill. When the red circle appears, it can be interrupted with your skill. Okay, good enough. You have PTSD from Legends PvP? Okay, I'm gonna be real. Like, straight up. I've never, like, ever understood the appeal of a PvP-based gacha game. The only one that I think has some merit is Epic 7, because that game is extremely free-to-play friendly to the point that a completely free-to-play player can compete with someone that a completely free-to-play player can compete with someone that has spent like $100,000. So like, there's definitely a lot of I mean, other than Epic 7, I've never seen a PvP gacha that has actually been done well. Your first gacha was Wua? Oh, that's interesting. I'm curious, how did you actually get into Wua? Like, were you just like browsing like a, I don't know, the Epic Game Store or the mobile app store or whatever? People dropping 100k on gacha games. Wiz, have you know, Summoner's War, right? To get even semi-close, not even fully into, semi-close to the meta, you have to easily spend over $100,000. That is not a joke. That's how ridiculous, like, getting, like, into hardcore meta and PvP is in that game. Yeah, it is nuts. Like in that game, a someone that has spent $30,000 isn't even considered a whale. Like that's how much money people spend on that game. It's insane. You were browsing the Epic Games Store and then you like anime. You saw HSR and Woowa, but Woowa was real time action. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, no, I totally get that. I have some friends that aren't really interested in turn-based stuff at all. So like they play Genshin, for example, but then they don't give a shit about HSR because it's turn-based. So I totally get that. And I mean, honestly, excuse me. Nowadays, like with every gacha that releases, feeling like it's a AAA gacha or like an actual AAA game, they're not much different from regular games. So like, yeah, it's an action RPG gacha, but I mean, when you have a game that looks as good as Wua does or as good as Enfield does, it's like, it's more like a real game at this point. So the combat looks clean, yeah. Also, how's it going, Storm? Hope you're doing well.
とにかく会えて嬉しいよ。管理人、俺たちは成功したんだ。10年もかかっちゃったジーニーとポポフもこれで報われるよ。
For those of you planning on playing this game, out of curiosity, are you gonna hit the funny button top right? Are you a story skipper? Or are you guys actually gonna be, giving it a chance and reading it?
アンドレさんはエンドフィールドの技術専門家でここに駐在しています。そして修正工業
You are gonna give it a shot, that is? Okay. Yeah, I know a lot of people that are just like skip, 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 skip. Is that Owlbert? Yeah, it might be a little bit inspired by it, but no, I mean, so Arknights has always had, um, Arknights has always had, I don't know if anthropomorphic is the right word, but it has always had characters with animal traits and also characters that are actually just full on like animals. Hold on, where's an example? Where's Mountain? He's here somewhere. Mountain. Here's one of the early. There he is. Yeah, take a look at this guy. This guy is like peak Giga Chad from the OG Arknights. His name is literally just Mountain. And he's like full furry. So like they have always kind of leaned into that. So it's genuinely not surprising that now that we're in Enfield, not only do we have like this owl guy as an NPC, but we also have literally just a panda. Like this is a character. He's just a panda. And he uses a giant claymore to kill things. Like so it's pretty cool to say the least. I do appreciate that they're bringing that over into this game too. You're planning on giving it a chance. When you first started Gacha with Wuwa, you skipped everything because you just wanted the characters. That is fair enough. And I'll be honest here, I think it goes without saying that the original Wuwa story back in 1.0 was some hot ass. So you didn't really miss much skipping it. I mean, arguably, even now it's not that great because every single patch is just gathering wives. It's like, who's the new waifu of the patch? So, yeah. I have to say, it really makes me annoyed that Wua set up a whole bunch of stuff with Chisa, and then they just said, yeah, you remember what all that stuff we set up? It doesn't matter. Linnea is your girlfriend now. Go have fun with her. You thought Wua was good for a while and then it fell off again? Yeah. I mean, I really enjoyed Frolova's story. Shorekeeper's story was pretty good. Chiso's was okay. I'm trying to think, what other characters do I like? Jinsei, way back in like 1.1, I think. That one was really good. But then you have other ones, which is literally just the girlfriend experience, and that's kind of like not so much my style, so to say. You regret skipping the Shorekeeper story? You like the Wuwa story now? It's just a fun spectacle and you're okay with that? That's fair.
みんなは先に向かってくれ。俺はここでもうちょっと機械のチェックをしてから行くよ。
I will say something that or how do I word this, I guess? So, what I think Wuwa does well is sell their characters, right? So, like, even though people make jokes about, like, oh, it's the girlfriend experience and all that kind of stuff, even though that is, you know, like, not exactly a joke, it's a real thing, they still do a good job of having individual stories for those characters. So, like I said, the Frolova story in a vacuum was really good. The Lene story in a vacuum was really, you know, I thought it was pretty decent. But what I think Wuwa struggles with in terms of storytelling is bringing it all together. So, like, at the end of 2.0, I think it was 2.7 or whatever, like, they did their whole Renacida and Septimont Avenger moment, and, like, it just didn't have the impact because half of the characters had never seen each other before at all. And then it's like, to me, that just doesn't really land. So it's like, they can have the best character story that they want, but, like, when you try to connect it, if it falls flat, then that's where I have a problem with it. The overarching story should matter more. Oh, 100%, yeah. You think Wuwa story's a masterpiece? I mean, I don't know if I would go that far. I mean, I think it's decent. I wouldn't say it's, like, insane. For you, 2.7 was good and you wish you could see more Frolova, though? Yeah, that would be pretty nice. I did think it was pretty nice that 2.7 kind of confirmed that Frolova wasn't, like, fully gone. Like, she came back out of her, I forget what they call it, like her reality core or whatever they call it. I don't remember. Also, first puzzle here. Rare sighting. One of the puzzles in this game, if you guys haven't played it yet, is kind of like adjusting the map to your liking. So, like, they give you kind of like blocks, and then you have to build your way up to certain things. So, like, if you want to get up there, you have this block to move and that block to move, and then you kind of just move it around where you want to so that you can climb different things. So, like, that got me up here, but you can also take it over here and go up an entirely different section. So, pretty neat stuff. I mean, it's pretty basic, but I think it's a nice enough puzzle that you can, like, that I like that the puzzle is incorporated into the map. If that's basically what I'm saying. I think can you guys still hear me? I think my chat died. Hold on. Stream health? Okay, YouTube is saying my stream is fine, but my chat thing is, like, broken for some reason. Oh, I think it's back. Are we good? Okay, chat is back. We're good. Alright, cool. That was strange. I'm not sure why I just disconnected like that. You guys got Thanos snapped? Yeah, I guess so. Oraline. Oh, this is just the, what is this called? This is just like the oculi from Genshin or the Sonance caskets from Wuwa. Yeah, you submit them and then you get rewards. Okay, fair enough. You just started this game yourself and it looks really good, even better than Wu and Zenless, and those games already look insane for mobile games. Yeah, 100%. Um, the thing, my opinion, I guess, on the graphics of this game and comparing it to those two that you mentioned is that I would consider Enfield to be much more similar to Wuwa than I would consider it to Zenless. Like, I think Zenless is a very, very stylized, how do I work? It's very stylized and meant to be semi-cartoonish, which is why they go so hard on the animations and stuff like that, like in cutscenes. Whereas like Enfield and Wu are meant to be at least a little bit more realistic. Like obviously they're still anime games, but they're meant to be at least a little bit more realistic. And as a result, both of them are kind of in competition with each other. And in my opinion, Enfield does look better than Wu does. So, but that is obviously my opinion. Don't send that to Saint Tontas. He's gonna like murder me. So. Gritty? I mean, a little bit, yeah. I would say Zenless is a lot more cartoony, and then both Wuwa and Enfield are a lot more realistic, gritty, however you want to word it. You'll defend me from Saint like your pick. No, I mean Saint and I don't have any problems with each other. He's reacted to my videos a few times. So he's never been even remotely close to rude to me. He's actually treated me pretty well in those reacts, so I don't necessarily have a problem with him at all as a person. I do have to say something that's really funny to me about Saint is that hold on, let me pull this up. Hold on, I gotta stop the story for a second. This is very, very funny to me. So if I go on YouTube and find Saint Tontas. Oops, not Saint Alexander. So if you look at his content, right? Where is it? He's been saying that Enfield is dead on arrival. Like that is literally the title of his video, and he said that because he doesn't like the gacha, right? But then the day of the release, how to not brick your Enfield account. Like, bro goes from saying this is the worst gacha ever and it's dead on arrival to, oh, by the way, let me make a video on it. Like, no shame at all. Like, get that bag, bro. Like, it is just hilarious to me that you that you go from this to making content on it anyway. That was just really funny to me to see on YouTube earlier in my recommended. I mean, listen, I said it earlier. I want as many people as possible to enjoy the game. So if he ends up trying the game and, you know, his opinion gets changed, great. You know, that's what excuse me. That's one more person that ended up liking the game, and I think that's a good thing. So, you know what? Like maybe maybe the early Doom posting was just like, you know, just Doom posting, and you know, once he plays it and you know, actually tries it out, he'll enjoy it, and then, you know, his content won't be saying, you know, it's dead on arrival. You did the same because he said he's like a Masters player or something like that? Oh. Oh, was Saint Tontas League of Legends in my search history? That would be kind of funny. I think he mentioned it on stream before, and that's why I looked it up out of curiosity. I play I play a lot of competitive games, or, well, not so much anymore, but I did used to play a lot of competitive games, specifically shooters. So just out of curiosity, whenever someone brings up, like, oh, you know, I used to play X or Y competitive game, I just inherently am interested in knowing, like, how good they were. So whether that's, a, you know, like a shooter like Overwatch or League of Legends or whatever, it's just kind of like a curiosity thing for me. So
このまま放置すれば強約コアの設置をすることは厳しくなります。強約共振タワーでオリジニウムを活性化し、強制的に電力を確保する方法がありますが、消費エネルギーが。いいえ、まだ方法はある。強約コアなら基地の機能を復旧させることができる。強約コアから共振タワーに電力を供給する。
Don't play Arsenal on Roblox, it's buns. I'm not sure what that is, Pain, but is that like a, what's it called? Is that like a MOBA in Roblox or something? Oh, it's a shooter in Roblox. Okay, that's interesting. Fez, you were bronze. I thought you said you were. I thought you said you were masters in Overwatch, Fez. Or did you start in bronze and climb out of it?
しかし敵が多いことに変わりはありません。計画の練り直しが必要では。安心して、新種に。私はエンドフィールドの観察官であり、そしてエンドフィールド危機対策班の一員でもある。私もちゃんと挨拶してなかったね。管理人、改めてお世話になるね。
I just realized, by the way, we are 1 hour and 47 minutes into the stream, and I just unlocked Chen. Holy, am I taking this slow? My bad. I'm not doing a crazy good job of showcasing the game, I guess, but... you were joking, you placed gold and climbed a diamond? Oh, okay.
正直に言うと、あなたありがとうございます。
The yapping is important. Yeah.
まずは可能な限り敵の戦力を削ぐ。そして
It doesn't help that I'm opening a new tab every 10 minutes or so. Hey, listen, it is relevant. You can't tell me that showing the different Enfield characters or talking about the old Arknights one isn't relevant to Enfield.
この無謀な頑固じいさんのことは置いておいて。管理人、チェン、ペリカ観察官、1点。協約転送ポイントは
Yeah, but I definitely want to get to the factory and mess around with that. And not just like unlock the very basics. I want to start actually getting to some basic automation as well. Not just like, oh, set up your power grid or whatever. So. Oh, I just got a bunch of rewards. Hold on. What is going on? Stream dedicated for the game? Nah, stream dedicated for me yapping. True. Alright, let's see. What are all these red dots? Oh, these must be the pre-reg... Yeah, okay, I think this is... Yeah, that's the pre-registration reward. So you get Snowshine for free, and then I would assume this is her weapon. So, might as well take that.
はじめまして。私はロドスの特派員で、コードネームはスノーシャイン。雪の中での救援活動なら。
You came here for the app, otherwise you would have just been playing yourself. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I highly recommend all you guys just go play the game yourself. I appreciate you hanging out, don't get me wrong, but it's a good game, so. Oh, actually, hold on. Enfield web event. If you guys don't know, there is a, hold on. This, once again, this is actually relevant to the stream. there is actually a web event for this game. And in the web event, you can get some items for free. I think this one here is a what's it called? A free 5-star weapon. So don't forget to grab that if you can, or if you haven't yet. I can link it in chat for you guys. So there you go. If you guys have not done the web event, you get a free weapon out of it, so it's worth doing. Right, let's see. Can I do any of these? No. Missions? Put it in the Discord too? Alright, I will do. I don't know if I have any more draws or anything like that, but yeah. Anyway, I think if I click claim here, it should send it to my in-game account. Yeah. So let's see. Oh, yep, there it goes. We got it in the mail. Do the share. Oh, I can do that, yeah. Copy link. So that's my link, and then I'll also put it in the Discord. By the way, if you guys are not in the Discord, I do have one. Feel free to join that as well. Alright, so this is from that. So yeah, this is a 5-star weapon. It gives you agility. I think agility is good for Chen. Oh, and then also, yeah, I think this is a sword for Chen. Because if I'm not mistaken, Chen does physical damage. Let me see. Where's her skills? It's here somewhere. That's the gear system. That's potentials. That's dupes. Did this? Yeah, okay. So there it is. Yeah, okay. So she is physical. So yeah, so that sword that you can get from the event is intended for her, I'm pretty sure. Because she also scales off of agility. Let's see, what does Snowshine scale off of? She scales off of strength, so yeah, so the claymore that you get for free is also intended for her, I'm pretty sure. Alright. Also, don't make the same mistake I did in beta. I thought that every team was only 3 players, or 3 characters, but it is actually 4. So if I can figure out what the team button here is. Yeah, so if you go on your team button, right after you claim Snowshine, you can just throw her in your team. And then now you have 4. So, definitely keep that in mind. Alright, can I do gacha right now? Okay, so this is the battle pass. For those of you that don't know, there is actually 3 battle pass tiers. So there is the default version that everyone has access to. Then there is a second tier that you can purchase with this Originium, this yellow currency. And you can get that yellow currency just by playing the game. So it's technically paid, but also technically not because you can get it by playing the game. And obviously, as you can see at the bottom here, there is a actually paid version. So I would assume that the rewards are pretty worth it. Let me take a look here. Okay, so that's for your skills. There's definitely some XP. You can get a weapon. Let's see, how many weapons can you get? What are you? Are you a weapon? No. Maybe you have to oh, there's one weapon. Okay, so for the in-game currency paid one, you do get a weapon. Looks like the completely free one is just basic rewards. What do you get from the bottom one? That just looks like materials. Stamina potions, that's pretty nice. What is this? Oh, profile theme, I guess. So that's just a cosmetic. More stamina. Okay, so yeah, okay, so you can get 2 weapons. So you get one from the in-game quote-unquote paid one, and that is at level 40. And for the record, by the time you actually get to level 40, you will get more than enough to actually purchase this. And then if you want to spend actual money, you get one immediately at level 1. Does anyone actually use energy in gacha games? I mean, I do. It's worth it. 100% it's worth it. That's how you can, like... I mean, in this game it's less important because gear is made in your factory. So it's not like you have to spend stamina to, it's not like you have to spend stamina to farm relics or something like that. But it is still worth spending in this game for the, what's it called? It's still worth spending your stamina potions in this game so you can level your characters and stuff like that. Alright, F7. Okay, so this is the gacha. And is this where you get her for free? Okay, so on day 3 of this is not the gacha, that was my bad. So this is your login bonus. On day 3 of the login bonus, you get Ardelia. She's the best healer in the game and extremely good for the first banner character, Surtur. So, definitely worth using her and building her. And then at 10 days of logging in, you get her weapon for completely free. So that is nice. Gear in this game has specific stats. It does, yes. And it's like preset stuff, kind of like based off of the tier of the gear. And there is some RNG, but it's definitely not even remotely similar to the amount of RNG that you're going up against in Hoyo games or Wuwa or anything like that. It's very, very simple stuff, so... Wait, what is this? Okay, so this is just you get rewards for playing the game, so that's pretty easy. Gives me a 10 roll. Okay, so this is the gacha. I don't want to do this right now because I wanted to finish looking at the events. Okay, what is this? Okay, so when you hit level milestones, you're going to get 10 pulls, so that's pretty nice. And you also get rolling currency. And then what is this? Oh, and then you get to pick a weapon when you hit level 45. So that means literally just by playing the game, you'll be able to get 1 weapon from the battle pass if you don't spend any money, and then a second one from just leveling up, so that's pretty good. I don't know what this is. This kind of just looks like even more rewards. So, level up. Oh, okay, so your account level, you get even more rewards on top of that. Also, Thaddeus, yo, thank you for 2 months of membership. I appreciate that, dude. Let's see. Okay, that's just taking you there. That's the basic login. Okay, so this is like an event tab. This is like everything going on. You can look at it. This is a sign-in event unique to Leviathan, the starter character, so that's nice. This is a trial. And I guess there will be more events after you do story, so definitely a lot of content. Pretty nice. Alright, it is time to Gamba. I have 1 10 pull to use on this banner, and then I have 20 pulls to use on standard. So, here we go. Thoughts on Deadpool and Rivals? He looks pretty cool. So yeah. Alright, here we go. It is time to Gamba. Do I get someone early? Oh, this is new. So on beta, it immediately launches you into the animation that's probably going to play after this. But it looks like this time you actually have to... Wait a minute. It is gold. I don't know what the animation for a 6-star would be. Well, let's find out. Okay, that was fully gold. I don't think I got a 6-star. This is most likely just a... Yeah, okay, so this is just a 5. Alright, can't complain about that, though. Who do I get? I'm really hoping for, Hold on, let me... I am really hoping to get... Let me pull this up real quick. Out of all the 5-stars, I'm really hoping to get Aviwenna and then Arclight. Those are the two that I want the most. So I hope that I do get them off of this 10 pull. We'll have to see though.
Endfield 行動隊 Z7 隊長明栗ただいま参りました管理人
行動隊 Z7 のキャッチャーです。支援を担当します。
Alright,
行動
4
隊
in,
Z7 のキャッチャーです。
5 in. It's gonna be really funny if my very first pull is I only get one 5-star and it's at the very end. Do I get the green girl though? Oh, I got her. Okay, I like her. And another copy of the red hair girl. She's really good for Surtur's team if I'm not mistaken, so that's a pretty good pickup. Oh, here's my 5-star. Oh, nice! I actually got her. That's a big W. We take those, we take those. I doubt there's gonna be... Oh, this is a 12F from the original game. He's really good. That was short-lived, yeah, I guess. Another copy of Estella, and there we go. Yeah, so I'm actually pretty happy with that. Alright, do I have anything else? Alright, I have my 20 standard pulls. Alright. So, I am hoping that if I get a 6-star early, and this is also relevant to the beginner banner, I'm hoping that I do not get Ardelia, because she is free. So, I do not want to get a dupe of her, especially this early in the game. And here we go. Okay. Is that a red tint? I don't know, maybe. It could be. I doubt it, but... No, that's a gold. Alright, so now that I have Aviwenna, she's one of the English. She has a spear, and I just kind of liked that. I do hope that I get the other one, but that might be a little bit greedy. So, we'll see. I feel like I'm gonna max out all the 4-stars by the time I'm done pulling just these 30 times here. Oh, I actually got the green girl. There we go. This is the one you were gooning over, Thaddeus, right? She is very attractive, I'm gonna be real, so... What? True! That is a truth nuke right there. You're also gooning over her? That's fair. Totally fair. Okay, I'm pretty sure he's definitely maxed at this point. Oh, 5-star. Oh, okay, I don't have a problem getting Wolfguard. He's another teammate for the Surtur team. So. And that's probably, yeah, that's it. Alright. So, speaking of since I'm doing gacha right now, and speaking of the gacha, I'm sure that if you guys have been paying attention to the gacha at all, you have heard the drama about it. And I want to make something very, very clear here. It is not that bad. In fact, it is better than probably most of the gachas that you've played. If you're only one of the more modern day gacha players like Hoyo Games and stuff like that. So, in the first patch, if you do all of the content in the game, you are guaranteed to get Surtur. If you want her, of course. In fact, if you do all of the content in the game, you are actually guaranteed to get two characters, two limited characters, and that is assuming you go to full max pity, which is 120. So the general thing that you need to know when pulling in this game is that if you really want a character that is not Surtur, because obviously she is the very first one, don't pull unless you have 120 pulls. If you get 120 pulls, then you're guaranteed the character and you're good. If you don't, then it's not really worth pulling, and don't. So, later in the stream, I'm going to go over the gacha system a little bit more in detail, but for now, it is really, really not that bad, and the doom posting that people have had over it is not that serious. But anyway, alright, on to the last 10 pull here. Let's see what happens. I'm feeling it. It's gonna go red. It didn't go red. Okay, I shouldn't have felt it. You have zero idea about the drama. The very, very short version is that if you pull in this game and you do not go to 120 pulls, meaning, or how should I put this? In this game, to guarantee a character, you have to pull 120 times. Okay? So that's the baseline. That's the guarantee. If you pull 119 times, and you do not get the character in those 119 pulls, your guarantee of those 119 does not carry over into the next banner. And that is why it is important that you do not pull unless you can get 120 pulls within the banner cycle. And people do not like the fact that it does not carry over. And that is what the doom posting and drama was about. Oh, early 5-star. Oh, nice, I got a dupe of Aviwena. Can't complain about that. Do I get another 5-star since that one was early? Would be kind of nice. Another copy of Fluorite, the green girl. Another copy of her, okay. Another copy of Antal, and that's it, okay. Alright, so I do not have... What is this? Is this a single pull? I think this is a single pull, so this isn't really worth using. You've never gotten a double in your gacha career? Oh, so Thaddeus, in this game, 5 stars are 5 stars are essentially the Hoyo version of 4 stars. So, like, if you get a double 5-star in this game, it's not, like, crazy. You would have to get a double 6-star for it to be equivalent to the other games. Alright, but anyway, so it's not really worth pulling on Surtur's banner right now because I just don't have enough of the currency. So I'll leave that for now, but... Oh, you know that? Okay. Do I have enough to pull on the weapon banner? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Bundles. Oh, this is the paid bundles. Oh, wait, holy shit. Thank the Lord. There are actually packs in this game. That is crazy. Okay, I know it's weird that I'm celebrating over the fact that you can spend money in this game, but the reason that I am celebrating the fact that there are actual packs is because in Hoyo Games... Wait, it's only $70 too for the biggest pack. Holy shit, okay. Well, that's good. But anyway, in Hoyo Games, they normalized the fact that there are no packs that are beneficial to the player. All you can do in Hoyo games is spend money to get Primo Gems, and that is it. Right? And since then, pretty much every gacha that releases doesn't copy, or every gacha that releases has copied that system. So you don't get packs that are beneficial. It is literally buy our currency or screw you. But very clearly, there is a lot of bundles you can buy in this game, and I would imagine that they have a lot of good stuff in them. So if you are a spender, or if you want to be a spender, then it is actually semi-worth it in this game, at least it seems to be for now. This is the crazy part, though. Oops, hold on. I did not mean to actually click that. The fact that you can get the biggest pack in the game for $70 compared to Hoyo games at $100 is nuts. Hold on. I'm actually curious about something. I am going to spend these 2 tickets so that I can start with nothing here. Okay, so those 2 pulls... Okay, so a 10 pull in this game is 5,000. Let's see. Okay, and you get... Okay, how much is this worth? So 65 translates to... Hold on, I have to do some math. 487 divided by 65. Okay, so 1 aura geometry seems to be worth 75 aura barrel, I think. So, and if it costs 6,000 aura barrel to do a 10 pull, then if you are getting... So, okay, so how much are you getting here? 194. Oh, it is a double, though. I guess let's assume that after you get the double, it goes down to half, maybe? So what's 194 divided by 2? 97. It would probably be less than half, right? So let's say 80. So let's say after you buy the double, you get 194, because that's the top number, plus 80. So you're getting 274 of the yellow currency. And that translates to, assuming that one of these is worth 75 of the red currency, to 20,000. Okay, so it's worth... So $70 gets you not even 3 10 pulls. Whereas in a Hoyo game, you're spending $100 for... what's it called? 50.5. Okay, so I don't know how I feel about that. It is cheaper, but I don't know how it actually translates to, like, worth, if that makes any sense. I mean, I guess if you're using it to, like, supplement your pulls, like if you already have 80, then no, that's still kind of shit, because then you're spending $70. Like, no matter what, it kind of sucks, doesn't it? $70 for 30 pulls is not that great. I mean, granted, I did say it was only 80. So let's say, what if it's half after you buy the first double top up? So 194 divided by 2 is 97. So then 194 plus 97 would be 291, and then you times that by 75. Oops, I did division. 291 times 75. So, I mean, that only gives you like an extra 1,600, even if it's half. There is a lower pity guaranteed. True, that is true. It's only 120. That is true. But, like, the thing is that even though it's a lower pity, or a lower guarantee, I should say, if the cost is increased, the lower guarantee doesn't actually matter. Because like 70 divided by 100, oh duh, that's just 0.7. And then let's say 21 divided by 6,000. Okay. Actually, 21,825 divided by 500. Okay, so this is assuming that once you buy the double top up, it goes to half, which gives you 297 of the currency, right? That translates to 43.65 pulls. So if you are starting from 0 currency and you buy this to guarantee your character, you have to spend $70 3 times, which would be $210. Okay, so actually, no, if you look at it that way, it's much better. It's so much better, actually. And then if we do a lower estimate where it's not half and we say it's 80, so 194 plus 80 is 274 times 75 divided by 500. So once you buy the original double pack, if we assume that the free bonus of 194 goes down to 80, so less than half, you are still gaining 41 pulls, which means that to guarantee a character at 120, you have to spend $210 if you have 0 pulls whatsoever. Which genuinely is not that bad, considering in a Hoyo game, it's like $400. That's actually crazy value. And now granted, that's if you spend. I'm definitely not recommending spending on a gacha game. But that is more generous. By far. That's almost... You zoned out from the math talk? Okay. Basically, all you need to know is that if I am right, and you get a little bit less than half from the free bonus after your first purchase, it is roughly $210 to guarantee a character on banner if you are starting from 0. It's better, basically. Yeah, it is much better if I am right about the free bonus. I am actually going to test that. Hold on a moment. I have this game installed on my phone, so give me a second. LS is more generous. What is LS, Wiz? Alright, give me a second here. I need to open up the game on my phone. I'm wailing already. Hey, listen, it's for science. It's for science. Don't worry about it. I was gonna buy the battle pass and Welkin anyway, so... I guess I should do some preliminary Googling to see if someone has already figured out how much you get before I swipe myself. Enfield gacha. Enfield buy gacha currency. Let's see what comes up. Let's see. 1.3 seconds, I'm wailing. True. Alright, give me a second. It's time for science. Realistically, I know I'm going to spend on this game anyway, so... Oh, wait. Shit. I was actually... Okay, so I'm actually going to put off spending money for now. Because I want to make sure that I do not get Ardelia off of the beginner banner. So, eventually I will, but for now, I want to make sure that I don't have to reroll. Before I, like, commit and spend money on an account. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get enough pulls to get my beginner 5-star, but at least for the time being, we can just focus on the game. At a glance, though, it does seem like this gacha is basically about half better than Hoyo gachas are, which is insane. Like, that is an insane baseline to start from. So we'll have to see. Alright, now it is time to just play the game, I think. Although, oh well, actually I guess I should look at the characters and do their dupes. Want you to try it? What, try what? As long as it isn't Legends bad, you're chillin'. I mean, could anything be as bad as that from what you've said? So... Okay, let's see. So what do I get? 1.3 seconds, you wailed. No, it's all good, dude. I'll get there eventually. And honestly, I'm sure before I do, other creators will have already purchased, so... Actually, speaking of that, hold on a moment. That might be an easy way to check. It's time to bring up the VODs. Where's Fob? Hi, Fob. I'm sure you've spent money on the game already. Alright, so let's see. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. If you ask for your extremely biased opinion, nothing is worse than Legends. That's rough. Okay, let's see if Fob is swiped already. Okay, so he's already pulled and got Surtur and Aya. Okay, where's his currency? Okay, so he's pulled a lot. Okay, wait. I just saw the packs there. Is he purchasing? Oh, there we go. Okay, hold on. It was 48, it looked like. So it's actually lower. Okay, so hold on. So it's 194 and then 48. So, in that case, 194 plus 48 is 242. Then you times that by 75, because that's how much red currency it translates to. And then you divide that by 500. So that means per $70, you get 36.3 pulls, which basically means that to guarantee a character, 120 divided by 36.3, to guarantee a character, you need to spend at least $210, and then either hope you have more, or hope you have some already and you aren't starting from zero, or you spend another $70. Let me see if he purchases anything else here. Does he buy all of this? Oh, it looks like he's buying all of it. Okay, come on. There we go. Okay, so here we go. So what is that? 92 and 20. 92 plus 20 times 75 divided by 500. 16.8. Are there different pull currencies for beginner banner and standard? I'll explain in a second. Sorry, I'm just being autistic and doing like math to try to figure out how much better the gacha is or not. Okay, so if we assume, so 120 divided by, no, times 500. So in total, to guarantee a character, you need 60,000. If you buy 3 packs, after already having bought the double, it is 194 plus 48. Or was it 46? 48. So you get 242, and then you times that by 75, so 18. So then you times that by 3. Okay, so basically, if you are starting with 0 currency, like nothing, no red currency, no gold currency, no nothing, it will cost you $244 to guarantee a character. So from 0 to 120, it will cost you $244. Even with it, even though that sounds crazy, like who the fuck is going to spend $240 for a character? That is somehow still, let's see, Hoyo games are 400. That's somehow still 39% better than Hoyo games. Let's go! Endfield is popping off, boys. Round of applause for Endfield. Woohoo. Wait, no, isn't that math wrong? I don't remember. Hold on, let me just do this. What percentage of 400 is 244? Oh no, okay. Yeah, so it is a 39% difference. Yeah, so, and then on top of that, as we saw in game, if I can find out where the banners are. As we saw in game, not only can you buy the raw currency, there's also bundles, which are most likely going to be more valuable than just buying the raw currency. I'm not actually joking. I think based off of money, like money spent to guarantee a character, this is actually better than the original Arknights. Like, genuinely. The original Arknights has $100 packs. And there's also no, like, the pity guarantee in that game is ridiculously high. So this is actually, unironically, an extremely generous gacha to those that pay. Huh. Hypergriff is my goat, that's all I can say. But anyway, so if you are rolling on Sokka, if you are rolling on the beginner banner, the currency is all technically the same. Actually, I lied. Never mind. They force you to use this. Okay. So the beginner banner, you roll via completing story. So you have to clear through, looks like basically all of chapter 1, and then you'll get your last pulls here. So you get 40 tickets total, and those 40 tickets are spent... God, where's the banners? How do I get to the rolling page? F9? Okay, it's F9. Okay, so yeah, so basically by playing the game, that is the only way to get these tickets. So basically complete chapter 1, then you're guaranteed a character. On top of that, there is the standard banner. So the standard banner has its own basic tickets, and you can think of these tickets almost kind of like, how do you put it? Like the orbs from Wua, whatever those are called, or like Fate from Genshin, or tickets from Star Rail or whatever. And then you can consider this to be a premium currency, and this to be primo, like primo gems or whatever. The green ones in Wua? Yeah. Okay, and so to explain these two currencies a little bit, this is a carryover from the original Arknights. So basically, this currency here is what is considered the free currency. So you'll be getting this currency from like events, you'll be getting it from clearing story, you'll be getting it from leveling up your account, all that kind of stuff. Like that is the free stuff. This currency, the gold currency, is a mix of both free and paid. And what I mean by that is that you can spend this currency to translate into this currency, the free one, to roll, or you can use it, at least in the original Arknights, to buy different things like skins and stuff like that. In this game, you use it to buy the quote unquote free battle pass. So this is the free tier, the white tier. Then there's the yellow tier that you purchase with the premium but still free currency, the yellow stuff. And then there's the actual spend money tier. I hope that makes sense. So, and then on top of all of that, there are actually just tickets, which is just roll and you're done. You don't like, there's no conversion, there's no premium or not. It's just you get tickets, you roll with them. That's it. And there are standard tickets, which is this, and then there are limited tickets, which is this stuff. But yeah, hopefully that all makes sense. Alright, anyway. Time to actually play the game. And by play the game, I mean level up all my characters. Kind of a neat thing with this game, whenever you level up someone's duplicate potential, you kind of get some lore about them. Well, lore in a sense. And sometimes you just get art. Like for this is the first dupe of Fluorite, so you get a cool art piece of her. But then if I go to... I might have to go a bit... I might have to do another character here. Hold on. Who did I get? I got a lot of dupes of this guy. Here we go. Yeah, I have max dupes of this guy. So for this guy, once again, you get a cool art piece. Then as you go further, nothing on tier 2. On tier 3, you get another piece of art. Okay, I swear there was lore here. Hold on. Maybe they change it to only be pictures. Okay, it is actually just art. Never mind. Yeah, okay, so it's just art. But still, I mean, that's pretty neat. That actually gives you, like, a... For whales, it gives you an incentive to actually... Like, it's kind of like a Zenless, where you get the art for maxing potentials in that game. And the other thing is that if you happen to get dupes of 5 stars... For example, I got a dupe of Aviwena here. You can get art of your 5 stars. So, like, sure, you might not get one of your 6 stars, but you can still get art of the lower rarities, which is pretty cool. So, I'm curious what art they gave Antol here. He's kind of like, he's a cool character. Holy Giga Chad moment. That is some sick art. Hold on, I gotta see the other ones here. What do we got? Wait, they just went full aura with his art. I don't know who these people are. I don't know Chinese, but yeah, this is some cool ass art. Oh, I didn't get the max one. Damn. Piccolo would be proud. That's funny. Okay, let me just full max her and then I'll go through all of them on her. Ooh, that looks pretty in the bottom left there. Alright, so what do we got? Okay, that's pretty cute. This one's very pretty. I like this one a lot. And then what's this one? Wait, isn't that the same one? Oh, I clicked on the wrong one. Okay. That is a really unique art style. I actually don't think I've seen. That's like, it almost looks like it's hand drawn. That's kind of neat. Instead of like digital. Very cool. Oh, there is lore. Here it is. Okay, so the back of each picture has a message. It's not lore per se, but it's like a description of the image. Wait, that's cool. That's cool as hell. Mind sharing your hard-earned free time with someone and she's just lounging around. That's too funny. Hold on, what's the lore on Antle? I gotta go look. Mr. Aura Farmer himself. Out of everything in this world, he would gladly spend his entire life to pursue the highest secrets of Originium arts. Very cool. Don't disturb him. He's carrying out his 115th test run of using Originium arts to compress fire into ashes. Alright, alright. That's pretty neat. Let's see, let me do Fire Girl. Also, by the way, in this game, the extra dupes you get of characters beyond maxing them do actually have a purpose. Oh, that's really cute. Basically, every pull you do in this game gives you a currency, and that currency is used to get weapons. So, as you can see in the top right here, I did 30 pulls, and in those 30 pulls, I got 1100 of the currency. And if you want a gacha for the weapons, then it costs 1980 for a 10 pull. On top of that, though, if you really want to, you can directly buy whatever weapon you want with the currency instead. And it will be more expensive, but I would say it's worth it. It's not necessarily going to be as good as like character signatures, but like, let me see. So like this is meant to be Leviathan's weapon, and it gives you intellect and attack, right? So if we look at this one, this one gives you agility and attack. So like, sure, it wouldn't be as good as the intellect one for someone like Surtur, but it still gives you a pretty solid attack boost. So you could definitely use it as a substitute. So if you really wanted to, instead of gambling and trying to get Surtur's, signature weapon or whatever with the currency you get refunded, you could just save up and buy like a more generic one if you really want. So it's got that benefit as well. But yeah, I think that is all of the gacha related stuff. So, let's see. Okay, so what team do I want to play? What do you want? I did not get Snowshine in beta. Excuse me. I did not get Snowshine in beta, so I don't actually know what she does. But yeah. You catch a stream of mine after so long, but I betrayed HSR for Endfield. No, it's not that serious. But yeah, welcome in, Rizios. Nice to see you drop by. I remember you from some of the older streams. So. Alright, so let's see. I'm actually the red spy? What does that even mean? Okay, so what do you do? Physical... Okay, so she gives a shield. She applies cryo infliction. And then you can trigger... Okay, then you can trigger solidification. You like the Enfield's gacha system, especially around their weapon banners, and now you need Hoyo to implement that. What I need Hoyo to implement first is a lower cost for their gacha. So I don't. You weren't here when we were just talking about it, but with the price of packs in this game, hold on, let me pull that up real quick. So if you are someone that spends money in these games, Rizios, if you are starting from 0 currency at all, it costs you $244 to guarantee a character, which sounds like a lot, but in a Hoyo game, you have to remember it's $400. So it is like almost around half the price to guarantee a character in this game, which is kind of nuts. Yeah, I know what TF2 is, Fleur. Or, Rogue Spectre. Why did I say my own name? So, that's pretty nice. Anyway, back to characters. Okay, do I want to play... Let me see. What does Snowshine feel like? What do you do? Okay, so she has a Claymore. Very slow attacks. And then what is her skill? Okay, so her skill is a shield. That doesn't seem that useful, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, it would be useful as an off-fielder, but you definitely would not on-field her. Her zone did seem kind of small from this. Alright, I would be interested to see what her ult is though, so I'll leave it in there for now. I did not like Wolfguard in beta, but if or when I get Surtur, I do want to play her. I believe Aviwenna is electric, yeah. Okay, what is your combo skill? When a controlled operator performs a final strike on a target. Okay, that's just finishing the basic attack chain. With electric infliction or electrification, she leaps into the air and throws thunder lances. Okay, that's fine. I believe Perlica is electric. Let me see. She is, so I should be able to get electrification theoretically. Let me see. I think if I do Perlica... What are you? Let me see. Oh, you're also electric. Okay. For you, only the monthly pass is worthwhile. You would just buy the pulls directly if the cost was around 40 for 100. You'll never get that, but yeah. I mean, at this point, the way that I look at gacha games is that, to me, excuse me, I'm kind of like losing my voice a little bit. The way that I look at gacha games is that I, at least personally, do not have like a big, super expensive hobby that I'm into, if that makes any sense. Like, don't get me wrong, I have hobbies. Like, I love reading, I love hiking, I love doing other stuff. But like, you know, you don't have to spend a bunch of money to go hiking, you know what I mean? And like, if you buy one book every month, that's like, you know, 10 or 20 bucks a month, depending on how big of a book it is. So for me personally, the money that I spend on gacha games is my quote-unquote hobby money. Or, in other words, it's the money that I have as expendable income. So, but that will be different for everyone. Some people look at that and is like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you spending money on a game that is, you know, why are you spending money on something that will eventually go away? So, definitely depends on the person, but yeah. Okay, I do actually want to use 12 or Antol if possible. He's kind of a Giga Chad, so. Okay, so his ult applies electric amp. So that just means he improves electric damage. So that means I could probably run Antol plus Aviwenna plus Perlica, and then I just need one more. Who would that be, though? I guess that team doesn't have a healer, so maybe I need a healer. Do I even have a healer, though? Because I don't think Antol heals. Yeah, okay, so you definitely want to play Antal with Aviwenna because he buffs her damage. Okay, surely one of these guys is a healer. Cryo, lift. Maybe you don't even need a healer. I have no idea. Okay, so he's just a generic shielder. I mean, maybe shields are enough. Channeling state. Okay, so this is an off-field pyro applicator. Yeah, maybe you don't even need a shielder. Maybe you can just do, or maybe you don't even need a healer, I should say. Maybe you can just go with, like Snowshine as a, shielder. Yo, Fusionable, what's up, dude? Nice to see you drop by. For now, you're going to give Enfield a fair shot. It's impressed you with some of the systems, and it's not like you have to quit HSR and Zenless to enjoy it. Oh, 100%. I've been saying this all stream, but I think everyone should try the game, make their own opinion on it, and then if you like it, great. If you don't, oh well, at least you tried it. I think it is a good enough game at a baseline that it is worth trying, period. Like, ignore all the Doom posting, ignore everything else. Like, it is a solid game at its core. And considering how good the original Arknights was, I have very, very high hopes that they will do a good job with Enfield as well. Alright, I need to remember, how do I open my team selection? You. Alright. You were trying out Enfield for the past couple hours. How you liking it, Fusionable? Seems like a good time so far. Nice, nice. Okay, so I want to keep Perlica. I want to keep Snowshine, and then I get rid of Chen for Aviwenna. So she's my on-fielder. And then over here I'll set up a physical team. Can I like do a quick setup? I can. So this team would be those two plus Chen. I'm not sure who the third slot would be. Probably Estelle. For now though, I'm going to go with an electric squad. The combat system seems like it actually has some decent depth already. Yeah, dude. I was talking about this earlier in the stream, and honestly, I might put this in the video I'm planning on making later, but the amount of depth that there is in this game is kind of nuts because of the multiple systems that each team has. Because not only is there the element system, but there's also the entire combo trigger system. So you can design teams around either or of those things, or if you want, you can design a team around both. Or on top of that, you can design a team around doing two different things at once. So like you could have a full fire team that's only focused on chaining combo attacks and, you know, getting fire, you know, like inflictions and stuff. Or you could do like a defense, like half of your team is based off of lowering defense and then the other half is based off of fire. Or you could ignore the element system entirely and just focus in on like, okay, how can I trigger my combo skills as much as possible? Like there's a lot of variety with the game in terms of what you can do, which is quite nice to say the least. Okay, so she wants will instead of agility. That's interesting. Is the spear will? No, the spear is agility. Okay, so that's why it's higher stats. All right. Just give me a second here. I'm just figuring out if I have weapons for these guys. Actually, can I do a weapon 10 pull? Let me see. I don't think I can. I can't yet. Okay. So for now, you can use that. You have your 5-star weapon. Can I level you up a little bit? I can. Let's get you up to level cap reached. Alright. So I'll max her. I know I'm going to be using Perlica long term, so might as well max her. And then 12F is my, or Antal, I guess, is my goat, so I definitely want to level him too. I'm not sure about leveling, not sure about leveling Snowshine yet. The comments is, by the way, am I going to do a video about that post I made asking you what you would change in HSR? I am, and that is coming out in 9 days, Rogue Spectre. That's the video that Axel has been working on for the past couple weeks. So it's quite a long one to say the least. It's I think it's 21 minutes long, but I go through a bunch of different questions, so that's why it's long. Alright. Activate the TP point. It's time to actually play the game! Almost 3 hours into the stream. Let's go! As an Arknights fan, do I have any idea about its collab with Limbus Company? I mean, I know there was a collab, but there wasn't anything that came over to Arknights, so I'm not too familiar with what happened in Limbus. Are you in the video? I won't spoil Rogue Spectre, just watch it and find out. You don't have to wait too long, so we'll get there eventually. Where's my mouse? There it is. Alright. Continuing on with the story. Actually, let me see. Okay, and then... Oh, okay, hold on. Important thing to note here, by the way. When you are on fielding a character, your skill numbers don't change. So make sure you design your team in a way where you have them on the numbers that you want. For me personally, I always put my DPS on 2, but with how I have my team set up right now, she's on 3, so I have to adjust. Can I click and drag? No. Okay. So I want my support to be... I'll do Perlica as... I'll do support on 1, DPS on 2, sustainer on 3, and then sub DPS on 4. So... have I tried Limbus Company? I have been recommended it a lot of times, but frankly, I just don't have the time to play it. So, I have not tried it personally. But I have only heard good things about the game, especially its story. I've heard it compared to both Arknight's story as well as FGO's story, which is very high praise, because those games have amazing story. So... but yeah. I'm never getting to it now that Endfield is out. That's, yeah, that's probably true. The only way that I'm probably gonna get to it, Thaddeus, is if, what am I saying? The only way that I would probably get around to playing Limbus is if I drop a bunch of gacha games. And currently, I don't feel the desire to do that because I like the majority of them. So... Okay, you know what? Maybe I should not have leveled my characters because those guys died in like one hit. I play Limbus Company in 2038. Hey, I mean, I don't think it'll be that long. It ain't that bad. Combat is a different story in Limbus. I've heard it's very complicated, so... I really like Nikke. I mean, I like the characters in Nikke Wiz, and I've also heard that the story for that game is really good. But like I said, I literally just started playing it recently. So I'm only on chapter 4. I'm barely into the game. Hold on a second. I will say I am pretty happy with the characters that I've gotten. But yeah.
アンゲロスとランドブレーカーが次々に湧いてきて抑えきれなかった。とにかく助かったよ。俺はまず施設を修理する。それから俺には2人仲間がいるんだ。道中エラフィアとフォルテを見かけたら武器を持ってくるように伝えてほしい。俺は先に準備をしておく。
Alright, so save that guy, now I can move on.
勝利の女神
This is just a very, very quick aside here because I want to show Wiz something. And then I will continue. But, do I have a display capture? Yeah, here we go. So, these are the characters I've gotten so far. I started playing for her, but I picked up Red Rappy, and then I got a few of these other ones. So, a decent amount of characters, but that's about it. Like I said, playing extremely casually. Alright, continuing on. Rappy Red Hood, GG's, I won, yeah. I did one 10 pull on the purple girl labels banner, and I got her, so I was like, okay. And then I went and did one pull on Red Rappy's banner, and I got her too, and I was like, oh, well, alright.
全員が欠かせない存在。
工業団の作業員がランドブレーカーを片付けましょう。ビリビリしたいの？援護します。後期。
感謝する。まったく。すま。
ケチな野郎か。ランドブレーカーってさ。
I know this has been a very disconnected playthrough of the story so far because I've been stopping more than a couple times, but if you haven't noticed, basically what we're doing right now is going to save a bunch of different people that got caught out in the invasion of the land breakers, and the land breakers are kind of like the generic big bad guys. So yeah, the funny thing, Wiz, is that after I pulled her in a 10 pull on that banner, I was pulling on the New Year's banner, which was like you pull 30 times or whatever, and then you get a selector. And I got her there too, so I actually have one dupe of her. So I was like, I don't think I was meant to be this lucky when playing a gacha game, but here we are.
さっき一回恥ずかしいところを見せたしな。これ以上迷惑はかけられない。施設の無事が確認できたらすぐに戻る。もし途中で俺の兄弟2人に会ったら。
Okay, so he says optional rescue the crewmates. Where are they at? Okay, clearly not here. You know, maybe you're not supposed to on-field this character. I can't tell, to be honest. Because her skill... Where is it? Okay, so I need to get okay. So I have to get Thunder Lances on the field. Okay, so I have to combo trigger into her. When a controlled operator... Yeah, okay, I don't think you're meant to play this character on field. Okay. Because if I... Yeah, because when you trigger the combo skill, she throws Thunder Lances, and then with her active skill, the lances are pulled in. So I do not think you're meant to on-field this character. So that means I need to play either Perlica or 12F on field. I guess that's fine. You're in bed, so you might pass out. Dude, go get some rest. Alright, I need to adjust this, since she is not the on-fielder. Let's try this and see how 12F on-field feels. Okay, so it wants me to go that way. So yeah, this must be the guys I have to save. Okay, so there's one with a chest.
あいつら二人かと思ったよ。お、
って怪我してるよ。それにこれや。
まあそうだ。アンギョロスはさすがに無理だが。こんな
Why does this guy just randomly have such a Giga Chad voice?
連中には到底及ばねえからな。
Like, listen to this.
まあそうだ。まあそうだ。
Just random NPC 123's got like most Giga Chad voice I've heard so far.
中枢基地まで比較的安全なルートを今すぐ確保する。
そうだ。こいつが倒れる前に聞いたんだが、北の方から来たと言ってた。北の方にうっすら何か見える気はするが。
The guy's English voice actor is insane too. Okay. I might have to look up like an English playthrough to hear that. That actually reminds me. Hold on a minute. I wonder if I can find this. Yeah, this guy. Hold on a minute. I know I'm stalling again, but you'll be surprised. Just hold on. So this is back in Genshin. And where is it? Is it you? This one. Wait, that's not right. Where is it? No, not that. This one? No. I'll get there eventually. There we go. So okay, let me know if you guys can hear this.
但我不想和你做生意。
You can? Okay, this cracked me up. I think it's the English voice that's really deep. So just, I'll just play through this and just listen. You'll notice it.
但我不想和你做生意。
So that's the Chinese voice.
这算个什么事啊？ 하고 싶지 않은데.
This is the Korean voice.
난 그쪽이랑 거래하고 싶지 않은데.
This is the Japanese voice. And just wait for it.
100,000 mora.
I'm not here to do business with you. What are we even doing here?
Bro has got the deepest voice I have ever heard in my entire life.
100,000 mora.
I'm not here to do business with you.
It's literally just like, I'm not here to do business with you. Like, what are we doing?
$100,000 mora.
I'm not here to do business with you.
But yeah, that shit fried me when I saw that on Twitter. I was like, why in God's green earth did they make that guy's voice so deep? Super villain right there? Like, yeah, dude, like, either a villain or, like, maybe that's, like, Batman in real life? Like, I don't know, man. Like, that is just insane. You love the meme where it fades into yeah, it fades into the Batman image. That was too funny. Yeah, I think I'm missing something with how Aviona works here. Hold on. What is her combo skill trigger? When the controlled operator performs a final strike. Okay, so why isn't she triggering? I'm so confused. Because whenever I do that, Perlica is triggering instead. Oh, they have to have... Okay, they have to have electric infliction. Okay, never mind. Okay, so where can I get... Does he apply electric infliction? So he applies susceptibility. And amp. So where can I get electric what is it? Electric infliction. Okay. So she can self-apply. No, she has to have thunder lances on the field to apply electric infliction. Returning. I wish I knew who applies this. Oh, okay. Perlica can. Alright, there we go. So basically, I need to use Perlica's skill to apply electric infliction. Then, I need to do a basic attack chain to trigger her combo skill. And then, I can use her actual skill after that. Okay. I'm learning. I'm starting to pick it up. I do appreciate that even this early on in the game that there is that kind of team building though. That's pretty nice. Or I guess team building isn't necessarily the right word. Like team theory question mark? Is that even the right word? I have no idea. Complexity. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so let's try that here. So I need to use 4. And then I need to oh, but they just die. They're all too weak. Yeah, I can't actually do the combo because they all just die. Okay, I have to get somewhere where I can deal more damage. Okay, so that took me this way. I did the puzzle there. Nothing more beyond that gate. I'm not gonna have to use my brain until I'm 120 hours in the game, probably. I mean, I don't know if it's that serious. I just need, like a level 20 enemy or something like that. Like, I just want to see it, like, the team and work in practice. You know what I mean? But, like, I'm fighting level 4 enemies and I'm level 20 right now. So that's just never gonna happen. And maybe one of these guys will be strong. Maybe. That guy is red, so definitely he's got to be stronger, right? Surely. Okay, so I apply infliction. Now I have to do a basic attack chain. And that, okay, so there it goes. And now she summons a lance. Okay, and then I got like 4 ticks there. Okay. So okay, I'm starting to get it. So same thing, I can apply that. Finish a basic attack. Okay, well they died. Okay, what does her ult look like? Let's see. That's pretty cool. Damn, that was high damage. 400? Alright. So, Fusionable, which characters did you end up liking? Or playing, I guess, because you said you were playing it for a few hours, right? So, how far did you get in? I do wonder how many bosses there are gonna be, or even just elites, like as they play through the story and stuff.
なまっちゃったな。ちょっとしか動いてないのに死ぬかと思った。でも片付けは完了だ。じゃあみんな早速始めるぞ。
待って待って。
そりゃそうだ。もちろんこんなことになるとは。
Albert, yeah, he's back. He made a return.
協約の申請は受け取ったし、権限の確認も完了したよ。これで
You think the Endman is really fun to main DPS, and then you also built Fluorite, and then you got the Wolf guy who uses dual guns. Yeah, Wolfguard, yeah. I wasn't a huge fan of Wolfguard in the beta, but I did like playing Endman, so...
管理に準備は整っ
I think what I'm probably gonna do is because I leveled this team too high, I'm probably gonna swap over to my physical team, and then I'll actually have, like, a semi-decent... Not necessarily a challenge, but... things won't die instantly, so... Let me do you... Then... Go for Snowshine. No, let's do this.
準備はできているよ。
You want Albert to be playable? Yeah. The dual gun users feel slow to play. Yeah, that's why I didn't really like it. The other thing that I thought was kind of weird... Let me actually go to another team here, because I have Wolfguard. Oh, this is story. Well, I guess I can't play Wolfguard
協
here.
約コアは問題を解決する重要な鍵。
Come on, Edmund. You can do it. Is this where we get, like, the very beginning of the factory? I don't remember. Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, I really want to get into the factory building stuff, because that's where a lot of, not necessarily a lot of the gameplay, but a good chunk of the gameplay comes from. Like managing your factory, setting up like resource chains, that kind of stuff. And I didn't get too far into that stuff in the beta, so I want to like experience it in full here in the actual game. So
ああ、すまん。興奮しすぎたな。
協約コアの設置が終わり、ここは修正工業システムはここを中心として各地のあらゆる問題に星空を仰ぐならば地に足をつけるべきだ。管理に私たちは今も
I do hope, by the way, that they don't go too far with this here. Like, don't get me wrong, the administrator is definitely intended to be a important character, but I really do hope that they don't go down the route of just constant glazing of the administrator. But yeah, so we'll see. Also, YouTube lets me gift memberships every now and then, so I can send 5. So, here we go. If you get it, enjoy. Doesn't look like anyone in chat here got it that time, but alas. Those, if any of you guys are actually here, enjoy.
協約コア、そして修正工業システム、そのすべてからきっと
Yeah, you know what, Rogue Spectre, eventually you might get it, but somehow you always miss it. It's a little bit funny. The curse is real,
よ
true.
し、俺は協約コアの調整をするぞ。みんなには中継タワーを。
中継タワーはいくつか準備しておきました。すぐに設置できる状態になっています。でもそれどうやって。
そうだな。オリジニウムの特性を応用して
Someone cursed you, you swear? That's too funny. The factory system reminds you of the probe system from Xenoblade Chronicles X. I mean, honestly, I think the game took a lot of inspiration in general from Xenoblade. I mean, it's pretty undeniable that the combat is relatively similar, so... The factory, though, it's not... It depends on what kind of mode you're playing through the factory in. Like, if you only do the top-down version of the factory, then it's honestly more like Factorio, in my opinion. But if you're doing it in the 3D space, then it feels a little bit like Satisfactory to me. But either way, I mean, it's a really interesting system, so... Alright, so this is the very beginning of the factory. So I believe this is when I start setting up the power grid, so can start doing that. So power transmission, this is just where you connect things. Alright, no big deal. So from here, I can connect power over here. Now I've got a power system. Nice. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, how tedious is the system? Some of the chests appear to require to connect them to the power system. So basically, Fez, the way that you should think about the factory system in this game is that you're not just using it to produce materials and stuff like that. You're using it to essentially develop your world. And what I mean by that is, like, you're going to go into a region that has rock, like ore locations, and you're going to have to connect power to that to collect the ore. So, like, it's not necessarily like a full open world game where you just kind of wander around doing whatever you want. It's more like it's a confined space that you kind of have freedom to do what you want with. So you're going to have to be you're going to be connecting power lines across it. You're going to be connecting zip lines across it. You're going to have different mini bases, like for resource collection. If I'm not mistaken, you can also set up turrets, so there will also be some stuff that you need to power, like for your base defense and stuff like that. And then, like you said, there are some puzzles as well, or chests that you have to connect them to the power system with. So, personally, I don't consider it tedious, because at the end of the day, once you set up your power grid, like, what's there to be tedious about? Because you already have power in each location. But that could be different for each person. So, if you find it more tedious than not, then, you know, it is what it is. At least personally, I did not find it super tedious. I will say that. But again, different for everyone. So. エンドフィールドにとって最も重要な使命の一つ。タロ2の危機を救う要になるからです。我々は数年前に協約コア Alright, so it wants me to bring power lines down there. Okay, hopefully it will let me move this. Okay, how do I... Stash mode. So you won't have to set it up, tear it down, and then set it up in a different location. You can just continue to expand without ever losing progress. Yeah, basically, yeah. And even once you go... So eventually in the game, you're going to go to their version of China, because it's a gacha game. Everyone has their version of China. And once you go there, like, you'll leave your base area back in, you know, like, where I'm at now, like this area. But it'll still be there. So, like, whenever you come back to this area, like, to gather resources and stuff like that, you'll have all the resources that, you know, you would have gathered in time and everything like that. You'll just have made, like, new bases and stuff in their version of China or wherever else and stuff like that. So no problem, no problem. All right, I just want to bring this tower. I will say you definitely want to make use out of the maximum length that you can to kind of save resources for yourself. So like in the tutorial for setting up power here, right? I have 80 meters of cable, but the first tower is here, right next to the factory. And then from this tower, it wanted me to put one down there, which is only 60 meters away. So like if you want to manage your resources, quote unquote, a bit better, then definitely don't directly follow the tutorials and kind of like adjust it to make it custom to how you want it to be. And if you don't end up liking the factory, I will say there is a blueprint system. So realistically, what you could end up doing is literally just copying someone else's factory that they've made. So you saw that the interactive map has the blueprints on there? Yeah, exactly. Okay. What is this? What actually is that? I don't know. Okay, yeah, so here's an example of what you were talking about, right? Like you're gonna have to connect power to this. So something that you can do, right? It's like, so I have this one all the way out here. What I could do is directly connect, what I could do is come around the corner here and then just directly connect it. And then I'm done. Or, if it takes it back, I can do my setup, right? I go the full 80 meters. Let's say to here, this is close enough, right? Then I connect. So that's done, right? And then from here, if I want to, I can take this all the way back. And then now I have this connected here. And I could go the other direction by then connecting this all the way up over here. So like, you see what I mean? Like I'm already creating a grid. Like I have it connected through 3 power lines and also connected to the puzzle. And then like say there's ores over there that I want to mine. Then I could then take another cable and bring that over to the ores, and then I set up an ore manufacturing system over there. And like you're never going to need to take that stuff down. So I will say it's not necessarily a bad thing to take away the stuff that you use for the puzzles, because those are basically kind of like, it's a puzzle, right? You're not going to go do a puzzle more than once. But, you know, you set up your system and then that kind of stuff, so. Okay, what are you? Oh, it's for the chest, okay. There's another one. And then, what are you? Is this just open yet, or did I miss one? Still missing one, okay. That must be in here. Somewhere. Yep, there it is, okay. So I need to connect power over here. I might be able to reach that. I also have to connect it there, okay. Let's do power from here to here. Plug that in, so that doors should be open. And then plug this. Can I reach it? This would be kind of goated if I could. Wait. How did this get power? From where? Okay, now I'm confused. I don't know where this door got power from. Maybe it didn't need any. Oh, this is... okay, I know what that is. That's like batteries. Oh, that might be... is that a better spear? Might be the same spear I already have on my AV1.
この角度素敵に見えるでしょ
Switch. Oh no, it is different. Okay, so it's Will, and that's what she
武
wants.
器は
Awesome.
体の一部そう教わってき
So she has a better spear. She's got her signature. She's got her signature.
何が
Endman's just got a random 4-star, but that should be fine. Yeah, I don't have anything better. And then Perlica. Oh, I got... Do you want Will? What do you want? She wants Intellect. Oh, this boosts main attribute and attack. Okay, so this 3-star is actually better than this one for her. Okay. Drippy Spear. True! Alright, where was that? Okay, over here. If I'm not mistaken, I have to bring power through this area. I remember doing that in the beta. Make explosives. Oh, that's what I'm doing. Right, I have to throw it through here to blow that up. Now the door's open. Anything around back here? Doesn't look like it. Okay, don't have to worry about that. Do I know if the game has any rotating endgame? Does it? I'm not actually sure. I did personally, I did not get far enough in the game to know. So I don't know offhand. Let's see, what does Google have to say for itself? Enfield's first endgame mode. Okay, what is this? Let's learn together. Is it you? Yeah, it's you. Okay. So let me skim through this. Okay, Umbral Monument. Wait, that's considered endgame? Okay, so that's interesting. So so Umbral Monument, if I'm not mistaken, is not like... It's not like Abyss per se, or like MOC or what, something like that. Yeah, it's a bit different from that. It's not just like you have to fight and that's it. Maybe it is. I swear. Oh, you know what? Maybe I might be mixing it up with the... I think in one of the betas there was a roguelike. I might be mixing it up with that. This kind of just looks like combat. Combat! Excuse me. What is this? Is there buffs? Oh no, that's her skills. Okay. Okay, no, so this is definitely just like Abyss or Tower. Ignore what I said. That's exactly what this is. Bwomp, yeah. It looks like there's different types. So like as you can see here, this is the boss duo that he fought earlier in the video. These guys. So it does look like there's different types, but yeah, this does just look like defeat the enemies within a time limit. Which is really unfortunate, I can't lie, because I hate timers. Yeah, that's a... I mean, it does say here, survive the gas, so I wonder if there's, like, modifiers on the stage. But we really don't know. Umbral Monument Endfield. Let's see. Looks like Umbral Monument will be updated every 2 weeks after it releases. Oh, okay. Here you go. It has 3 levels, which is what we saw in this guy's video. Well, I close it now. It has a 10-minute timer, but how fast you clear does not affect the rewards. All you have to do is clear. I think 10 minutes is a pretty generous time. So there is a resetting endgame, but it does not seem to be that like crazy. We are yeah, we're so back. Truth nuke. No, that's actually really good to hear though. So all right, there you go. We're free, Drew. Okay, I think I have to, if I remember right, I have to take this through here. Right, maybe I don't. Do I? Oh, no, I guess not. Okay, where does it want me to throw this? Oh, there we are.
Yep.
What does that do? Okay, so that opens the next gate. How do I get over there? Is that stairs? That might be stairs. Can I just do this? No. Okay. Oh, there's a crate. Okay. So I don't have to worry about that. So I can just literally do this. Grab this chest. Any other chests around here? Oh, this is one of the oculi. And okay, that's actually a higher level guy. Hold on a minute. I can play the electric team. Let's go. Not related to Arknights, but Stygian and Genshin reduce the timer for difficulties 1 to 3 to 2 minutes, and that's really uncool. Oh, actually, yeah, I noticed that last night. After you left Fusionable, me and Dan went through Stygian on his account, and like we were because I was using my EU account, which doesn't really have like crazy units, and then he's obviously got his account, which is relatively new. And we actually struggled to clear the new one, the dog thingy, within the 2 minutes, and I was like, wait a minute, since when is there a 2-minute timer? I was like, what's going on here? The new boss is so bad. Yeah, it's something. What is this? That is not a very big field. Okay, so that's kind of strange. He dropped oh wait, no, that must have been from the dog. I was about to say he dropped an item while I was fighting him, but no, he didn't. Is it mean to say that I didn't actually find him that annoying? I mean, it was difficult, don't get me wrong. But I honestly did not find it to be that difficult. Now granted, I was playing the shill characters, I was playing Columbina and Effa. But it really wasn't that... I think the more annoying thing is that it wants you to have multiple lunar teams. Because it wants you to have lunar for that guy, and then it also wants you to have lunar for the electro shield guy. That was the annoying thing for me. You're bricked. I mean, were you able to eventually clear it, or still no? I mean, hopefully you were able to actually clear it at the end. You weren't? Oh shit, okay. I mean, I don't know what teams you have, to be honest with you, but yeah. You think the Electro Shield guy is easier to do without Lunar? That is true. He's a lot easier than the dog to do without Lunar, but it definitely, like, just running Flins into him is definitely, like, kind of the free way to win, quote unquote. But you can definitely get by running a regular Electro Charge team. Like, you could go back and run old Taser, for example. You could run new Taser with, like, Aoife or Roron or whatever. So, there's definitely options, I will say. More so than the dog. The dog feels like if you don't have Lunar Charge, well, screw you. But, I don't know. Okay, so this is the Resonance Tower, setting up our area. It's pretty good. More people are brute forcing the dog with Hypercarry, Arlecchino, and Mavica. Interesting. I mean, I know it's kind of annoying to take out the bird thingies that it summons if you don't have grouping, but I mean, I cleared it fairly easily in Fearless earlier, so I don't know. But I also brought my Kazuha, so I brought my Kazuha to group, so that definitely helped. You need Arlecchino and her weapon? Oh yeah, I mean, I can imagine. You probably need even more investment on her than you would need on, what's-her-face, on Mavica. I'm once again pointing out that I already read the text on screen and it didn't let me click because there's an animation that's playing. Kazuha grouping is fine, but until he's so useless for Lunar. Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing about Kazuha is that he buffs damage bonus, and that just does literally nothing for Lunar. But hey, if you got C2, at least you can buff Elemental Mastery a little bit. Just get C2 on all your characters. What's the problem, bro? Don't you have infinite money, dude? Like, come on, bro. I do want to go back and try Sucrose there. And see if she is actually enough to group up the bird guys. But that'll be for later. Enfield definitely takes priority right now. Sucrose is enough, but sometimes just gets messed up because she's not super consistent. Yeah, I could definitely see that. You had it right the first time, Fusionable. You're good. Not super consistent is proper English. Kind of. Alright. Oh, finally, I unlocked menus, I think. Maybe. It did. There we go. I just want to say this menu is so cool. Easily the best gacha UI, like, period. 4 hours in and we got a map. True. Hey, we're not at 4 hours yet. We're at 3 hours and 40 minutes. That's actually sick, yeah. And this is just, that's just the, like your menuing. There's also the actual map like this, where you get more and more areas, the more you explore and stuff like that.
Entering core AIC area.
Alright, I need to use the bathroom really quickly, so I'll be back. BRB. In the meantime, hold on a minute. Where is she?
エンドフィールド危機対策班準備完了。
お仕事来たんだ。
You can stare at Fluorite. It lets me swap to her. There we go. Hell yeah. I'll be right back.
反応ゼロ
Alright, I'm back. And yes, before you ask, I did wash my hands. Alright, so I have a question for you guys since there's not actually that many of you here. What is your opinion on faceless creators like myself? Like, would you prefer that everyone just has, like, uses a webcam or whatever, or like, or maybe as a VTuber or something like that, or what? Because I've been semi-considering it, using a webcam at some point. I'm not, like, 100% on it, but, yeah. You think it's situational? They're chill, but you just like the her to pick. That's fair, honestly. You think it's entirely up to the creator? Yeah. I mean, obviously, you're not going to do it if you don't want to. Or the creator wouldn't if they don't want to, I guess. But yeah. Oh yeah, I meant to show this off earlier. Something that I didn't really like when playing Wolfguard in the beta is that his gameplay is shooting. And then if you're not playing him and you use a skill or whatever, it's just more shooting. And that's it. That's all he does. So like I feel like they kind of like did not cook, to say the least. And it's not much different for Fluorite either. You feel like you don't lose anything by not having a webcam, but you also can gain stuff from the webcam. That's fair. Yeah, no, I can see that. Because, like... There is the other way of looking at it where, you could actually lose stuff from having the webcam if you're someone that's not, I guess, conventionally attractive or whatever. I mean, obviously, like a lot more people are gonna watch like Saikuno, for example, than they are gonna watch like Fat Gamer 123 in their mom's basement. And to be clear, I'm not talking about myself there. Dream situation, yeah, true, yeah. If you make it like that a big of a deal as he did, and then it ends up kind of being like a nothing burger, yeah.
お仕事来たんだ。
You need our dual gun users to defy gravity. What, you want to play like Wuo where they just hover while they shoot and slowly float down?
オリジニウムの特性上、どんな機械設備にも使えるのが結晶外核だ。最もよく使われる材料でもある。
Why did Chen just do the speed thing? Hold on a minute. Ken literally just did this. Like, it's uncanny. That's too funny. Boy, do I love getting bots from Twitch. See you later, dude. The annoying thing about my chat thing is I don't think I can delete messages. Maybe if I delete it on Twitch. Hold on. Can I even do that? Delete. Did that do anything? Nope, didn't do anything. Well, oh well. Yeah, man, it's like, I genuinely don't understand why people set up bots to advertise other bots, because it's like, let's be real, no one is going to go to that website. Who the hell is going to do that? You wish that Wuwa kept your interest? I mean, I don't know. It never really, like, clicked for me, if that makes sense. Don't get me wrong, I think Wuwa is a good game, but, like, when I play Genshin, for example, like, and I get really into exploring, I want to explore more. In Wuwa, I don't get the same feeling, at least not to the extent that I do in Genshin. Now, I will say the combat is fun as hell, but, like, there are some parts of the game that are just, like, so whatever to me that, yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the reason that out of all the gachas I play, it's the one on the chopping block, first and foremost. Well, that one and Nikke, because that's a newer one, but regardless. Genshin exploration is your therapy session. Yeah, kind of the same, to be honest. It's just fun. Like, it's just fun to wander around. Oh, I already got a survey, and they're gonna give me pulls for doing it. Hold on a minute. Is this gonna open? Is my game bricked? Hello? Enfield? I think I might have just crashed my game. Escape? Wu has good exploration, but the combat system is super basic and the story actively made you hate the game. I don't know. I would argue that the combat system has more depth than some of the other games that are out there. At least in terms of like moment to moment combat, I will say. like, when you boil it down, all you end up doing in that game is going through a rotation. But I think it is much harder to go through the rotations in that game consistently than it is in something like Genshin, for example. But that's just my opinion. Okay, I'll do this survey later. It finally loaded. There we go. Back in the game. What is this? G. Oh my god. Infinite tutorials. Thank you. How do I even... Can I just hold D? Does that work? Nope, I have to spam D. Alright. You don't really care for exploration in these gacha games, and even in stuff like Elden Ring, you just want to do the bosses. Interesting. See, for most of the people that I've talked to about Elden Ring, they enjoy the process of getting to the bosses as well, as long as it's not, like, cringe, if that makes any sense. Because, like, I know in some of the original Dark Souls, there were some paths to bosses that it was literally like a 5-minute walk to get there. And that would be cringe, quote unquote. But if it's like you just beat one boss and then your goal is to you just beat one boss and then your goal is to go through a map and get to another one, I've seen most people are pretty okay with that, but yeah. I could see why you wouldn't like it though. At the end of the day, it is just, you know, fight bosses, whatever. You love world exploration? Me too, yeah. I didn't care for it all that much until Genshin, to be completely honest with you. But once I started playing Genshin, I was like, bro, this is my stuff. I'm all in on this. And now I will say Genshin isn't perfect either. I think that Genshin is... I mean, it was actually one of the first videos I made on my channel where I was talking about how back in... in certain parts of the game, it feels like you're doing a checklist rather than wandering around and doing what you want. But since Nod Cry, at least, I think it's gone more back to its roots and feels a lot better. But, yeah. As a 9-to-5 Andy, you've grown to appreciate Genshin exploration after a long workday. Yeah, I totally get that. It's not like you want bosses all the time, but you don't like searching around. That's fair. A refining unit has been placed in my backpack. Press B or Alt to open the backpack. Okay. Put the refining unit on field. Oh, this is how I process the stuff, right? Okay. I remember. Now I'm gonna have to power it. Electric pylon. Okay. Right, so you set up the pylon to be in range and then it powers both. Okay. Got it. You will say you miss having random basic chests hidden in obscure places like early Mondstadt and Liyue. Yeah, I mean, that's what I miss for the most part. Because, like, for me at least, when I played Genshin for the first time, when I saw something in the distance, right? Like, say this is Genshin, right? And let's say that I'm just walking through this area, you know, I turn the corner of the factory machine or whatever, and then I see over there, that hill, and I see a chest over there. Like, for me, I'm like, I want to go get that chest. And then along the way, right, as I'm walking over here, I see, oh, there's this squiggly floaty guy. So I want to go see what that is. And then I figure out whatever this is, right? And then I'm still working my way over there. But then, like, here, I find 4 carrots that I can pick up. And then once I pick up the 4 carrots, it spawns a chest. And, like, you would just get thing after thing exploring Genshin back in the early days that was like that it felt like you could literally start in like Narnia and end up in space, and you would have, gone to do like 20 different things, but somehow, despite all of that, you got to the end goal of that chest over there eventually, and it was fun along the way. But like nowadays, you don't always get that same feeling, which is kind of a little bit frustrating in my opinion, but also I think Nodcry has done a better job of bringing that back. So, you like the exploration in Witcher 3 because you can get unique quests and characters, and you prefer that over loot. I will say, I don't think that gacha exploration is perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I think it is fun, but I think what it misses for the most part is a goal, if that makes any sense at all. And to explain that, what I mean a little bit more, like right now, if you're exploring in Genshin Impact or Wuthering Waves or even HSR, right? The only goal of the exploration is to find a chest and then get primo gems from it, right? But like, what if there was a system where for every 50 chests you open in a region in Genshin Impact, like each one of those chests gives you a shard, and then that shard can be combined with another shard from another area that also had 50 chests. And then once you combine that with a third shard, that combines into a weapon, right? And then now it's not just like you're exploring for the sake of primo gems to roll for the next anime character or whatever. You're also exploring for the goal of collecting whatever that weapon may be. And a weapon is just an example, right? Like it could be literally anything. It could be a cosmetic. It could be a skin for your characters. It could be, I don't know anything else off the top of my head, but like you get the idea, right? And gacha games just don't do that because they would rather your only purpose be to explore, to roll for a character, and then that's it. They want you to go from character to character. Collecting oculi for stamina? Yeah, stamina is another example. Like, don't get me wrong, early Genshin was kind of awkward not having stamina, but it made every time you got an upgrade, like, worth it. And there's a lot of things that they could do like that. Like, let's ignore weapons, right? Like, what if for exploring, like let's ignore the shard and crafting a weapon example I gave. Like, let's say you collect all the oculi in a region, and then after doing that, you get a ring. And that ring is one of many rings that could be equipped to a character, and each of the rings have a different effect. Like, it could be a cosmetic effect, like maybe it gives you a unique trail as you're walking around, or it could be something like a stat boost of some variety. And then that gives you a unique way to build your character where, one person puts a ring that boosts fire damage on their character, and then another person puts a ring on their character that gives attack speed, right? And then that's two completely different ways of playing the same character that you unlocked via doing something rather than spending money for it. And then, there's incentive to do more things. But, yeah. Low-key, like the hidden treasure troves or tribe secrets. Yeah, that's another example. Definitely it is. So, there is opportunities for them to do it. It just feels like they come so few and far in between that, like, you end up not really getting the full potential of what could happen. So... Okay, so facility has been making my ore claim. What is this? Oh, that's just my recipes. Okay. Oh, and you can pin. That's nice. Okay, so I know you use this to power, like to fix the batteries or whatever. For gachas, you would just have more endgame resets and better endgame that's not a character check. I mean, that would also be nice. That's part of the reason that I love Zenless. Zenless's combat, because every week you get a reset on the endgame. So one week you're doing bosses, and then the next week you're doing like the elites and trash mobs and Shiu. So it feels like you always have something to do, at least relatively frequently. And I wish more games would do stuff like that. But on the other hand, the reason why they don't is because, let's be real here, a lot of gacha players are casuals, and not a lot of gacha players actually participate in endgame. So doing stuff like that is essentially creating content for the smaller percentage or minority of the player base. So as easy as the endgame resets is mostly why you're still playing. However, they kind of started shilling characters. Yeah, I've definitely noticed that.
あのさ、毛玉じい。バッテリー以外でも副産物。
せんちゃん、直感はこんな時に使うもんじゃ
I mean,
ない。
at the end of the day, though, I will say that with Zenless specifically, the fact that they're doing so many buffs, and they just recently added in that extra system for potential, I think goes to show that while yes, things are kind of shilled, at the same time, as long as the game is balanced in a way and they get consistent balancing updates, that it's not unclearable for the average player, then I think it's fine. But if they keep shilling harder and harder and then doing the classic HP inflation and all that other stuff, then yeah, it's going to end up having a problem sooner or later. So
実は試作モデルの改良パーツとか資料を置いてきちゃってなくなったら困るなって。
重要な資料なら新主任がいる時に話してくれていたら。わかった。申請せずにやってるってわけだね。
the HP inflation has been the biggest issue in your opinion? Yeah. You're happy they're buffing Haramasa. You never thought they would buff a free unit. Also, yeah. I mean, I always thought Haramasa was fun, but it also felt that I had to literally run a marathon to get value out of him. So I end up kind of dropping him in favor of other characters. I ended up picking up Seed, and then literally just today I got Anby, or Soldier Zero. Soldier Zero? Yeah, Soldier Zero Anby. So the guarantee banners from today were really nice. I enjoyed that.
わかりました。管理に。
助かるよ。あとついさっきオペレーターがジップラインを設置してくれたんだ。
I do want to try Haramasa again after the buffs. Realistically, I could probably just share a artifact set, or disc set rather, between Haramasa and what's her face? Haramasa and Sanbi. But yeah. Him and Mono Ice are the most fun playstyles for you, so you're pretty happy. Yeah, my favorite... what is my favorite? I really like Soldier 11. And then I also really like playing Seed and Orpheus together. Or Orphe, I guess. They're pretty fun, in my opinion. My favorite character is still Ellen, but in terms of actual fun, I would say my favorite is definitely Soldier 11. Especially after her buffs. You think that Haramasa's buffs looks bad? I thought that he got another change and it's not that bad anymore. I thought V1 was kind of whatever, but then V2 and stuff got better. You just like Miyabi because she's Virgil's kid? That is totally fair. Optional, use the zip lines to travel. Okay. that goes that way. Oh, that's my power lines. I was like, what? I was like, why can't I go this way? I see the line right there. It's a power line. Of course I can't. That's too funny. Also, I just noticed something. Hold on, I need to go back here. So I actually defeated those dogs on the ground there already, and they respawned. I wonder if that means that, like, enemies are... I don't know the word for it, but, like, instanced? So, like, if you leave an area and come back, more will spawn? Because that's kind of strange. Hmm. Maybe because they were just like wolves, if that makes any sense. Like, they just dropped a fillet, it wasn't that serious. My item just dropped all the way down there. What the heck, dude? Well, guess I'm down here now. Even with level 1 guys, with low level characters, these guys are just dying way too quickly. It's kind of annoying, I can't lie. I hope that they do end up scaling the difficulty as I play more. Oh, I need to get over there. Alright. Now time to blow everything up. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there should be a chest behind that rock. Nice. I remember that from the beta. And then also, if I remember right, in this cage thing over here, there's higher level enemies, so I could actually swap to my electric team and go in there. So I think I will do that once I get the chest over here. If I don't get stuck, apparently. Oh yeah, there was also something this way. Where is it? Perlica. I did just get a weapon, it looked like, so surely this is a good one for her. Intellect versus will. Okay, what does she want? She wants intellect. Okay, cool. I have a 4-star weapon for, what's her face? Perlica now. That's good. And then if I remember right, this right here is like a bigger fight. That's kind of difficult. Oh yeah, level 25. Oh, wait, so Snowshine is a healer. Okay. Did not realize that. I thought she was just a shielder, but no, I'm definitely getting healed here, so... Yeah, I gotta say, this combat system is pretty fun. Once you get going with your skill points and stuff, like, it just feels good. Like, doing the chain attacks and all that stuff. You're confused on the horror buff. You can't find posts confirming any new versions. I swear he got more than one version, though. Like, I remember seeing a video about it. Although I guess I could be wrong. Also, I just realized my Snowshine died. That's awkward. She is level 1, so that makes sense, actually. I didn't even think about that. Alright. Not bad, not bad. It's whatever, you'll just wait and see what releases. Yeah, that's honestly completely fair. Okay, so I did that. Oh, there's a chest over there. How do I get to that? Let's jump. Okay, I really gotta say it is annoying that things pop out of the chests. Like, that is really annoying. Like, why that, if there was one thing they should have copied from Wuwa, it was that. Like, being able to just grab stuff. Oh, there's one of those white orbs down there, so I guess I have to work my way over there. And what is this? Oh, maybe that's just a connector or something like that. Don't know what? My brief rush of dopamine as I collect loot balls? Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, it has, like, some merit, I guess. But not when they can roll off of, like, cliffs and stuff like that. That's when it becomes kind of annoying. Okay, how do I heal? That's what I need to figure out. Oh, she's back alive. I guess you just have to go back to your base. Alright, yeah, I don't actually want her to die, so let's level her up as well. And this is her SIG weapon, so can I level this up? I can. Can I just auto? Yeah. That's fine. Okay. So that's maxed. Then let's do Aviwenna's spear. Max this. You. What is your weapon? Oops. There we go. So he wants intellect. Oh, they both want intellect. Yeah, he does not care for will. And then Perlica. Let's level up your weapon as well. In the wise words of Alhaitham, don't let any of it roll away now. When did he say that? Like, genuinely. F6. What is this? Battle Pass? Okay. That's one of his chest opening lines? That's hilarious, actually. Yeah, I did not know that. The only time that I ever played Alhaitham was in beta, and in beta they never have voice lines, so. Oh, random chest over here. Yeah, so did you guys see right there how for opening that chest I just got 60? And that was a gold chest. I got 60 of the red currency. In the beta for this game, that was halved. it was rough, dude. Like you would like spend, it was like the Genshin meme where it's like you spend like 19 hours doing a long story quest and stuff. And then you finally get it, and you finally complete the quest or whatever, and then all of that was worth like 5 primo gems. Like that was basically this game in beta. What is this? Oh, it's a teleport. Okay. Devs are generous. Oh, I just got another stamina bar. Okay. Guys, make sure you submit your Oraline, the Oculi things. That just gave me a full other stamina bar. Do I get more? Yeah, you get another one at 5. It's literally Genshin all over again. You get another one at 5, 9, 14. 14 is the last one. Okay, where can I get power from? Because I think I have to connect power over to this. But where can I get it from? So my base is up there. Relay tower, relay tower. So I'd have to go around the tower. Okay, I can do that. What are you? Recycling station, TP point. W, this is so player friendly. Now we're not playing Wuwa here, Rogue Spectre. That's pretty funny though. Alright, so start transmission. Oh, for some reason I read Rogue Spectre said the W, this is so player friendly. That was fusionable, my bad. No, did not mean to confuse the two of you guys. Okay, so I got power over here. Now I can connect up to this. Like that in. And bounce pad. How does this work? Oh, I probably have to leave the mode. Nice. Okay, it's still going. I don't know what the heck this is. Where'd that go? Okay, that went down there. Alright, what is this? A strange anomaly suspended in midair, no time to investigate it. Oh, this is probably like a domain, right? This has got to be like a domain for, like farming currency or some stuff like that. Oh, what are you? Is this another one of those, like... Oh, okay. Yeah, this is another one of the crisis thingies. Oh, this time I fight rocks. Alright. Yeah, this combat system is satisfying. In the beta, I didn't really get it that much, but after actually building a team properly, yeah, this is fun. I will say I'm not particularly sold on 12F as like my on-field main DPS. But even then, it's still decent. It just feels like Aviwena has to be played off-field, so I don't know who you would actually on-field if not for 12F. Or Perlica, I guess. Let's see.
オペレーターペリカ待機しています。
今、お主への寒いギャグを思案していたところであった。
Let me see. So if I go to Perlica, what does she feel like? Not much different. It's basically the same. You have exactly 4 E's in your username? Huh. Okay, so I don't need to use that. What are you? Oh, right. Another ore line. Okay, grab the TP. Another level up. Nice. Oh, I finally unlocked... Well, I didn't unlock it yet, but I got my first piece of gear. Well, template anyway. So, for those of you that have not played the game yet, in this game, there is no RNG gear farming, kind of. Basically, you get a blueprint, or a template as they call it here, and then what you see is what you get. So, if I make this piece, I will get intellect, will, and HP. And then obviously the better gear you get, you know, it'll start having set effects and stuff like that. Like you don't have to worry about substat rolling. It's not like, you know, you roll a piece and spend all your XP that you farm for 5 days and get, you know, a piece with 25% defense. Like I said, it's what you see is what you get. So it is very, very nice, to say the least.
他の誰かの侵入を拒むような。
Where's this one going? That's going that way. There's gotta be one up here.
高水準の敵対ユニットを発見。
妙だな。悪くない収穫です。一番大変なのは最初の一歩を踏み出すこと。凍らせる。します。この勢いで。
方向確認。
急いで。私がいるわよ。同列1位ね。止められないわよ。
You love a well-designed gear system? Yeah, it's pretty nice. Okay, so go up this. Nice. One more. I'm still missing one. Do I see it anywhere? Is that it? I think that's it right there. Okay. What is up here? Some more lads. Now, if you remember though, I did say there's no RNG gear system, kind of, because there technically is. There's a system later in the game where you can get certain items, and those items do have some RNG with their substats. But the system is friendly in the sense that you can like combine certain things. So instead of having to worry like, oh, you have to get X piece with the right Y substats, like you could technically combine X piece with Y substats and then just, you know, you have the piece. So it is quite a bit better. Okay, how do I get in there? Wait, like genuine. Oh, duh. There's a hole. As long as it's not like 8 layers of RNG. No, from what I understand, it is not. I didn't get far enough in the game to see it for myself. I will make that clear. But it from what I've seen online, because I've been doing research to try to find stuff, it does not seem to be that bad at all. So I don't know if there's really a point of me blowing up all the rocks I see. Like, I don't even know if there's going to be anything under that. There's a white thing over there. Maybe there's a point. But, like, is there a point of me blowing up these? Yeah, let's find out. Why not? Yeah, I'll be honest with you guys. I'm kind of over the Hoyo relic and system and stuff. Like, anything is better than that, man. So I will take literally anything. Okay, so it does look like there's stuff underneath these. I don't know if I'm like intended to be doing this though. What if I blow that? Surely this has to be there for something, right? Like, is there something under them? Okay, there was. Did not hit the other one. Please give me like an exploding thing up there so I don't have to keep coming inside. That area. Oh, there we go. I knew it. Okay. Okay, pop that. Come on. There we go. One there. One over there. You've been spending all your time on HSR farming speed boots for constants? Yeah. I can definitely see that. Okay, do I see anything else that I need to explode? I guess I can just blow that guy up. Oh. That's a lot of health. He's only level 9 and he's taking 3 of the bombs? Damn. Chill out, bro. You're someone who wants to max out all your units, but it's not possible in Genshin? What do you mean by max out? Do you mean like level them all to the highest level, or what? Because I mean, if you just if you mean level them to 90, then I mean that is possible. But if you mean like not only level them to 90, but also like max their skills to 10 and that kind of stuff, yeah, probably not. Level 90 full artifact sets, leveled talents. I mean, you can do that. You just won't be able to crown everything, obviously. I mean, for a while there, I was leveling everyone, and it wasn't too bad. It just, you know, it takes a bunch of time, collecting resources and stuff. Not crowning, you're not that insane, yeah. Yeah, there's a gacha creator called Tuhu Sniper, or more commonly known as just Tuhu. And in every gacha he plays, he tries collecting and then maxing out everyone. So it is possible. I'm pretty sure he did it in Genshin, but yeah. I don't really know what I'm doing down here. Oh, there's a level 18 dudes. Prepare to die, clowns. I missed. Maybe not. Okay, you just have to go down there. Their point of being down. Oh, this is a cool area. I don't know what this red thing is, but that thing looks cool as hell. Wait, can I swim? Oh no, you can definitely not swim. Bro immediately started dying. That is too funny. Swimming will come in a later patch. I don't know about that one. I really like how there's like actually some AoE fights like this in the overworld. Like I was just fighting like 6 dudes there, which is pretty nice. It's not all just like, you know, 1 or 2 trash mobs and that's it. Wait, you can't swim, Rogue Spectre? What happened there? not dodge there.
急いで安全な場所へ私のバカはうまくいったね
お見事です
新たな収穫を得た。
Okay, something I do want to figure out is if it is possible. Is it possible for me to even trigger this? When an enemy with an active focus suffers... What is focus? I wish it told me what that... Maybe... I wonder if that means that I have to literally lock onto them. Because to trigger Antel's combo, it says with active focus, you need to make them suffer a physical status or arts infliction. And then you get an extra energy explosion that deals electric damage and applies another stack of the same ailment. Okay. Yeah, I just don't know what focus is. I mean, no way you have to actually lock on to someone to do this, right? That would be super cringe. Okay, and then electric infliction. Okay, so I'm actually... Wait. Yeah, how do I do this? When an enemy with active focus suffers from an arts infliction. Okay, so I guess in my next fight I need to actually lock onto a target and see if his combo skill triggers. Wait, you've never swam before either? Wait a minute, how is there two people in my chat at the same time that have never gone swimming or don't know how to swim? What happened? That's like, you know, if I had a nickel for every time someone in my chat told me that they can't swim, I'd have 2 nickels. It's a weird coincidence.
みんな頑張ってるんだから私だってもっと強くならないとその調子よ
You can swim? Okay, alright, we got 1 swimmer in the chat here. Oh, I just died. Oh no. I thought I could walk across this, because I mean, like, why not? It's not that deep, right? I guess not. Antle can't swim. Do they teach it in school in the US? Not necessarily, but like, at least from what I know, most people go to the pool at least once growing up, although obviously that is anecdotal. I mean, as we can see here, some people don't or did not learn how to. I mean, it is what it is. It's just surprising to me. I mean, you know, you don't see it that often, so. Unit can't swim either. Okay. 7. Okay, wow. There's like 4 of you guys. Alright. Maybe it's just more normalized, like in the US or something? But I think... Well, no, because Fusionable and Rogue Spectre are both American too. I don't know, man. Maybe it depends on where you live, whether or how normal it is. Because, like, obviously if you live, like, more northern, you're not going to be... You know, it's not like you're going to be going out and swimming when it's on average, you know, 40 degrees outside or something. You would love to try swimming, but you live in central USA and there's 0 clean water sources? Okay, well that makes sense. I definitely understand that. Here in Germany, they teach you how to swim in school? Interesting. Okay. In your defense, you low-key have a fear of water. Okay. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. I get it. Like I said, it was more just like a surprising thing to me. Maybe it's just like where I grew up or whatever. But, most people knew how to swim or learned how to swim, so... Just a personal experience thing. That's all. All right. I think I've done enough exploring. Let's keep going through the story here. How much, although before I do that, how much gacha currency have I gotten? Not a lot. Not a lot at all. No tickets. Okay, and then what is the events tab? I already forget. Is it 5 looks like the store. What is N? Okay, N is weapons. 6? 6 is the battle pass, I think. Okay. Devs are not so generous. I mean, it's because I've been like procrastinating and just exploring. Like, it's a new world. I want to just walk around in it, you know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, I am very interested in seeing how the story is and stuff like that, but at the same time, like, brother, look at this. Look how much that, like, I want to just walk around and see all the, what's over here, what's over there, and this isn't even the full map. Yeah, like, I know you can go up here and, like, over there, like. But anyway, I also need to get to the point where I can spend stamina because, I'm capped. Mission reminder. Recycling station can be unlocked? I don't know what that means, so let's do it. The devs hate me exploring. True. Okay, why does it want me to unlock a recycling station here? Oh, it produces a different kind of material. Okay. Can be used to upgrade Dijiang. I don't know what that is. I feel like I should know what Dijiang is. 6-hour stream? Yeah, I mean, I'll be going for a while, Rogue Spectre. So, I'm not planning on stopping anytime soon. Alright, so I unlocked a new recycling station. Gather resources. Upgrade? Oh, okay, so you can just craft this, and then you just get the stuff. Oh, so you kind of have to, like, note different places around the map, and then kind of do, like, routes, if that makes sense. Like, assuming there's more of these, right? Like, let's say there's one over here, and then maybe there's one over here, right? Then you would have to, like, have a route. Yeah, there's one right here. You can see it on the map. So, like, I guess daily you would want to go to those different locations and then collect the different resources. Okay, that's kind of neat. A gathering tip? New mining spots. Upgrade. Sure, why not? Upgrade. Okay, so is this like a tier 2 recycling station now? Yeah. Okay. Can I upgrade it again? No, I cannot. What is this? Valley stock. Oh, maybe I should not have upgraded that. Oopsies. If this is what I think it is, there are actually stocks in this game. And if this is a stock bill and I just spent 1,000 of them, that means that once I actually unlock the stock system, I'll have less to start with. Surely it's fine. I definitely didn't brick my account within the first 4 hours of playing. No big deal. Alright. Oh, what the heck? It's like a grass bunny. Look at this dude. He's gone. What's that? Glow bug. Alright, let's continue this story a little bit here. Okay, area repaired. Surely I will be able to unlock the map here so it's not just smoke, right? Surely? Is that a Pokemon? I don't know about that one, Rogue Spectre. The land breakers are looking for something. That's just the generic big bad.
きっとみんな避難していると思いますが、念のためこの周辺を調べておきましょう。
I'm just looking at these models, and every time I do, I'm just like, holy shit, they look good. Like, easily some of the best character models in Gacha, by far.
管理人、スキャン機能を使ってみてください。何か手がかりが残されているかもしれない。
Easy Tools button is now available. Okay. Easy Tools button, long press to switch the action. The current button is scan, hold the hotkey R or Alt. Okay. In the wise words of Nappa from Dragon Ball Abridged, look, Vegeta, it's a Pokemon. Okay, but what does scanning do? Does it just highlight? It looks like it just highlights things. Oh, okay, so it's also used for... I see, okay. You can find footprints, you can highlight items. What is this? Oh, that's Easy Tools, okay. Camera, scan, okay. So lots of footprints. Let's collect all the stuff in here. Oh, I have to take it around. Okay, so this is a pressure switch. Take that. And I'm guessing... Okay, so I can go out this way to a chest. How do I get up there? Probably like this. So I don't need to go out that way, so I can pull this over here. Then pull you off the switch to here. Jump, jump, jump. Nice. Okay, anything else? I think I recognize Aviwan as a voice actor, but I don't know what from. Hold on, does it tell me in game? I'm curious. Okay, that doesn't tell me. That doesn't tell me. Profile, maybe? Kitamura Eri. Hold on, I don't think you guys can see that, but her Japanese voice actor is Kitamura Eri. You can see it bottom left. Okay, who do I recognize her from? Oh, it's Kaching. That's how I recognized her. Yeah, so for those of you that play on Japanese, this character is voiced by the same voice actor as Kaching from Genshin Impact in Japanese. I knew I recognized the name, or the voice rather. Not really a point of being up here anymore, so let's go grab the chest over here. And then, okay, some more footprints that way. So I will have to bring in power here eventually. I'll have to figure that out. Nothing there. Yeah, there is an item in here. You can spam you can spam voice lines. That's too funny. Alright, what's the other puzzle in this area? Okay, so this one also needs power. This is another recycling area. Might as well unlock this. Alright. Gather the resources. Okay, nothing over here. So where is my closest power line? Very far away. Nice. Well, time to get working on that. Can I teleport here? Yeah. So my last power line is here. And I need to get over there. Can I do this? I wonder. Oh, you can. Fantastic. Okay, so that's power here. Let's keep it going. Okay, now we have power in here. And then I can use this to power... I think there was 2 things in this area that needed power. Hopefully I can reach both of them. Okay, so we got a chest here. Give me that. Okay, there's an oculi up there. I'm assuming at this point, for most of you guys that are watching, you are either already playing the game or plan to sometime soon. But what do you think so far? I know I'm not doing an amazing job of showcasing the game, because I kept getting distracted, but at least personally I'm still having fun with it, so I'm curious what you guys think so far. Okay. Can I reach over to this thing? Can, that's easy. Okay. I don't know what this electric nexus does. You're honestly just enjoying the stream? Well, fair enough. I appreciate that. Wait, was there a point of me doing that? What did that do? What was the point of this? Connect them to the power grid. It says it supplies power to nearby facilities. So, I mean, this is the power line, but, like, it goes to nothing. Like, am I crazy? What is the point of this? Like, it just stops. Oh, wait, maybe that tiny bit of glow right there is it going underneath. But then where does it end up? Maybe once we clean up this area, the door opens or something like that. Because I can't imagine, like, what else would be the point of this? Like, what is this even here for? You think at minimum it'll be something you tune in for the base game content on? Yeah, that's totally fair. The one thing that we don't really know yet is what they plan on doing long term. Because, I mean, they've had multiple betas for this game, but pretty much every beta was relatively similar to each other in terms of, like, the total content. Like, it was basically you have the main area that you start in, and then you go to their version of China. So it's like, what will be beyond that? And how long will it take to, I guess, get to something new, if that makes sense? Because, like, if we're going to their version of China right now, does that mean that in the next patch we're going to say their version of Japan or their version of whatever country or whatever they want to do, you know what I mean? Or are we going to spend a bunch of time still in China, and then at, like, 2.0 or whatever, however they do their patches, that's when we're going to get a new region again? I mean, I'm hoping it's more frequent, I guess. Like, I would prefer to not be stuck in one region for an entire patch cycle. But at this point, we really just don't know, so...
どこかに隠してやるはずだ。見つかるまで
I think we're going to Super China next. Yeah, it's not China 1, it's China 2.
様子がおかしい。
標識を確認。
突破口だ。
アーツユニットこの勢いで。
石だ。
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I think Snowshine is actually completely useless. That character is doing nothing.
私だってもっ
I think she healed, but like,
他に
what the heck are you gonna... You know what I mean? Like, what is the point of that? Like, it doesn't do anything.
今
Unless I'm missing something here, she feels completely useless. I mean, she does heal when you trigger her combo, which is nice. She's trying her best, I guess. But like her, even then, like her combo trigger that heals, it only happens when you get low enough to trigger it, which means that the entire rest of the time she's doing literally nothing. Like, unless I'm missing something, I just don't know when you would want to use her. I mean, it does say you can perform a retaliation bash, so maybe it's like a timing thing. Let me get to another fight and try like using it as a counter, maybe. Maybe that's the goal. There's got to be another fight around here somewhere. Yeah, okay, so let me try timing this guy. If my team doesn't full stagger him. I think Perlica's just gonna kill him. Alright, whatever. I think I need more than one guy.
見事な連携で。
どうしたんだ。急に静かに。
隠れて。
Is there a point of being here? Not really.
足跡はこの方向。
She's a Pari character? Okay.
上の台に登っ
Because just tapping her skill feels like it does literally nothing, but if you Pari and then something happens, that I could see that being valuable.
本当にありがとう。助かった。
I just need to find like a elite or something that doesn't instantly die.
すぐに作業を中断してこの機械と資料を運び出したのよ。
何に使われるものかを。
これは確かに二人とも適切な。
それとこの作戦記録だが、あんたたちの役に立ちそう。
Okay, remember to train operators. Unfortunately for the game giving me this tutorial, I've already done this. In addition, defeating enemies' XP materials can be manually spent. Yep, okay. So how do you promote? And this is the ability matrix. It shows the operator skills, talents, and promotion progress. You can also upgrade their skills at the top. And then they have a talent tree. Okay, so this is just like traces or passives or whatever. Alongside that, you can elite the character up to Elite 4. Yo, Merc, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well. Reach the required level to promote, and then level up. Promote operators to level their skills. Promotions also unlock skill and talent nodes. Okay, what does it cost? Okay, so I have the mushrooms. I have money, but I don't have proto discs. Okay, that's the store. You definitely don't get it from there. Protocol space promotions. Oh, okay, so that's going to be a stamina spending area. Got it. Okay, so what kind of traces does he have? Did anything change from the CBT? So far, at least, I haven't noticed anything. But that remains to be seen. Assigned to the manufacturing cabin to give... Okay, so this looks like base stuff. Yeah, so both of these are for base-related things, I think. Yeah, that's all base stuff. Okay. Okay, so these two are the major traces. No changes in the gacha system. Nope. It is still the same. Well, okay, there's technically one change. When you do 30 rolls for the first time on banner, what's it called? You get a 10 pull for free. And that was basically the only thing that changed. After a teammate's skill deals damage, he restores their HP. Oh! Wait a minute, so Antle can become a healer. Interesting. Yeah, both of his major traces make him a healer. Okay. That's kind of neat. So not only is he like a big debuffer, but he also becomes like he's just your full support. You get 10 pulls for the next banner after 60. Yes, but I think that was already in the beta, if I'm not mistaken. We did learn something else about something related to the gacha though, and that's the pricing of all the different things, which I can show you in a second. So I don't know if you spend money on gacha games, Merc, but where is it? F9. But we now know the prices of things. So, if you are starting with 0 currency, period, nothing, you have 0 red currency, you have 0 gold currency, and you have 0 tickets. And you also have already bought the double, because you get a one-time double just like every other gacha game. It will cost you $244 to go to 120 pulls to guarantee a character. And if you don't know the comparison to Hoyo games, in Hoyo games it is around $400 to guarantee a character. So it just in terms of raw pricing, it is a better gacha system if you are a spender. On top of that, it is technically better for low spenders too, because this game actually offers packs, which not a lot of gacha games do. So if you really want to, you can buy packs that have discounted rates. For example, on average in modern day gachas, it is usually 1 pull equals $2. That's what it is. That's the tradition in like Wuwa, it's the tradition in Hoyo games, all that kind of stuff. But when you have bundles, you get your pulls for cheaper. For example, this one gives you 10 pulls for $15 instead of $20. And now granted, this is standard pulls, so you wouldn't want to buy this anyway, but that's an example. It punishes pity builders. True, yeah. I mean, the end result is basically do not pull unless you have 120 pulls. I was going to show this later in the stream when I do a video, or when I record for a video, but I'll show this now briefly. Basically, the way that this works, the way that this gacha system works, is very, very simple. Please hold, I have to find the image. Okay. I made this image, and this does a pretty good job of explaining it, at least in my opinion. So, all you need to know is that there are 2 systems in the game. There is pity, which is the exact same thing as every gacha game you've been playing for the past 5 years. Every 80 pulls you do, you are guaranteed, 50-50 will happen. And you are guaranteed for that 50-50 to happen at 80 pulls. Period. That will always happen no matter what. On top of that, there is a separate system called the Spark system, and that is your guarantee. Every single banner you roll on, at 120 pulls, you are guaranteed the character. So, theoretically, you could technically pull 119 times and not get the character, and then you go to the next banner character, pull 119 times, not get the character, go to the next one, pull 119 times, not get the character, blah, 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 blah. But none of that matters if you just don't pull unless you have 120. So, like, you basically, what it boils down to is you might as well just ignore the pity system, because you'll hit that on your way to 120 anyway. There is a soft pity for the pity system. There is not a soft pity for Spark. And the soft pity starts at 65. By default, it is a 0.8% chance that you will hit a 6-star. But once you hit 65, every single roll you do increases by 5%. So 66 is 5.8. 67, 6-7, Lamel. 67 is 10.8. 68 is 15.8, and so on, all the way until 80 when you are guaranteed. You can't early from 80 to 120. I mean, you can. Yeah. I mean, you can... The other thing with the system is that if you hit the character early, like the rate-up character at... Let's say on your first 10 pull, you get the rate-up character, right? The 120 spark goes away because you already got your guarantee. And then after that, every 80 pulls you do will be a 50-50. And that will just continue ad nauseum forever. So, again, I will say this again. The only thing that you need to know about the gacha system is that you should not pull on a banner unless you have or can get 120 pulls during the banner period. Building pity is not something you should ever do in this game. Anyone that tells you to do it is an idiot. If you do it, you're an idiot. Don't do it. Wait till you have 120 pulls. And that is that. So that is the Arknights Endfield gacha system. But yeah. Someone asked how good is the monthly pass. Let me see. What do you get? Can't wait to be an idiot. True. So for $5, you get 1 10 pull. That's the 6,000 red currency here. You also get, per day, 30 extra stamina. And then on top of that, you get 12 of this gold currency, which is worth... let me see. That is worth 900 of the red currency. So in 1 month, you are getting 900 extra stamina from the stamina potions. You are getting 1 10 pull, and then 900 extra. And realistically, what I think they want you to do is use these instant rewards, this gold thing, to buy the battle pass. And the battle pass, if you weren't here earlier, there are 3 tiers of it. There is the base tier, which is the white tier that everyone has access to by default. Then there is the gold tier that you can buy by spending the yellow currency. And you can get this yellow currency just by playing the game. You can see I already have 8 of it. And then there's the paid currency, or the paid tier, which is the red tier, and that's $10. So what I think they intend for you to do is buy a couple monthly passes and use those monthly passes to buy the yellow tier if you do not get enough of the yellow currency by playing the game. And the rewards, by the way, for this yellow tier, like just because it's quote-unquote free and you can get the yellow currency by playing, the rewards are still good, right? Like, you are... Let me see, does it tell me? All right, so this is the yellow tier. You gain more of the yellow currency back than you spend on it. On top of that, you get all of these extra things like stamina potions and ascension materials and XP and money and all that stuff, but you also get a free weapon. Like, it is nuts. Like, it is actually insane value. Like, it is really good. So it's honestly, the yellow tier is almost like a Fortnite system where, like, as long as you're actively playing the game, you get more than enough back to buy the next one. So yeah, it's unironically, so far they seem to have their heads on straight. So like, this does not feel like a Hoyo gacha where their only goal is to get all of your money possible, so far at least. Now, that can change. that definitely can change if we go, 2 patches from now, and instead of getting, like 100 pulls per patch, we're only getting like 50. You know what I mean? But on the other hand, if they continue to give us, a decent amount of pulls, then it's not going to be that big of a deal. I think it'll end up as a pretty good gacha system. So, but yeah, I mean, hopefully that explains it better. I mean, later in the stream, like I said just a minute ago, I am going to record a video that will be my first impressions of the game. I'm going to go over the gacha, I'm going to go over the combat, I'm going to go over how it's felt to play so far. So we'll see, but that won't be for a few hours at least. I plan to keep streaming this game for quite a while. Alright, so I want to try to parry here. Attack me, please. I beg of you. Please? No? They're not gonna attack me? Okay, I missed. Oh, there's the parry. Okay, now I understand. As long as her shield is active when they attack you, she automatically parries. So you can even leave it on field for a bit. Okay, that is cool. That's good to know. Honestly, if it's Hoyo, they would make the yellow tier spending base as well. True. I've been streaming for 5 hours, yeah. And I like I said, I plan on streaming for quite a while longer, so. Are you seeing lip sync? Yelp. We have the technology. You usually always save a lot of currency. You have like 650 pulls saved in Wua. But there are good uses for building pity, like you can go to 50-50, and if you lose, you can go for the next package. If you win, you can go for the package like Galbrina Kyuan. I mean, I guess, yeah. But, like I said, I think it will really depend on the long-term income, right? Because, like, if we're getting, let's say, 100 pulls a patch, right? Then that means that as long as you save up for 2 patches, there is a realistic chance that you would be able to get 2 characters. But that is only assuming that we actually get 100 per patch. So we'll have to see. Make sure to get some rest after stream. Yeah, of course. Definitely. Everything is about pulls. That's why Zenless' system is much better than Genshin, even though the system is similar. Yeah. I mean, in Genshin, I have spent quite a bit of money on that game, just to be completely honest. In Zenless, I have not actually felt the need to spend money in that game. I have only bought the packs that give you 10 pulls because I was like, you know what, why not? I like the game, I'll give them some money. So it's actually kind of crazy where, like, in Genshin, it almost feels like sometimes if you want to go for the premium thing, you kind of want to spend, whereas in Zenless, you don't need to, like, at all. But that also definitely depends on luck, because my Genshin luck is actually hot garbage, whereas my Zenless luck has been slightly better. So that will definitely play a part into it too, but yeah. The only character you're really interested in is Yvonne. That's fair, totally. I mean, for me, I'm really interested in Leviathan or Surtur because she's a character from the original Arknights that I always liked. So I will definitely be spending all of my pulls on her banner, but yeah. Ugh. A little bit tired, but should be good. ランドブレーカーが探しているのはそれについてはまた後で調べましょう。副産物センターの安全は確保できましたし、 He's got a cool design too, definitely, yeah. Alright, so I got the documents from the dude, so now I have to go back to... what's his face? I still don't know what the point of this thing is, though. Like, it's just kind of here. Who knows? I'm definitely not going to fall asleep midstream. You don't have to worry about that. It's just that usually around this time is when I kind of start winding down for the most part and not doing anything too crazy. And I also had to get up early today, so both of those things mixed together, I'm kind of just a little bit tired, but I want to keep streaming and playing the game, so I will. Not like I need sleep anyway.
助かったよ、ペリカか。中枢エリアにはまだ壊されたものが多く残されているが、結晶外核があれば応急処置ができる。でも、センちゃんの天下無双の剣を無駄にしたくなかったし、管理人。エンドフィールドの携帯式。
Alright, finally unlocked another part of the factory. Nice. Okay, so this is part of resource gathering. Instead of having to collect all the ore yourself by smacking the rocks, you actually can just farm it. Hold on, where's the button? Press B, drag my mining rigs, place, confirm. Okay, so that's mining rig 1, and then mining rig 2. Yeah, so that will slowly get me ore, which is nice. Let's see, manual ore collection. Remember to return regularly to manually gather the ore. It'll stop mining when its cache is full. Okay, so how do you know what its cache is? It doesn't tell you. No, I do not want to stash the facility. Here, maybe? View chain. Hey, I'm trying to figure out if it tells me what its max stash is, but it doesn't. Oops. Well, oh well. Not that big of a deal. I do have a lot of ore. I think I can throw that in my refiner, right? Yeah, in here. So toss that in there. That'll start refining. Okay. So he's gonna give me more of these.
材料は全部揃ったよ、管理人。試作モデルの修理作業は俺に任せてくれ。え、ランドブレーカーがなんで？他はともかく、この T11 型オリジニウムプリズムと精密焼結核行商は素人がちょっと触っただけで壊れちゃうのに。それに試作モデルは超域研究のために開発した実験的。なんか変だけど、もしかしたら闇市とかで高く売ろうとしてただけかも。とにかく回収できてよかったよ。まずは今で。
Alright, now what?
管理人、アンドレイから報告。次は武器庫に向かっていただ
The arsenal. Oh, is this where I start making gear? If it's the arsenal, that sounds right. Well, no, maybe it's just a new location. Okay, so I need to go clean up an area and get some originium powder. Sure thing.
今回は粉砕機の出番だな。鉱石、氷薬コアに行けば粉砕機を作れる。 やっぱり協約コアはすごい。協約コアの近くに設置しよう。
Clogged. Why is this clogged? Oh, it finished. Okay. So that can keep going. And then click to continue. Facility list. Okay. So that's what I have unlocked. So I have my mining unit, my refining unit, my destroying unit. This is how I get power around my factory, and then this is how I get power around the world. Okay. Oh, that's not that expensive. That's only 5. Okay. So I guess I'll just toss that right here. Why not?
粉砕機の操作画面で使い方はチェックできるからな。
Okay, so the shredding unit is a factory facility that processes materials by breaking them down. Here's the formulas. Okay, so this gets me originium dust. Sure. I'll let that do its thing.
簡単でしょ。精錬炉と似たようなもんだし。よし。早速粉砕機を使ってオリジニウム粉末を加工しよう。
Let's put a bit more in here. Yeah, toss 50 in there, claim that. Okay, got the powder. I'll let that do its thing. I'm sure having 10 will be enough.
確かあの武器庫もエンドフィールドの武庫エンジニアが管理していたはずです。武庫エンジニアって言えばさ、エンドフィールドにずーっと武器抱えてる女の子いるよね。
I do appreciate that you can infinitely sprint in this game. I just want to say that. It's not like Genshin where you run out of stamina halfway through. Oh, there's more ore spots over here. Interesting. I don't think I need those right now. I felt like I was getting a good amount, but... Right, so I'm gonna have to blow that up, but I can do that later. If I remember right, I think there might have been a chest in here somewhere. You're tired and heading off to bed? Alright, dude. Have a good night, Fusionimal. Thanks for dropping by and hanging out. Always appreciated. What are you? Enjoy the Enfield grind? Yeah, definitely. 100%. I said it early on and I'll repeat it again here, but I've been very excited for this game for a very long time, so definitely looking forward to continuing to play. You're staying all stream? Alright, alright. Yeah, I mean, I'll be real. I don't, or how do I word this? I never expected there to be that many people that showed up because, quite frankly, it's a weekday that it's releasing. And also, this is not my usual style of content. Or not even style of content. It's just not my usual content, period. Like, it's a new game, right? And all my content has been HSR up until now, other than one Wua vid. So, I'm just gonna do my thing. Whoever shows up, shows up. And I'll be having fun playing the game regardless, so. If I remember right, I don't actually think there's anything crazy back here. At all, actually. but just in case, I'll come back and check, see if there's anything. So I could go down there. What do you take me to? What is the point of this? I don't know. What is the point of this? Because there's no way you can make it to that building. That just loops around. Or maybe there's something... Nope, this is a closed building. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what the point of this back area here is. Honestly, you come to just hang out and chat? Yeah, I mean, that's perfectly fine too. I mean, realistically, I think if I streamed more often, eventually I would get a larger group of people that are just like you and are just here to hang out and, you know, chat, do whatever. But that would require streaming more often, which is something that I'm very bad at. So, I don't know. Maybe with Enfield that'll change. I do, at a very bare minimum, I want to stream more at the start of this game. So like I said this earlier in the stream, but I'm streaming today. And then I also plan on streaming again this upcoming weekend, which is pretty rare for me considering it's usually a month between my streams. And I would like to continue doing that. I want to stream more often, but we'll see. More streams would be peak. Yeah, see, the sad thing, though, is that not everyone agrees with that. So since yesterday, when I posted the notification that I was going to be streaming Enfield today, let me check. I lost 29 subs. So, not everyone is here for the streams. And now, granted, I will say, I think part of the reason that I lost the subs is that not everyone cares about Enfield, right? Like, if I was doing more streams and it was for HSR, I think it wouldn't be that big of a deal. And more people would show up, we would have a good time, whatever. But the fact that I'm streaming a new game when for the past year and a half, all of my content has been Enfield, yeah, it doesn't really surprise me. So... Although I could have also lost subs because people didn't want to see the notification for the stream, which is reasonable. I know on my other YouTube account that I just use for like personal use, I kept getting recommended my own stream over there, like all the time, and I could definitely see someone getting annoyed by that. But regardless, it is what it is. If someone wants to unsub, then that is their prerogative. Just turn off notifications. Well, it doesn't always work like that, unfortunately. Where am I? I'm like on the roof. Why would anyone want to be up here? There's like literally nothing here. Alright. Cool area, I guess. Kind of like factory-ish. That's quite sad, but at the end of the day, views matter more than subs. Oh, 100%. Yeah, definitely. And again, like I said, because I'm not streaming HSR content, I never expected this stream to do well. So as long as streaming another game and also making content on this game does not mess with my overall view metrics, then it shouldn't be that big of a deal. So, I mean, I'm still planning on making HSR videos. I have one scheduled to come out not this coming Friday, but next Friday. And then I have another one coming out on the 12th of February. But yeah. You're not even subbed to me, but you're in the Discord? Wait a minute, Sokka, who are you in the Discord? Or do you not like chat that often in there? And you're just there for like notifications and stuff like that? Oh, you don't chat though just for updates? Okay. I mean, that's totally fair. I mean, that's kind of expected, right? I think there's like 200 or not videos. Why did I say video? There's like 200 people in my Discord. So it is totally understandable that some of them either watched in the past, some of them are only there for updates, some of them are there to actually be a part of the community, so I totally get it. Oh, I should see if I got a second weapon for Antle. It looks like I did. Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. Because I think he wants... What does he want? Yeah, he wants intellect. So... Yeah, this is just better than this. Yep, okay. So swap to this, and then level this. You're probably going to be more active in the Discord because of Enfield. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I always welcome people to hang out in the Discord, whether that's just, you know, to get updates, whether that's to chat, or whatever. So, alright, so my full team is level 20. They have level 20 weapons. Yeah, should be good. Alright. Last bit of exploration here, and then it is time to continue the story. I don't remember there being anything back here, because this is where the game started. But, oh yeah, it literally just ends right here. Okay. Let me check the other side. You say that like you're not there all that ready. You just subbed to make up for the lost subs. I appreciate that, dude. Thanks. No, but I mean, it's really not that serious, like, genuinely. Like, even when I had sub 1K, when I had less than 1,000 subs and I was just doing HSR content, like, even way back then, I would get a bunch of views. Like, subs genuinely do not matter beyond the point of, like, getting sponsorships, I guess. But, like, at that point, for that point, like, once you get to 10,000, like, where I'm at, it doesn't really matter. Like, I've honestly been getting a decent amount of sponsors recently, and I semi-expect that to continue. But, yeah, so the view, like you said, the views are much, much, much more important than the actual subs, so, yeah. Alright, so I explored the back area, I got the chest there. So now it's time to continue story. Alright. Meet the Enfield operator. The other thing about subs, though, just while I'm talking about this, is that the amount of subs that you get is pretty much directly correlated with the amount that you upload. So, like, in the first year that I was making content, I would get pretty consistent subs per month because I was uploading one time a week, right? But, like, this year, I don't do that, or I haven't, I say this year, this past 6 months, I haven't been uploading as frequently, so my sub growth has kind of stagnated. But with Enfield's release, I want to cover both Enfield and HSR, so that will result in more frequent uploads. So, should be pretty good. Wait a minute, this isn't HSR? Yeah. Trying out a new game today, Jahan. I don't know if you know what it is, but this is Arknight's Endfield. I've been looking forward to this game for a very, very long time. So, I deserve more subs. I mean, would be kind of nice, but like I said, that comes with more consistent content. So as long as did I just trap myself? I think I just trapped myself. Jesus. Oh, there we go. Like I said, that comes with more consistent content. So the more I upload, the more that will come, but for now, just gotta still figure things out. You were planning to play for the cool fire lady on banner? Yes, sir. So her name in this game is Leviathan, In the original Arknight, she was called Surtur, and she was one of my favorite characters in that game. So, yeah, she's definitely the character I'm going for. Also, I just realized you can drag up and down to change banners. That's kind of neat. I don't know why that's a necessary feature. Maybe for mobile that's necessary, I guess. Alright, what am I doing here? Oh, bro is knocked the fuck out. The blue lady on standard is cool. Yeah, that's last right, Rogue Spectre. She is currently the second best DPS in the game, although once Yvonne releases, that will be different. So, honestly, I would be happy getting any of the characters from standard, as long as they are not Ardelia, because once again, we are getting her for free, so.
管理人ペリカ監察官窮地を救ってもらって感謝するよでもすぐ持ち場に
Ideally, I would like to have, what's it called? I would like to get Last Right, or Pogranic, however you say his name, than the other two, but I wouldn't, I wouldn't be opposed to the other ones either, so. Basically, like I said, as long as it's not Ardelia, I'm chilling.
幸いなことに武器庫の被害はほとんどなかった武器を一つ持って行ってくれみんなが使う武器にはちゃんと責任を持つ
You didn't know her name until today, but you've been waiting to play for her because you kept seeing her. Yeah, I think she was in a lot of different ads, so that makes a lot of sense. Check weapon arsenal. Oh, you can just directly buy weapons here. Okay, that's kind of neat. Valley. Oh, you buy with your stock bills? Bruh. I just spent 1,000 of these. I don't have any. Yeah, I'm not going to bother buying that unless it's like... What does this even do? So this is an agility 4-star sword. Do I even have a 4-star sword user that wants agility? I don't know if I do. Okay, yeah, I don't actually want to level anything right now. Thank you. I don't need a tutorial about this. You like characters that have blue on them since that's your favorite color? That's fair. Unfortunately, my favorite color is not very common. So it's quite rare that I come across that kind of color in games as part of like a character design or something like that. Okay, Valley Stock Bill Purchasing. After earning stock bills, they can be spent at shops to purchase items that include weapons, food, medications, and progression materials. You can get them from defeating enemies, and then we'll be able to get more later. Alright. So let me see. What does the Endmen want? Do they want strength? No, they want agility. Okay, so that sword is intended for them. It's not really a SIG per se, but it's definitely better than the starting sword. Did I get one though? I probably got one. What are you? Yeah, agility. Okay, I already have a sword for her. So I'll switch to that. And then leave it for there, because I'm not currently playing my physical team. And let's check out the store. Okay, so this is the one that both Antol and Perlica are using. I don't know who uses that one. I'm not using any gun users, so those are whatever. This is the one that my, what's-her-face is using. Aviwena. I don't know who would use this. And then I don't need the claymores, so... Alright.
開拓エリアをさ、どんな風にしたいのかなって。都市をいっぱい作るとか、それともみんながずっと同じところで幸せに暮らせるようにとか。
どれも全部見てみたい。でも
How far do I have to go to get to the next quest objective? I feel like I'm running across the entire
ずっ
base.
と願い続けたことが叶う瞬間を見たいだけなのかもしれない。
そっか。でもペリカの願いなら、なんかきっと真面目で優しいやつなんだろうな。
違うの。
There are... Wait, didn't I go through... I feel like I went through here earlier. Am I crazy? Oh, I did. This is where we fought the first elite boss. Yeah, and then there's this yellow thing in the back that's now gone, but it was there. Okay. What do you got, Owlman?
よし、起動できた。聞こえてるかな。おい、もしもし。
Oh, this is the yellow thing. There we go. They gave it a face. That's funny. He said happy emote. How cute.
おー、よかった。うまく修復できたみたいだ。
That's kind of cute. Yeah, definitely.
この人はチェン戦友。それからこっちはペリカ観察官。最後に管理人だ。この子の知能ユニットは
He's a smart module. Oh, this guy was made by Yvonne. Okay. That's kind of neat. Hopefully we get to see... what I really hope this game does is shows us the actual banner characters as we go through the story. And it's not just like you have to do like a separate story quest to learn about them. Like I would really like to see I would really like to see Surtur or Leviathan show up in the main story, and then clearly Yvonne might, because she's directly mentioned. And then we don't know about Gilberta or Angelina either. So...
何？これメンテナンスモードで強制再起動した時にしか流れない音声メッセージ。
幼稚の。
ってことで何したかは次同じことした。管理人、ペリカ観察官も。
You can just say good luck. That's too funny. You must be my witness. I did something or I did nothing wrong. Ah, well, good luck. That's pretty funny.
どうしても起動する試作モデルはメンテナンスモードでも周りの環境データの観測をし、
だから私たちも呼んだってこと？で、
アンカーが落下する直前、八千要塞から異常な、さすがに無関係ってことは考えにくい。詳細は
急ぎ連絡を取らなくては。中央制御タワーに戻りましょう。通信。
Where to next? The crafting manual was acquired. Okay. What is the crafting manual for? Oh. When gathering an item, the crafting manual will make an entry of it and then keep track of the total amount you've gathered. Oh, and then you get rewards. Oh. Well, that's kind of neat. It's literally just pick stuff up around the world and then you get free stuff. Okay, sure. Why not? Can't complain about that. Although it looks like not all of them, yeah, not all of them give you the rolling currency. Sometimes it's like recipes, it looks like. But, I mean, even then, that's pretty good. It's literally just play our game and we give you free stuff. It's a pretty unique way of giving you, like, the food recipes and stuff, too. It's literally like, you know, you have to actually collect something to know how to make it or whatever. Okay, cool. Fine, F&M. Oh, so this is the food. So this is like healing stuff. Oh, you can gain ultimate energy with this one. Stat bonus. Okay. will say I don't particularly know if I like how little backpack space it seems like I have. But I think, question mark, that we get more storage later. So you can kind of like dump your stuff over in there. Can I go up this? No, you can. I don't think you're meant to, but you definitely can. Yeah, I don't think I'm meant to be up here. Alright, where am I going? I'm talking to Director Chin. Kin? How do you say her name? On your second reroll, you got Pog on standard. You would keep... Yeah, so Pog is like a sub DPS slash support Sokka. And he is a sub DPS support for physical teams. So if you really want to play the administrator, or if you really want to play Chen, or if you happen to get the panda, then he is very good for that team. Now that said, that depends on whether or not you like those characters or not. So that's kind of up to you. But he's definitely intended to be played in the physical team, so. Chen is your second favorite after Fluorite? Well, there you go, yeah. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the best physical team that you can actually run in the game would be Administrator, then Chen, and then Pog, and then Aya, which you'll get on your third day of logging in. So if you really like those characters, then you're good. You have the best physical team in the game. So I think if I got Pog, I'd be pretty happy with them because I like those characters as well. Although I am having fun with this electric team, I do have to say. You like his voice in JP, but you would like if he looked like he did in the OG Arknights. That's totally fair, yeah. Although I will say, in the OG Arknights, his default skin is him as an older guy. But even in the original game, I think it's this. No, that's the wrong one. This one? Yeah. Even in the original game, he has a skin which is him in his younger years. So this right here, him in his younger years, is more similar to the Pog that we have in Enfield. So, and there is actually, like, if I'm not mistaken, there is actually lore behind this skin and that kind of stuff from the OG Arknights. So, but yeah. Okay, so I've almost got the base working. That's good. Mains comms node. It's honestly kind of crazy that even the NPCs look good. Like, this is not a playable character, but they just look good. Like, they're definitely not as detailed as, like, Perlica or the Administrator, but even then, like, they still look great. I will say I'm getting a little bit tempted to start skipping story just so I can get through some of the content, but I know long term I would probably regret that, so for now, slowly making our way through it. Although I think I'm getting close to the point where the game, you know, opens up a bit and I can start doing more things, especially with the factory, so we will have to see. Because, like, right now I'm still in the beginning part, so we're kind of, like, setting up the base and doing that kind of stuff, so Still a bit to go until we're kind of like out of the early beginning tutorial stuff. Okay, let's see. Originium circuit repairs. Use the administrator's authority to repair repair and reconstruct Originiums. Am I going to be doing Enfield guide videos? I've been thinking about it. So right now, or within the next 30 days, I need to produce at least minimum 4 Arknights videos. And that is related to me being sponsored by Enfield. So 2 of the videos I already have planned out. What I want to do for one of them is I want to do a first impressions, and that'll be today. Then I also, probably when I stream later this week on the weekend, I want to do sort of like a tier list of where I think characters fit and what teams they fit in. And then after that, I was considering doing a general guide about the different systems of the game in terms of like, this is how elemental reactions work, and this is how you can set up your chain attacks, and this is what chain attacks actually do, and kind of like how to build out your teams and that kind of stuff. Because like for those of you that were here earlier in the stream, I was talking about it, there's a lot of nuance to how you can build out your teams. It's not just the basic elemental system, it's not just the combo skill system, they all interconnect in a lot of different ways, and you can build a lot of different teams despite the fact that there's like, what, 20 characters in total in the game? Hold on, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There are 23 characters in total in the game, but even though there's only that small amount, there's still tons upon tons of different teams that you can mix and mash together. So I was thinking about doing kind of like a guide explaining how all that works and what people should be looking for when they design their teams. Because like right now, right, we're in the early phase of the gacha, or of this game, I should say, where people know absolutely nothing. Like even me, right? At a surface level, I know what's going on in the game, and I know how to put teams together. But at the end of the day, what I know right now and what you know right now and what a guide maker knows right now, that's going to change in like not even a month from now, but a week from now, right? So the most important thing is figuring out the process of how you learn to build your teams rather than what the teams do themselves, if that makes any sense. Because if you understand the system at its core, then that will be 10 times as valuable as knowing, okay, I put the fire guy with the fire character. You know what I mean? And a lot of people, and especially a lot of guide makers, I guarantee you that they're heavily focused on DPS simulations and stuff like that. And then like, oh, this character must work with this other character. But because of the flexibility in terms of the reactions and the combo skills, I guarantee you, like I said, 1 month from now, the teams that people currently think are the best will no longer be the best. I guarantee you, because we're going to find out some unique tech that you can do where like this character combines with that character, and both of those characters together work with this other character, and only once you have those 3 characters together does it work with this 4th character. Like I guarantee you that kind of stuff is going to be figured out over the next month or so. So like I said, the most important thing that you can do right now is understand how how to basically design your teams. So rather than just what the teams themselves do. Okay, I'll be honest, I did not read the tutorial for this. Okay, there we go. Okay, that works. And then rotate like this. Okay. I get it. But yeah, so in short, to answer your question, I do plan on kind of dabbling with some guides, but this will be the first that I've ever done guides before. Because, I mean, if you know most of my HSR content, I basically just do commentary and discussion based things. And a guide is less about discussion, it's more about like, hey, here's this thing, here's how you do it, here's why it's a good thing to do. So it'll definitely be different, but it also is definitely something I want to try out. So we'll just have to see.
ランドブレーカー、これわざとやってるのかな。
アンドレイさんの地下実験室の件、オリジニウム副産物センターの襲撃、そして今回のこと。
我々の通信システムが停止している間に4号谷地の重要拠点が襲撃に遭っていたと。それも
ランドブレーカーには組織的な力はない。一斉攻撃なんてできるはずが。
You're listening to me while playing Currency Wars? I mean, I guess this is decent background noise. What are you doing in Currency Wars? Are you just doing your weekly thing, or are you actually pushing into higher difficulties?
地上に降りる前、リージャン号から周辺エリアの全戦闘オペレーターに支援要請を送ったわ。その中にランドブレーカーの専門家がいる。
管理人、お待ちください。
Oh, you're pushing into the higher difficulties? Okay. What I kind of found with Currency Wars is that, like, the higher difficulty you go, the more restrictive it is. So at least personally, I found it a lot more enjoyable to stay at the lower difficulty tiers. Though obviously that will be different for everyone. Some people like the challenge, so... use the AIC to assemble various kinds of gear and improve combat performance, like basic armor. This shows the stats. This shows what it costs. Okay. You just want the jades? That is totally fair. I get that. Origo crust can be produced by refine. Okay, I already knew that. I don't really want to craft this, but I guess it's forcing me to. Okay, so that buffs agility. Okay, so different gear for different things. So this buffs agility. So this would be like for your DPS probably. And then this buffs will, so this will be for like your casters. Okay, so I don't have enough of whatever this is, so I can't actually make that. So I crafted that. Let me craft this. Are the gloves different? No, that still costs wood. Okay. So now I can equip gear. Antle. Armor. Yep, I got it. So he can equip the intellect piece. Equip. You can also equip a tactical. Once equipped, tacticals are automatically used by the operator once it's met in battle. Okay. So you get 1 armor piece, 1 glove, and 2 kits. Equipping multiple pieces of gear activates set effects. You can also equip tacticals. Okay, so tacticals are like your items. Okay, that's pretty cool. I don't think I need to actually do this, but yeah, especially not below 20%. You believe you've only cleared Wealth Creator in the Currency Wars with a Glare and AoE? Hey, I haven't even gone up to Wealth Creator at all yet. I stopped well below that because I was like, you know what? It's starting to get a little bit cringe. So I kind of just want to have fun and stick around the lower tiers. So, yeah. I don't think I need any of these tacticals right now. And then you take the agility piece. Oh wait, she wants... Ooh. Okay, so the agility piece... I mean, she can take it for now, I guess. The agility piece would be much better on Chen, though. Yeah, let me put that on her. Sela with Bellabog is fun. I actually ran, Sela with Bellabog literally, like, yesterday, I think. I was doing the weekly, and then I was like, okay, I want to get the Jades for playing Bellabog. So, I ran that comp, and then I happened to, I got I happened to get Bronya in like the first stage of the second wave or round, whatever it's called. And I was like, all right, I'm definitely locked into Bellabog now. So
アンカーが落下し
that
た
was
時
pretty good.
平静を装ってはいましたが、内心は本当に穏やかでは。しかし皆さんのおかげで危機を乗り越えられた。中枢基地を代表して皆さんにお礼。それからもう一つ予定していた歓迎会ですが、状況が落ち着いたら改めて。
Also, for those of you that have been hanging out, I know there's not a lot of you here right now, but I do appreciate it. I mean, we are currently almost 6 hours into the stream. Yo, Axel, what's up, dude?
ペリカ監察官
Bro is awoken from his slumber or whatever.
決して無理はしないように。もう
Hope you're doing
十分
well.
よくやってくださいました。それからここに皆さんの帰りを待っている人がいることもお忘れなく。
え、わかっている。全然大丈夫だよ。
The Bellabog stuff might be your favorite thing in Currency Wars. Yeah, I mean, honestly, just seeing the robot doing the giant punch is really fun. You wonder how you're doing yourself. That doesn't sound too good. Is everything all right, Axel?
では、
Hope things are
皆
good
さん
at
の
least.
ご武運をお祈りします。
All right, and off I
ランド
go.
ブレーカーの裏にある目的は、アンドレイさんの試作モデル、エンドフィールド、そして管理人。
Bro is
あなた
schizoing
に
out
もつながっています。行きましょう。
live in Twitch chat. That's
全てを明
crazy.
らかにするために。
Poor Axel. Yeah. What is this? F7. Ooh, got a 10 pull. It's time to gotcha. Let's go. So yeah, so I guess so the more story you do, the more of these you get. And then I guess once you finish all of chapter 1, then you get your character. So, I mean, hopefully I get lucky, but we'll see. So again, ideally, if I do happen to hit a 6-star here, I want anyone that is not Ardelia, because Ardelia is free. Pog would be really good for my physical team. Last Right would just be fun to use as a DPS. Ember's hot, let's be honest. And then I think Li Fang is another physical team member. But I'm not entirely sure what he does. I would have to see his kit. So here we go. Obviously that's assuming I get a early 6-star here. I think that was just gold. Last Right is hot too, though. True. Alright, just another 5-star. So in terms of 5 stars, I am really hoping for... Who am I hoping for? I would like a copy of... Probably... Who would I want? I don't even know. Arclight would be kind of nice. And then I wouldn't say no to Azahi. But we'll see. My guaranteed 5-star should be kind of early in this pool. So it's either the next one or the one after that. So probably the one after this. Okay, I lied. What the hell? Okay, there it is. Jesus. Oh, Chen dupe. Alright, that's not bad. I don't actually know what Chen's dupes do, but that's okay. The one thing that confused you when you first played HSR is that there's only 4 and 5-star? Dude, I wish there was more than just 4 and 5-star. Because that would just open up the game to have so much more variety in terms of team comps and stuff like that. Like, you wouldn't always have to get the best thing because there would be other stuff in a system like that. I might be able to do a weapon pull now. Can I? Nope, not yet. Let's see. What is C? What is this? Oh, right. Dupes. Characters. Duh. Fluorite must be related to me because their names are similar. Well, I don't know about that, but... Okay, why is every art for this guy just aura farming? Like, literally, you go from this to this to this one up here. Like, literally just aura farming the character. And meanwhile, he's the lowest rarity in the entire game. That's too funny. Alright, let's see. What does Chen's dupe do? Damage dealt 20% to enemies below 50%. And that's not crazy, but it'll be nice for bosses, I guess. That's not too bad. Piccolo was his teacher, true. Oh, that's super cute. Alright, let's see. Fluorite. Can I finish her off? Nope, not yet. I do get one more art piece, though. What do we got here? Oh, that is a unique art style. That's kind of interesting. Alright, who else do we got? No one else. Okay. Oh, these guys are already maxed, I think. Yeah. Alright. Continuing on with the story. How far away is this? Where do I have to get to? Oh, it's like way over by the base. Do I want to walk there? Nah. I guess there's no real reason to. What is this? That's all mining spots. Growth limit reached. Okay, maybe I should walk there and check out these different locations. Yeah, whatever. We'll walk there. Why not? It's only 500 meters. Okay, that was part of the first puzzle, so I can ignore that. Oh, what is this? Stability. A facility that can be used to post and leave beacon memos. Okay. I repaired it. I don't know what this does. Oh! Oh, this is another player. Okay. That's kind of neat. And he left the message, up front, above good stuff. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. No point in going down there. Alright, so we gotta go the long way. Anything new in the mail? Nope, that's just the survey. H, what is this? Oh, there's a messaging system. Okay, it's kind of neat. Oh yeah, have to keep remembering, always collect any of these plants you see, because that upgrades your crafting. Or your crafting manual. So you get rewards for collecting everything, so make sure you're doing that. Okay, so this was the thing I saw on my map over here. This white thing. What is this? Oh, is this literally just a mining spot? I don't even think, I don't even have any more of these. Double click to open the facility construction screen. Okay, so I could make more. I don't know if this needs power or not. I don't remember. There's crafting too. Yeah, there is. Okay, how do I forget how you make this. Do I have to click this? No. What do I do to make this? Construction. Am I stupid? Oh, I have to be at my factory to make it. That makes sense. Okay, I am stupid. Okay, so that's just a mining spot. That's not important. Same there. What are you? It's an electric nexus. Okay. Honestly, let's just go here and make a few things. So, how do I do this again? Double click. Okay, so let's make a few of these since it doesn't really cost that much. Make 5. Okay, so that's pretty expensive actually. Wait, did I make the wrong thing? I made the wrong thing. I think this is what I needed to make. This is what mines. Yeah, portable originium rig. Oopsies. Well, I have a lot of refinement units. I don't know what I'm going to do with that, but I have a lot of them. This is what I needed to make. So I'll make 5 of those. I don't need this right now because this is only relevant at the AIC, which is the factory. And I definitely want some of these, so I should pick up my stuff here. I'll put that in there. A shredding unit. Okay, they can have multiple production formulas, so I don't need that right now. I just don't need that right now. Thank you. Claim that. Okay, I need to go collect my ore over here. Yeah, because these things are full. Claim you, that's 50. Nice. Then claim you, that's another 50. And then I can put another refining unit down. That should be powered. And then I can throw in 50 to here. 50 over here. Claim that. And then crafting. Oops. I think I have to be out of this to craft. Why is it wanting me to place? Okay, is it L? No, that's gear. Z? There it is. Okay, I do want to craft a few of these. At least 3, so that I can use them around the map. Okay, so Z, relay tower, construction, 3. Alright. So now I have more relay towers, so that'll be good for setting up power around the map. I don't need another one of these. I accidentally made 5 of these. And I made 5 of these. Okay. So I think I'm good for now. Next thing I want to do... I want to check out what this is, because it says it's a rare growth. So let's go see what that is about. Alright. For those of you that might look at the factory stuff I was just doing and just be like, what the hell am I looking at? Keep in mind there are blueprints. So if you have no idea what the hell you're doing and you also don't care what you're doing with that kind of stuff, then you can just follow a blueprint that someone else makes. And that makes it really easy to set up your factory. Ooh, level 30 guy. I want to fight this dude. Up front, enemies danger. So true, man. Okay, I want to try parrying. Okay, so let's see. I don't have a skill to use, so I just have to dodge. Oh, my snowshine just literally exploded. That's not good. I feel like my snowshine is the one that dies the most often. Okay, I should be able to scale here. I don't have a skill for this one. Oh, you don't have a Bronya in your run? That's rough. Hopefully you get one. Okay, I broke him. Nice. I can do my stagger follow-up. This should trigger a combo skill. Nice. And then Perlic ult. Hopefully this finishes. Nice. What are you gonna give me? Oh, some gear. Gun tower. Oh, I I think I was meant to build the gun tower and that would help me fight it. Oopsies. Okay, repair, why not? Oh yeah, I was definitely intended to do that. That's too funny. He's too good, true. That's just raw talent there, honestly. I can't be stopped. You know, no one believed me that I could beat a level 30 enemy, but you know what? Here I am. I beat him. They said it couldn't be done. Ooh. Okay, I do need to find a teleporter, or just go to my AIC so I can heal Snowshine. Is there anything around here to look at? I mean, down there, yes, but I don't want to go down there. Built different, that's why I'm the GOAT. It ain't that serious, it ain't that serious. Okay, this isn't that close. I'm trying to find which ore spot I want to set up some stuff at. Ideally close to, either close to a TP or maybe a zip line? Although I don't know how I make the zip line. Yeah, I can't just craft a zip line. I guess I don't have the blueprint for that. So I mean, if I'm looking at the map, the closest ore deposit to my base apart from this one is actually this. So I guess that's where I want to go. So let me go back to the AIC to heal Snowshine. And then we go up here to do some more ore mining. Oh, that's a different kind of ore. What is this? What is this? Amethyst ore? Okay. Different kind of ore. Maybe that's... Oh, yeah, okay. So this is definitely worth setting up some spots at. Because this is a completely different kind of ore. That is not what I wanted to place. Backpack. Refining unit. Okay. Close you. 5... No, 4. Wait, why can't I place this? This mining rig cannot mine this material. Well, that would have been nice to know. Okay, I guess I can't mine amethyst yet. Oh, you know what? It's probably this. If I remember right, these dudes give you new blueprints for factory stuff. So what it probably is that guy's right there, and he'll give me a blueprint for an amethyst-specific mining rig. But because I have not unlocked the ability to claim these yet, I can't actually mine. So in that case, let me go back to where I was before, down here, and set up on the basic ores. Because that would actually be useful to me. What is that? There's something on my map up here. What is this? SOS. Damaged robot. G. Many Delta general purpose robots have been damaged. Use the administrator's ability to repair them. Okay, sure. This is just... Oh, okay, so this is just going to be the puzzle solving. So that goes there. That probably goes there. And that goes there. Done. Okay. What do you give me, though? Oh, just random loot. Okay, cool. Look at him, he's so happy. That is adorable. Alright, mining rig. So tab 4. Place one there. Place one here. Mineral vein not yet formed. Okay. And then same thing there. Alright, well, I have 2 set up. That should be good enough. Cancel placement. And then I'll just grab these since I'm right here. Alright. Can I go around the back way, maybe? No. Oh, wait a minute. Aha! I knew there had to be a reason to go around the back here. Alright, so I think this might be my first boss. Well, no, I technically fought an elite before, so this will be my second boss? Question mark?
拠点まで作られている。あいつら八千代祭への道へ。
Uh-oh. Land breakers are killing each other. Alright, so this is gonna be like an actual proper fight. I got 4 minions plus the big guy. Alright, I'm down. Let's get in there. Yeah, something I do want to try doing in the next fight, when I fight the big guy up here, is actually doing a parry with Snowshine. So let's see. Come on, do a big attack. You gonna attack me or not? Come on. Okay, that was satisfying. Wait a minute. Oh, that is so satisfying. I highly recommend doing parries with this character. I think it even gave me SP back as well. Just like like the pulse on the screen when that parry happened, like you get a special animation there. Oh, is this Wolfguard? Hi, Wolfguard. Why is he aiming at me for? The way the attack animations remind you of a great sword in Monster Hunter. I mean, she literally is a great sword character, so yeah.
お前が噂のキャトロウルフガードルピーノだ。管理人に報告。ペリカ監察官はいつもそう紹介するな。ま、
ウルフガードはエンドフィールド特殊技術部のオペレーターだ。ウルフガード。仲間に銃口を向け。
ああ、悪かった。ペリカ監察官。まあ、状況が状況だったしな。
今。4号谷地は混乱の最中にある。あなたの
わかった。とりあえず、ボーンクラッシャーは橋のせい今まで奪うことしか知ら
Okay,
ない。
I think I'm gonna have to set up power leading over to here to probably control the bridge. So this is just expanding the grid even more, I guess.
さっきのランドブレーカーがなんか部品っぽいの持ってたかも。
You like great swords? Yeah.
電力については 強薬コアを使えば復旧できるはず。
Oh, you just get him for free? Wait a minute. Use headhunting to acquire more operators for support. Is it gonna give me something? Okay, why would it tell me to go headhunt and then not give me anything? Like, what are we doing? But whatever. Alright. B crafting. Yeah, I didn't actually realize that you get Wolfguard for free, so that's kind of neat. I don't personally plan on actually using him, to be clear, but at least until I get Surtur anyway. But pretty neat regardless. Alright, what do you do? Repair. Oh, okay, we just have the parts, I guess. Sure. And then even though it's not powered, I get to... Okay, never mind. Now I have to power it. Okay. Alright. So I need to go back to the base. Oops, that is not what I meant to do. Track this. Oh, they just gave me a ton of towers. Nice. Okay, cool. Let me start the transmission from here. What would be the best way to go? Just, honestly, just through. Okay. What if I go like this? I'm definitely gonna have to set up more than one. Yeah, okay, so right around here. I could go a little bit farther. How do I stash? Stash you. Okay, so that's connected. Up front danger. Uh-huh. Okay, hopefully this can reach without setting up a third power line. That would be kind of annoying if I had to do that. Because I feel like I had a good, Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Really? Did I, like, mess up? I must have messed up the line. Okay, so I could go straight through there. Yo, Lynn, what's up? Okay. The Lizard Girls, truth nuke. Dude. I feel like Fluorite is the entire Enfield community just like on their knees. Is this the longest stream I've done? I think the very first stream I did, like ever, was around 6 hours. I'm not entirely sure. What am I saying? I'm not entirely sure if I went like closer to 6 hours and 30 minutes or whatever, but yeah. Like, surely I don't actually have to set up 3 different ones, right? Oh, you know what? Hold on. I might be able to do this. What if, instead of going from there, we go from this side, go up the top to where the amethyst stuff is. Nope, I can't make it up there. Damn it. I was kind of hoping that I could make it up to here and then kind of like go through there. Maybe I still can. It'll just be kind of jank. Let me see. Okay, what if we go from here to, let's say... You're gonna ask for Fluorite 6-star in every survey? That's hella based. Okay, just out of curiosity, what if we go here? Connect. And then let's see, does it go over top if I do this? Or is it actually gonna go around? Ah, okay, so I can't do what I wanted to do. You can't like, kind of like, even though the cable is above ground and you can see it here, it all depends on the lower ground stuff, so that's unfortunate. So you do actually just kind of have to go for a straight line as best you can and then set up 3. Maybe the best play would be setting up a power line here. So maybe like I go southwest, and then that would let me bring power here if I need to, as well as go up here. Maybe that's the play. Because if I have to set up 3 anyway, I might as well bring the first one to a useful spot. Yeah, so let's do that. Okay, so I can't... Oh my god, really? Okay, so note to self, don't jump off there. Kind of annoying. Fluorite is not in your search history? Okay, you are horrendously down bad, Rogue Spectre. Okay. So, if I do 1... Really? That counts? That is so annoying. Fine. I guess it's fine. You have no shame? Based? Question mark? Oh, I just had it there. There we go. Okay, so I don't, yeah, unfortunately I think I'm still gonna have to do 3 no matter what, but we'll see. Like, I don't know why they don't, like, why do they make you get so close and then not able to actually get all the way to the finish? Like, bro, like, this is just not real. What are we doing? Like, I might as well just throw one, like, here, I guess. Yeah, I might as well, instead of going inside there like that, might as well bring this over this way. Come on, you can make it over that. No? Really? Might as well just bring this over here, and then that way it's useful if I need it. So connect that. Stash mode, I went a little bit too far. So we go slightly closer. Plug you in. And then from here, this should be enough. There's no way that this is not enough. Yeah, okay. And from here, we connect to here. Alright. Let me grab the chests around here. Oh, there's another one of those dudes. Let's go! These guys get so happy when you fix them. Alright, is that a finish? Let's see. Oh, one more. Okay, so... How do you do this one? Okay, so you need 3 here, 2 here. So it has to be like that. Like that. Alright, if you guys weren't watching earlier, once I finish this, take a look. This is funny. Alright, watch. The little robot guy gets so happy. Come on. There we go. Look at him! That is too funny. That's adorable. Yeah, it's pretty cute. Okay, just like tons of resources here for some reason. We take that. I do wonder when the quote-unquote best time is that you should start like refining your weapons. Because like right now, right? Like if I go to Antol and if I want to improve his weapon, I have two others that I could put in, but like I don't know if I'm gonna need those two other ones. It's like I don't know when the best time to do it is. For now, I think it's probably smarter to just leave it. Especially because if we're actually getting these just from doing overworld exploration, then I imagine we're going to get enough for multiple copies like at max refinement, just like in Genshin or whatever. So, I'm not too worried about it.
新たな収穫を得た。
援護します。この勢いで。
Oh, box here. In a normal game, you would assume a boss is upcoming when they give you a bunch of material. That's true, yeah. I've been playing through Borderlands 1 recently with one of my friends, and then we're planning on doing some of the other Borderlands soon rather. And it's always telling, right? Like when you're about to enter a boss arena, they always give you like the shops, so like you can restock on ammo, or you can grab a new weapon or a better shield or whatever. So yeah. How do I feel about combat in this game versus other action gacha games? I think what it's doing is very unique, and so far I like the unique aspect of it. I will say it is definitely not perfect, because to a certain extent, like when you get your combo skills going, it can feel a little bit button mashy, right? So like once you get your combo skills going, it kind of is just like, all right, let me spam E and go through them as much as I possibly can. But with that said, if you have a team that actually requires you to do reactions so that you can get those things, then it almost feels like a payoff, if that makes any sense. It's like, oh, I did the right thing, and now I'm getting my combo skill because I did the right thing. And that feels good in my opinion. So, it's definitely unique. I'm enjoying it for now. There's definitely stuff that is really cool with it. Like just a bit ago, like playing on-field Snowshine and then doing her parry, that was extremely satisfying to do. So like, there's definitely opportunity for there to be cool mechanics. And then just in terms of the rotations and the teams and all that you can make, I think that's pretty cool as well, because there's reactions, there's the combo skills like I've been talking about, and just a whole bunch of other stuff, so.
フィオナ、情報。ちょっと待って。シミュレーターを。私たち地要塞には資料によると要塞が煙に覆われて。
さっき近くで助けたやつから話を聞いた。どうやらそれに何なのかわからない痕跡もいく。
Operation Manual System Authority Level Unlocked. Press F8. Okay, what is this? Oh, this is dailies. Okay. Let's see. Does it tell me when dailies reset? Training. Okay, I guess that's all tutorials. Okay, node. Okay, so I think what this is, for those of you that have played like Genshin Impact, this is like your book that you go through at the beginning of the game, where it's like you do specific things, and then it gives you rewards for doing it. That's what I think this is. So I equip that, that's done, and then backpack, use. Oh, I have to actually get hit. So I will say it is kind of annoying that it doesn't tell me when dailies reset. That's kind of frustrating. Oh, you actually get a stamina potion every day. That's cool. 200 oro barrel. Okay. Oh, so I definitely need to start hard grinding through this because I want to hit my beginner banner before the reset happens. But we'll see. I don't know how long it'll actually take. I'll leave all these tutorials for now. My battle pass leveled up. Alright, give me more free stuff. Thank you. I'll leave training. Account level up. Okay, that's more gear blueprints. Cool. F7. Oh, 10 pull. I don't know what this is. Cosmic voice issue. Oh, that's for the weapon banner. Okay. Alright. Time for some gacha. Not this. Where is it? F9, I think? Yeah, okay. Arsenal. We love Gamba. True. Okay, so get weapons from Arsenal Exchange by either using Arsenal Issue or direct purchases with the tickets. Okay, click to continue. Cosmic Voice Issue acquired. You can use this to attempt one attempt at the Arsenal Issue. Please don't tell me they force you to do this. I do not want this. You get this for free. Yeah, get me out of that. Thank you. Wait, no way that's the only place you can use it. For real? Really? Why? Like, you literally get this weapon for free. Why are they making you do this? I mean, they're not making you do it, but it's the only place you can spend the ticket. Cosmic Voice. Yeah, it's Cosmic Voice. That's, like, I think this weapon is literally... I know, it's not called Cosmic Voice, I guess. Oh, it's Cosmic Voice Issue, and they give you a 10 pull for it. Alright, whatever. I guess you have to do it. Hopefully I get an off-rate up weapon instead of this one, because I do not want a dupe of this. Here we go. What do we get? Okay, 1 5-star weapon. I'll be honest, it's a weapon banner. I'm just gonna skip. What do we get? A claymore. I don't think that's useful to me. So, maybe someone in the future. Yeah, this is probably for Panda, because that is a lot of strength. And then I got AIC quota. Okay. What do I do with AIC quota? Okay, that's in here. So I got 10. I can't really do anything with it for right now. Alright, so I'll leave that. And then I got a standard 10 pull. Alright. Surely this is the one. I know that we're very far off from hitting our, we're 60 pulls away from hitting a 50-50. But even so, hope I get lucky. There we go. We hyperskip. I shouldn't have hyperskipped. That's rough. I mean, that does mean that in one pull I get a 4-star, so the next time I get a ticket, then I get that. Is that 3 chens, including the free one? Yes. So I have the base chen that you get for free, and then I've gotten 2 dupes beyond that. So let's see, what's your second one? Stat bonuses. Okay, that's not bad. And then I finally get to finish Fluorite. I can see what her final art is. Ooh, that looks nice. This is some good art. Anything in the mail? Nothing in the mail, still just the survey. Andre wants to message me, I'll look at that later. Alright. Alright, I have to go use the restroom again, so I will be right back. Once again, for those of you that are hanging out, you get to look at Fluorite while I'm gone. So enjoy that, I guess. I will be right back.
急にギャグを思いついたわ。聞きたい人反応ゼロ？
Alright. I am back. You love Fluorite's smug smile. I mean, who doesn't? Let's be real. Alright. So, I think I've done most of the stuff in the area. Let's see. I'm currently on Secure Sanctuary. Oops. I hit my DPI button, so my sense went to Narnia. Let's see, what is around here? Anything? No. I should probably change my team back as well. Oh, before I do that actually, let me look at Snowshine, because I did get a 5-star weapon. So she wants strength. Let's see. Protection. Protected targets take reduced damage. Let's see, what would be best for her? So that's her ult, cryo damage. Does it tell me what it scales off of? No. Okay, so her healing scales off of the skill level, not anything else. So I think apart from that, she's literally just a DPS, like you do paris and stuff. Yeah, wait, this actually might be better for... Wait, hold on. Secondary attribute plus 5%. Combo skill... Okay, so... If you want your Snowshine to be more of a healer, then this is a great weapon for her. Because whenever you activate her combo skill, which happens when one of your teammates goes below 60% HP, then they'll just get healed more. But if you wanted to deal more damage, for example, through her pari, then you would go for something like this. Although that said, this isn't amazing for her, because vulnerability is applied by physical characters, and obviously she is a cryo character. So it definitely does not hurt to stick with this. But the art's intensity isn't bad. I think I'm just going to stick with this because I already leveled it. But yeah, something like this definitely isn't terrible. It's just also not her best in slot. Is there really nothing in this area? That's kind of crazy. Yeah, I guess so. Alright, on to a new area. Valley Pass, alright. First TP. Let's see, does this open up the map? Oh, yeah, it does. Okay. Yep, so we just unlocked the second region. It is much smaller, but, I mean, even then, it's still a decent size, so... Oh, that looks ominous. Boss time? It might be. I mean, just look at that. Like, there's just that giant red smoke up there. So this definitely could be a boss. I'm kind of hoping it is, because, so far at least, we've mostly just been fighting, like, I would say they would be considered either trash mobs or elite mobs. So I'm kind of hoping we get something unique here. Although I will say the area does seem a bit big for it to just be something like a boss arena. So while I expect there to be a boss in this area, I don't know if it's like I'm immediately walking into that right now. You know what I mean? So...
残ったものは燃やして傷跡にする。素性に燃やせないものなんてほとんどない。だから
Okay, so this is going to be like take out these mini towers and then destroy the big tower. That's what this area is going to be. And then if I had to imagine, once you destroy the big tower, that might be boss time. So, we will see.
素性の煙には侵食物質が含まれてて、オリジニウム装置の動きを抑える働きがある。あとは姿を隠すのにも武器としても使われてる。
Oh, you know what? I actually forgot to do something. There are a bunch of codes for this game. So once I get out of dialogue, I can put the codes in and get some rewards for that too.
体にも影響があるかもしれない。超域エネルギーみたいな扱いにくいものをわざわざ使うのも手段を選ばなくなってる証拠だ。
I'm also currently searching the Enfield Discord to try to figure out when the daily reset is, since it doesn't tell you in game. Okay, so it is at 4 a.m. Eastern for America. Yeah, so daily reset for this game is in 47 minutes. You know what? Honestly, I think I might just commit to this account because I feel like I've played a bunch at this point. So I might go buy the Welkin now before the reset. Also, John Harvey, thanks for hanging out, dude. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good night. Uh-oh. Okay, I did not mean to do that. Oopsies. I wonder what's gonna happen because I just loaded it on my phone. I hope it loads me back into the cutscene. Because I did not mean to sign out there. It's past midnight here, but you usually don't sleep until like 6 a.m. Yeah, welcome to the club. I'm basically the same. Alright, is it gonna put me back in the cutscene? Oh man, I have to watch through the cutscene again. Okay, so note to self, do not leave in the middle of a cutscene, even if by accident. Yeah, it just puts you right at the beginning of it, so...
素性の煙には侵食物質が含まれてて、でも
侵食は超域がウルフガードの言う思い切って通り抜けて
中の様子が全くわからないんだ。他の手段を探すべきだな。
Now I can control my characters. Alright, so before I go in there, I'm gonna do something real quick. So this time this was intentional. I just want to get the Welkin so that I can already start ticking on that before the day resets. I know I'll be playing this game long term, so even if I do get Ardelia as my standard or as my starter character, it is what it is. So alright, how do I do this? Monthly pass, get you. Failed to create order. Okay, it worked that time. There we go. Alright, so that's the monthly pass. And then I also was going to buy the battle pass, so let me do that. Okay, and then battle pass is... How do I get access to that? Oh, that's this button, I think. Yeah, that's this one, and then supply up. Buy this. Oh yeah, by the way, this is unrelated to the game, just kind of while I'm tabbed out doing this kind of thing, or buying the stuff on my phone. I did actually decide to finally get a gaming tablet, so my phone will no longer be crying because of the lack of storage space, which is pretty nice. And then apart from that, I'm supposed to be getting that, or it's supposed to ship, I should say. It's supposed to ship in 3 days, which is pretty nice, and I hope to get that sometime in the next week. And then alongside that, this coming weekend, I'm finally supposed to be getting a lot of snow, which is pretty nice. It has been quite a long time since I got snow, so... Well, I should say a lot of snow. Because like I'm supposed to be getting like anywhere between 10 to, you know, like 15 inches of snow, which is quite a lot. It's pretty good. Alright, back in here. So, I have the monthly pass active, and then I went ahead and I bought the battle pass as well. So all this stuff is active now. Let's see. What are you? Oh, that's sanity. You don't get snow because you live in a desert, unfortunately. Yeah, I can definitely see that. What are you? More sanity. Okay. XP. Yeah, nothing too crazy. I did get a weapon box. Let me see. Probably not in here. I think it would be... I don't even know where it would be. Gear assembly? No. I have no idea where... Valuable stash? Yeah, it's got to be in here somewhere. Oh, this right here. Okay, so I didn't realize I had gotten some of this. This right here is the quote-unquote RNG part of the gearing system in the game. So like you have this gear, which is like your equipped gear, and these give you like stats and stuff like that, and you just craft these. Like you don't have to, there's no relic RNG or anything like that. But then there are also these essences, which as you can see here have like attribute boosts and stuff like that. And then you can infuse these into weapons to give it stat bonuses and things like that. And then I believe later down the line you can kind of like combine them, which is pretty neat. But yeah. Okay. Where's the weapon box I got? Yeah, that's neat. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, these expire. That's kind of cringe. It's just, I mean, well, I say it's kind of cringe, but that's honestly the exact same as the original Arknights. They had potions in that game that expired too. I wonder if the weapon box I got is, I have to go into the weapon banner. Let me try that. That F9, arsenal. No. Dude, like, where is it? Because you're supposed to get, when you buy the battle pass, you're supposed to get a weapon, I think. Oh, never mind. Okay, it's at level 20. My bad. I thought you got one immediately, but I guess not. Okay, so you get one at 20 on the red tier, one at 40 on the gold tier. So you get 2 weapons when you get that high. Okay. Alright, I thought you got one immediately, but I guess not. And let's see, I'm nowhere close to being able to do a 10 pull on Surtur's banner. Yeah, I do not have enough. So yeah, let's just continue. Okay, anything in here? Nope, still the survey. Oh, apparently I'm not supposed to go in there. Look around for another path. Oh, I see. I saw an oculi up there, although it doesn't look like I can get up there. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Okay, so that's definitely gonna loop around. Oh, hello. Oh look, it's the bunny again. It's like the grass bunny. You were supposed to wake up 3 hours ago? Hey, what's up, Kurt? How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. It's you, me, and Rogue Spectre. I think we're the only ones left. Honestly, since I did unlock and then do all the dailies, I might call it there soon. But we'll see. I do want to record the video, like I said, that I was going to do earlier. I kind of want to do a little bit... like, I want to keep playing. I really do. Maybe I just keep playing until I'm, like, just fully just, like, dying. I think that's what I'm going to do. But yeah, we are currently 7 hours into the stream. You can low-key join the stream, BC. I mean, technically you could, but I'm only in here so that the little guy bottom left goes. Oh no, what the hell? Dude, they're doing bondage with the bunnies. What's going on? What are we doing here? There's 2 of them. What the hell? Why are we doing that? No bunnies. Oh, that is too fun. Is it bad that it's a little bit funny? to me. I mean, just look at them. They're just like strapped up, man. Like, this looks so goofy. This is not how you strap up like a carcass of an animal or whatever. That is so goofy. Free the Pokemon? Unfortunately, I don't think I can. Yeah. I can smash the other stuff around here, but I can't smash them out of their traps. Yeah, I was right. It does seem to be a loop around. I still can't use this thing, which is annoying. There's not really a point of setting up more mining things here. Why is your cat judging me? Ain't no way, bro just said that. I'll throw him up anyway, might as well. Alright, on we go. No way. Authorized personnel only. Okay.
弱いやつが生き延びるためには逃げるのが最善だからな。
Nothing really in here. Hmm. Oh, some rare stuff. Acatine. Acatine acquired. AIC facilities can now produce it. Okay, sure. I don't know what it's used for, but sure. Still nothing here. Okay, more pipe. How do I... Okay, so I think if I go this way... Yeah, okay. So I can get another one of those. Let's kill these guys. Cat beef is crazy. Kurt, I don't remember. You said you were thinking about trying this game, right? You just wanted to go into it with basically no prior knowledge? I mean, if so, I enjoy it. I don't know. I think it's pretty fun. Okay, I gotta repair this. Oh, it got bigger this time. Okay. Pop you there. There we go. Done. You are trying to simply be a mod since Thaddeus isn't here and you low-key promised to be here. Hey, I mean, I appreciate you hanging out. Speaking of that, hold on. Can I do this? Oh, there we go. Add as a standard moderator. There you go, Kurt. You're a mod on the YouTube channel now. Now, granted, there's only 5 people here, the 2 of you included, so you're not really going to be moderating much, but I appreciate you hanging out regardless. I'm honestly a little bit, I'm honestly kind of surprised that Enfield decided to launch today of all days, because, like, when it launched was Wednesday night in America, and then it is Thursday now that it's, you know, passed over into the next day, right? So, like, the vast majority of people are going to be going to work, or or at the very least, they're going to be going to sleep and stuff, right? It's like, why would you launch your game at 10 p.m. on a day like this and just be like, expect it to do well? You know what I mean? Because like I'm looking over at Twitch right now. Like when the game launched, Fob Master had close to 5,000 viewers. He's still playing right now, but he's all the way down to 2.5k. And it's just like that just makes you think like so many people would have probably gone to bed or whatever that like it almost feels like they kind of shot themselves in the foot with this kind of launch being this late. But I mean, I'm sure people are gonna still, be hanging out and doing that kind of stuff as, the week goes on, and then there's more streams and stuff like that from people, but definitely a bit weird. Definitely a very weird launch time. Could have delayed it to Saturday. Yeah, and they also, I mean, maybe their goal was to only cater to China. Like, if it released at 10 p.m. here, time in China right now. So in China right now, in Guangzhou, it is currently 4:30 p.m., right? So they are 13 hours ahead of me on the East Coast. So if it launched at 10 p.m. here, then it would have launched at 11 a.m. in China, and I guess that's fine. But like even then, if you're trying to cater to your Chinese audience, wouldn't 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. or whenever it released over there be in the middle of their workday? Like it just doesn't make sense. Like genuinely, it really doesn't. I mean, regardless of that, I mean, it's still fun to play, that kind of stuff, but it's just strange. Usually games release on Friday or something like that. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I need to do this parry again because this was satisfying. Come on, hit me. Oh, I mistimed it. Okay, you hit me. Oh, he's just gonna get perma-staggered. Never mind. Nephirith will crush you all. Okay, I don't know who Nephirith is, but alright. They wanted to appeal to the Turkish audience because you're on a 2-week break. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure the developers of Arknight's Endfield all the way in China were really thinking about little Timmy over in Turkey. I don't know about that one, Kurt.
ランドブレってことはさ、ボーンクラッシャーはずっとうちは突然表に出てきた理由はわからない。でもネファリスには管理人。近くにまだランドブレーカーが隠れてるはずだ。まあ、念のためだ。この辺り一帯を爆弾で燃やしておいた方がいいかもな。おい、やめろよ。燃やすのはやめてくれ。俺、ここにいるから。
Okay, I will say this guy, there was a couple NPCs earlier that looked pretty good, but this guy just looks like generic NPC 123. Like he could be a Sims character wearing, like a headband with furry ears. Show wolf thyrans. There's only one right now and they're a male, so... There you go, Tim, Wolfguard. Even better? Okay. You need fox girls? I mean, I'm sure they're gonna release some eventually. I would be very, very surprised if they didn't. So.
じゃあ俺は母ちゃんお願いだ。妹を助けてくれ。
まずは落ち着いて。
I can show you the characters in a second, Kurt, if you want to see them.
連れ去られたんだ。妹はかなり重い病気なんだ。工業団からもらってた薬がな。
今この道を通るのは無理だ。
そんなの分かってるよ。でもジニーはも
うんうん、管理人いい子。じゃあ母ちゃん、あんな。
うよかった。
つけられないように注意した方がいい。
Alright. So if you want to see the characters that I have at least, so there's this character.
どこに行くの？
She's pretty cute. I think I can click this. She's very smug. I think she's maybe a bunny. Who knows? I mean, kind of seems a hare. I don't know, something like that. Always the smug chicks, yeah. Let's see. Then you got Antol. This guy's from the original Arknights. In the original Arknights, he was known as 12F. Here he's obviously Antol. He's pretty cool. He's a 4-star actually. Then there's Snowshine. She's pretty neat. She has a parry mechanic that I found pretty cool. There's Perlica. She's one of your starting characters. Administrator, this is the main character. Chen, she's free. She's kind of like a dragon girl. You really like the character designs? Yeah, they're really great. I mean, Arknights has always done a really good job with character design, so does not surprise me. Here's Wolfguard. This is your wolf boy if you really want that. Then this is the character that has the entire Arknights community in a chokehold because she's extremely attractive. And also a lizard girl. Can't forget the lizard girl. Then there's Estelle. This is another 4-star. She's sleepy. Then there's Catcher. He's just a generic dude. And then there's Akakuri, who is just another one of the 4-stars. Obviously, there's a lot more characters. This is just who I've gotten so far. But yeah. So. Oh no, it's another one. It's the bondage rabbit again. R.I.P.
先ほどの冬砲は攻撃軌道がわずかにそれた。どこに問題があるのか。
We got one of those. You might main the wolf guy. So I will warn you, Kurt, his gameplay is a little bit sleeper. So basically, this is your basic attack. And then this is his skill. That's it. So it's not exactly super exciting to say the least. He uses guns, yeah, unfortunately. And the other unfortunate thing is that it wouldn't be bad that he uses guns if he was more fast-paced. But for some reason in this game, it feels like they made guns just super slow in general, right? So he's one gun user, and you can see he's kind of slow, right? She's another gun user, and she's even slower somehow. So I don't really know what they were cooking with the guns, but they're kind of awkward. Gun buffs next patch. It'll be interesting to see if they do any kind of buffs or something like that. I doubt it's going to be anytime soon if so, but it would definitely be interesting to see if they do. Looks like I got everything over here. Alright, what is in here? Nothing. Got it.
洞窟に向かう道は結構分かりにくいから、ランドブレーカーにもバレずに済んでるんだ。俺がここを出た時、この辺にはほとんどいなかったのに、もうこんな近くに。
Oh, this is like a refugee camp of sorts. Interesting.
母ちゃんどこに行ってたんだ。
ソッさん。
後ろの人たちはお前はどうして誰でも連れてくるんだ。
この人たちは悪い人じゃないよ。さっきも
ランドブレーカーを倒しただって。
お兄ちゃん帰ってきたの？
ジニー。お兄ちゃん帰ってきたよ。ジニーを助けてく。
ソスさん、私たちはエンドフィールド工
エンドフィールド工業だって。わしはここの責任者だ。
You're hoping that they release a sniper? I mean, that would be interesting, but I don't. They seem to be doing the what's it called? They seem to be going the Genshin route, where like if someone is classified as a spear user, then they will just have a spear and that is their weapon. Whereas it's not like Wua, for example, where someone could be classified as a claymore user and then use laser beams, like Mornier. Don't sleep on Katzer. Bruh's a Pari monster. Who is Katzer? Oh, Catcher. Okay. From what I understand, he's not very good, but I frankly do not trust the average gacha player until I experience it myself. So eventually I will try Catcher and see how it feels to play him and stuff like that, but for now I'm sticking with my main team. So... Okay, so he's talking about auropathy here, so it turns out rock cancer is still a thing in this game. That is, that's unfortunate. Because if she's getting sick from it, then yeah, I would assume that means that, rock cancer is definitely still a thing in this game. Not rock cancer, yeah. Oh, yep, literally she told me the rocks on her body hurt, so yeah, it is definitely still a thing. That is unfortunate. You don't want to become the thing. Well, you don't become the thing, you just explode. So... Why did it have to be a child? What do you mean? Like, why did the kid have to be infected? To make it seem more serious, of course. It's like, bro, it's a kid, right? You gotta save the kid. It's a serious business. Give her some medical attention. Will do. After I check what this is. Okay, that's just shelter rules. Ration rules. And it looks like everything. Alright, let's give you some medical attention. Hashtag feels bad. Yeah, a little bit. So, this game is intended to be, like, not eons, but, like, a long time after the original Arknights. In the original Arknights, most of what they could do is just suppress the rock cancer. So I'm curious if in the new game they have, like, cured it or not. Bro is still awake? Yeah, I mean, it's only almost 4 a.m. That's no big deal. How's it going, Rextus? Nice to see you. Okay, so there we go. We got the answer. There's no permanent cure for auropathy, but regular use of suppressants will keep most systems under control. So it is the same as the original Arknights.
オリパシーはオリジニウムを採掘し利用する上で避けられないリスクです。
Does rock cancer spread or are our characters in danger? So, the way that it spreads, I believe there are two ways that it spreads. For one, it would have to get in your bloodstream. So you can kind of think of it, instead of like rock cancer, you can think of it like rock AIDS. which sounds ridiculous, but it is true. So basically, like if you're out mining, like they're explaining it here, right? When mining and using originium, oropathy is one of the hazards we face, right? So it's like if you're mining a rock, and let's say the rock breaks and like you get scratched by it, then you could get infected. So that's one thing. The other thing that could happen is that as the rock cancer progresses, eventually they essentially turn fully into crystals, right? So like the girl here only had it on her arm, but if it progressed long enough, then it would cover her entire body. And then once that happens, she would essentially explode into dust. And if you inhaled that dust, you now have rock cancer. So it can spread definitely both through like the bloodstream or exposure to it. And then also, like I just said, through if someone that has it like explodes. So
オリパシーを昔歴史の先生に聞いたことある。テラではオリパシーに感染した人は差別されてたって。そのせいでいろんな社会問題にもなったって。
今は感染によって人々の関係に影響を与えること。管理に
you'll open the game after you finish. I mean, I'm going to be streaming for at least a couple hours more. Well, I don't want to say a couple, but at least 1 hour more minimum. So, it'll be a bit. Wait, I thought she was supposed to be sleeping. Why is she up now? How does that make any sense? Alright, Soth, speak to me. What do you have to say for yourself?
頭に血が上ってすまなかった。アンカーが落ちてきた後、ランドブレーカーが急に八千要塞の周辺に現れたんだ。工業団は
かなり計画的な犯行だな。
今、八千要塞は完全に
You're still going through currency wars, Rogue Spectre? Jesus. Bro's been on the grind.
考えた。近くに工業団の自動精肉工場がある。突然侵食にやられたんだ。皆さまざまな場所から集まってきているが、同じような境遇だよ。
ここは衛生状態もよくあります。
You lock in hard. Okay, okay.
食べ物や
分かってはいるが、どうかここに残って。
俺たちは他にも。
でもさ。
Who are you planning on saving up for, Rogue Spectre? Are you going for Sparksy or Yao Guang, or what's the play?
管理に襲撃の全容を把握していない今、協約設備を恐れることなく、そのリスクを背負ってわかりました。
洞窟を登った先に今
大丈夫です。
ついによ。
Right. Time to continue on. Oh, I leveled up again. Level 10. What is this? Heavy plate. That must be... Oh, that's like the extra pieces of gear. Okay. F7. Oh, another 10 pull. It's time to Gamba again. Is this the one where I hit a 5-star, or a 6-star rather? Here we go, boys. No, I'm not gonna skip through this one like I did the last one, so there we go. That is a 5-star again. It looks like I'm going all the way to pity. Well, I say pity, but I mean it's the beginner banner. You can't really go to pity on that. You want to go for Sparksy? Oh, good luck, dude. Nice. Oh, this one has 2 5-stars, look. There was 2 golden glows. So let's see, what do I get? Hopefully, I want to get more of the other characters. I hope it's not just more dupes.
またこのくエンドフィールドこまたこの
Panda, that would be nice. He's pretty good for physical teams.
はじめまして
Oh, Snowshine dupe.
会員でコードネームはスノーシャイン
And then, let's see, who else? Okay, someone, come on. Nice, there we go, we got the panda! Let's go!
工事で困った時には声かけてくれよ。それにもし厨房にも入れてくれるって言うんならありがたい
You called it true, true.
腕も振るって
And actually, this is not the only gacha that we get to do. There is more.
コード
Because I just remembered... Well, for one, I got Arsenal tickets, so I can do a weapon banner. But also, I need to finally put in the codes. I keep forgetting to do that. Hold on. I have to figure out where to put these codes in. Game tools, probably? Okay, definitely not game tools. Okay, so you guys can't see this. Hold on, let me stream my desktop here. So this is, when I hit game tools, this opened up. And apparently, you can sync your data up here in the top right. And it will select teams for you based off of your currently owned characters. Or you can just look at all the characters here as well. And see what the game recommends for how you build them. So let's see. So apparently Aya works with her. Is that like the only one? Yeah, it's like not really given a whole lot here. I'm sure this will take some time. I could hit this button. Successfully share any in-game tools page for the first time. Any attempt to acquire rewards. I don't know how you can do this, but whatever. Let me see. Do I have to open it in browser? Oh, I think you have to share it. What happened? I'm a little bit confused. Wow, this thing takes forever to load. Holy. Okay. Oh, so maybe if I click this, share. Wow, this is something. This is slow. Okay, so if I save that, does that count? Oh, it did. Okay. So there we go. That's free. Okay, so you said it is in the settings. Probably here. Exchange code. All right. Can go back to the game now. Oh, no, I guess I can't. For those of you that are currently playing, I will post the current codes in the chat if you guys want to copy them for yourself. So that's one of them. Here's another one. There's another one. And then this is the last one. So that's also in my Discord, so if you're in the Discord, you can just copy and paste them from there, but for those of you not in the Discord, there you go. Okay, return of all. Endfield. Wait, apparently this one doesn't do anything. Okay, that's a bit strange. Hold on. Am I missing one? Endfield gift? Okay, thank you. There we go. And then the last one was Endfield for PC. Alright, so that will give me a bunch of mail. I think this gives me like a full 10 pull, basically. Okay, I lied. Never mind. For some reason, I thought it was more. I swear I remember seeing that you were supposed to get like 6k from this. Maybe I'm cooked. Either way, that's a ton of free stuff, so can't be mad about that. Alright, what do we got here? Gear assembly, I'll do that later. Operators. Snowshine. Alright, so we actually have more gacha to do. Let's do it. It is Gamba time. So I can do 110 pull on Surtur's banner. And hope I get lucky. And then I can also do a pull on her weapon banner. So let's try Surtur first. You love gambling, yeah. Oh, before I do that, let me go back to this screen, and here we go. Do I get lucky? Oh, 5-star. Hopefully I get more than one, though. That would be nice. Just one. Unfortunate, but that's okay. Hopefully I get someone new. Technically single pulls are better than 10 pulls. Oh yeah, 100%. But that said, I don't exactly plan on I don't really plan on doing single pulls all the way up to 120. That's just way too much. I know in the long run that will be kind of annoying if I end up losing a pull here and there, but it's just such a hassle to single pull 120 times that, like, I don't know. Okay, who do we get? Oh, we got Li Fang. Or Li Fang? I forget how you say his name. Oh, I know, he's Ayla. She's not Li Fang. Why did I think his name was Li Fang? I think he's pretty good for cryo teams, if I'm not mistaken. So can't be mad about that. Alright, and now we can do a weapon pull. For those of you that do not know, the weapon pulls in this game are a bit strange. It is a 25% chance to win, and a 75% chance to lose. But that is the caveat that comes with you getting these, you know, being able to roll for free. So if you get lucky, you get lucky. If you don't, well, it's free anyway, so. Okay, 2 5-stars. We take that. What do we get? Another Claymore. Okay. It's not ideal, but sure. And then guns, probably for Wolfguard. I would have liked a sword or a spear, but I guess it's fine. The Claymore can probably be used by Panda. Let's see. What are you? Okay, that's probably not worth buying because it's infinite. Nothing really worth buying here, and then I don't have any of that. Okay. What do we got? Crafting. This is probably from picking stuff up. Yeah. Characters. Alright, so what is Snowshine's first dupe? Let's see. If you use her battle skill during the block effect, ally operator... Okay, that's kind of whatever, I'm not gonna lie. It's not amazing. Does she have good art at least? Yeah, I would say that's pretty good. Looks nice. Yeah. And then I got... Oh, daily reset. Okay, then I got Ailish. Let me see, what does he do? Okay, so he's cryo infliction, mixed with physical. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, there's something you can do where it's like you apply cryo, then you apply another element, and then you apply physical, and I think that's one of the reactions in the game. I could be wrong about that, but I would imagine he is good for that kind of team. And then I believe Panda is just a full-on, you just run him in a physical team, so. I think actually the better thing that I could do, hold on, where's my team? So this was my physical team. I think the best one that I can run here would be Panda Chen, Aya when I get her, and then Administrator, and that's just like a full physical team. So for now, I'll just throw that out there, but... Wait, there are reactions? There are, yes. Hold on, is it G? No. Manual? Operator's manual. Nope, that's dailies. Database? No. Archive? One of these brings up, like the tutorials. Hold on. Where is it? Maybe it's in the database. Tutorials, there it is. Let's see, combat. Yeah, so, does it show me? Yeah, so if you see here, all this stuff where it says either physical status or infliction or burst, like all this stuff is the reactions. So, for example, if you just keep applying heat over and over again, you will get heat infliction. If you keep applying electric, you get electric infliction. And certain skills can do more of that. But then there's combos, where you can do like an arch reaction combustion. And to do this, you have to hit an enemy with an art infliction that is not heat. And then you get a DOT burn, which is the red currency you see here. Right? Why did I say currency? Red numbers. So basically, Perlica, who's here on the left, applies the electrification, and then you follow it up with fire, and then that consumes all of the electrification to do a burn dot. But there's also stuff where you can do like solidification with cryo, and then that freezes. Or you can do an arts infliction with nature, and then that lowers resistance to all elements. So there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do, and you can design teams entirely around those systems. So, all right, let's see. Oh, daily login day 2. What is this? Chartered headhunting permit. I don't remember what that's for. I think it might be the limited pull. Just XP, that's not really important, but I'll take it anyway. What else do we got? I don't know what Baker is. Oh, that's messaging. Okay. Archive, that's just random info. Operational manual. You hope, you like reaction-based fighting here, unlike, oh, you hope you like it. I think it's pretty interesting. That is just obviously my personal opinion. I think it's kind of neat. But some people won't like it, I guarantee you, so it'll just depend on the person. So I don't have this. I do have one of these. Alright, here we go. One pull on the starter banner. Purple. Alright. It sounds fun? Yeah, it definitely is. So far, at least, I really like it. On top of reactions, Kurt, there's also combo skills. So every character in the game has a combo skill where when something happens, their skill will trigger. So, for example, if you complete a full basic attack chain on any character and Perlica is in your team, her combo skill will trigger, which deals electro damage. For Chen, for hers, if you apply the vulnerable debuff, then hers triggers. For Alesh, if you apply his, which is anytime there's an arts reaction, he deals physical damage. So like everyone has a unique thing specifically for them, and that adds a whole nother layer of depth to the game, which is pretty cool. So You know combo skills, you looked into it a little bit, and it looks like reading simulator. So, once I get out of this cutscene, I'll explain the way it works, like, in practice. So, I'll show you here in a second. So, the team that I'm running right now, is this team. Snowshine doesn't really do anything, in terms of the combo skills. But for these other three, they all chain together. And this is kind of like the setup that you can have. So, the way that Aviwena procs her combo skill is if electrification is applied to the enemy, and then, while it is applied to the enemy, you complete a full basic attack chain. So, with these three, Perlica can apply electrification, and then you have your on-fielder. That could be Snowshine, it could be anyone. For now, I'm using Antle, because what Antle does is he applies debuffs that improves the damage of electrical type damage. So, Perlica applies electrification, Antle is my basic attacker that increases the damage of electrification. And then once the electrification is applied, Aviwena's combo skill triggers once you do a basic attack chain. And then there you go. And then you kind of just go through a rotation basically. And that's just one very, very simple example with only 3 characters. But there's a lot that work that way. So for example, Chen, if you get a character that applies lift up, then her combo skill will trigger, and then that might apply vulnerable. And then when vulnerable is applied, Panda might get his combo skill triggered. And then once you do that, the administrator gets theirs, and so on and so on and so on. So basically, you're designing your teams not only around which elements you're applying so that you can get like electrification or combustion or whatever, but you also have to design your teams around triggering the combo skills of those characters. So, it's a pretty unique system in my opinion. But yeah, for now I'm just using Snowshine because frankly I don't really have anyone else that I want to use right now, so. Sounds really fun? Yeah, it definitely is. I enjoyed it a lot. Alright. Let me see if I kind of like avoid those. Is there anything in the area worth picking up? Doesn't seem like it. Oh, okay, so there's a back route out of the area. I'm sure I'll go there after I finish fighting the guys. Nothing in here. No chests that I'm seeing. Oh, there's an oculi over here. Yoink. Gotta grab that. Nothing there. Alright, run into these guys. So here's an example in practice, right? You see that symbol, the yellow symbol? That's electrification. So if I do a full basic attack and he doesn't die, he died. Okay, never mind. Okay, we'll try this guy. So I do that, right? Now I do a basic attack chain. And you can see I triggered my combo skills. That's the E. And there you go. So. Have I fought any bosses yet? Not yet. I fought like elite, I guess, is the best way I could describe them, but not like an actual boss yet. Although I think, in the area I'm in, I think I'm going to be running into a boss the deeper I go into this area. So, soon-ish, I guess. Place sub-pack. What is a sub-pack? Is this like a mini base, maybe? Oh, wait, am I setting up a factory here? I am. Oh, okay, so that's why, okay. That's pretty neat. So you set up a factory in each area you go to, I guess. And we can, yeah, okay, so this is my mini factory for this area. Okay. Very cool.
やるべきことをでもこれは最初の一歩に過ぎません。
とりあえず偵察してきた。ボーンクラッシャーの目的はここで巣帳を作って煙で満たすこと。少なくともこのままあといや
それならランドブレーカーがまた
戦闘設備を設置しましょう。まずは基本
結晶外核を作るには
そうだな。それも円中枢基地にお願いしてオリジニウム鉱物サブ強薬コアの下。
Okay, press B or Alt and click here to check the items stored in the depot. Oh, they just give me 500 of that for free. Why not? Okay. Okay, close the panel and learn how to automate logistics to mass produce origocrust with originium ore. All right. So, what do I do? So it gave me more stuff. Okay, so, all right, we are finally in the factory part of the game. Very good. So I have to select the output port. And it will unload one item. So because I have 500 other things in storage, that's what I want to output. And now I need to set up a transport belt to send that into the refining unit. Okay. It'll automatically move the ore. So I press E. The belt must start from the output port. All right. You're going to skip the part of the stream so you don't know how this works. Okay, that's fair. Don't worry about it. This is definitely the cool part of it. I will say that before you go. Okay, the transport belt is directional and must start from the sub pack and then it ends at the refining unit. Yep. Okay, so move and adjust. Got it. 1, 2, 3. So that connects. And now it's automatically going. Let's go! First automation! Big, exciting. And now I need to output it right back into the thing. So now I can come around the back, start here, and then put it right back in. All right, so now it is creating it and then immediately dumping it back into my storage system. Very cool. Check the refining unit control panel, all right? So this is the current logistics. The left side shows the input, the right side shows the output. All right. So that's an automated production line. So now I need to make combat facilities, okay. Gun tower is a simple and effective combat facility that will automatically attack enemies. It's not that expensive to make, so I'll make 3 of these. All right. I'm assuming I'm going to need to connect these to power somehow. Deploy gun towers at the marked location. Oh, okay. So we're literally setting up defensive, like, setups here. Okay, so now I go here. Gun tower 1. Gun tower 2. Gun tower 3, and none of them have power, so I need to set up power to them. Electric pylon. Ah, okay. So I can just hit that there. And then now I have to connect the pack. Alright. One tower. Okay. So from over here, I need to connect it over. So start transmission. Yeah, this is the stuff that is really going to make or break this game for a lot of people. Like, this is the cool shit, but not everyone is going to like this, so
そうね。
これは一体重機塔だって。
これでランドブレーカーを。
山の方から音がする。
You think this looks fun? Yeah, so let me see if I can find you an example of something here, Rogue Spectre. Hold on. Arknights, Enfield, fully built factory. So I just want you to take a quick look at this, because this shit can get crazy, to say the least. So what you're seeing there in the distance is a factory. And this is just the overworld. Or this is the 3D overview of it. So you can see all of those orange lines that you can see here, those are all different routes of materials going from one thing to the next. Like a refinery to another thing, to another thing, to another thing. Let me see, does he show the 2D version of this? Oh, he does, yeah. So outside of building it in 3D, you also can look at it in 2D, which I believe he's going to show here in a second. So like this. So you can get a giant overview of what's going on, and you just get a massive, like, factory. Like, all, like, just, you know, this thing's being, like, these seeds are being processed into this, you know, juice, and then you take that juice and you use that to combine with this dust. And then when you have that dust, you use that dust to make this thing, and then that thing goes to this other thing, and so on and so on and so on. So, very, very cool stuff. It gets very crazy, but also it's only as crazy as you want it to be. Because if you really want to, you can just copy a guide online or copy a blueprint that someone else has posted. So,
一番大変なのは最初の一歩を踏む。
まさか。
獲物側だろうと。
期待通りの動きをしてくれ、物資を安定的に供給できるように。
拠点、物資、周りにはまだランドブレーカーがいる。
え、そのソスさん、何かあれば。
昔。
今ちょっとやってみる？
regional development system, let's see. The objective of Enfield is to develop various regions across Talos 2. The Outpost Development Project is essential to that endeavor. This shows all matters related to regional development. The newly established Outpost system can be accessed here. Okay, so now you can supply goods. Okay, so what do I want to send them? A rig of crust? Sure, why not? Every supply takes a specified quantity from the local depot and then delivers them to the output. Number of goods can be adjusted here. And then each supply of goods will give you stock bills. Okay, that's good to know. So trade. So they gave me one bill for one piece of thing. Cool. Outpost prosperity. So the more goods you give them, the more prosperous it is. And it will increase the size and trade payments. Okay, very cool. Outpost is often... Alright, let's go for assigning him.
承知した。
And then let's do 48 to make it an even. So I'll trade that. Oh, I got a bonus. Nice. Okay. And then I guess we're good. Okay, so you do get... Oh, so you get rewards for leveling up different outposts. That's pretty cool. We take those. Okay, how do you get here, though? RDM sources. There are many ways to earn regional development metrics, such as mining, connecting outposts, or unlocking recycling systems. Okay, fair enough. You can also talk to the outpost manager to access it. Okay, cool enough. Alright, so what is in the area? So way back here there was ore, and also this, which I upgraded already. I already set up ore here. Though it says it's underpowered. Your currency war run was stacked. Good, nice. Okay, what is the quickest way to get there? Okay, so I can teleport here. Okay, this is probably... Yeah, this is quicker if I go from here. Alright, I want to check on those ore spots that I set up earlier. This is chat. This chat is nothing more than a group chat. I mean, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. There were more people here earlier, but I was talking about this a bit ago, but I think because it released at such a weird time, there's just not that many people that are around and available. And I don't blame anyone for that, to be clear, so...
みんな自分の状態を確認しておくように。
全員が欠かせない存在である。
So the ore was back this way. This is just the hangout a little bit. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like I said, there were more people here. It's just unfortunate that it released at such a weird time. Clogged. Okay, so it's not that it didn't have power, it's just I literally filled it up on resources. Okay, no big deal. Okay, so let's go back here, teleport to my outpost. Let's see, is there anything worth doing here? Do I want to set up a grinder? I don't know if I do. I kind of want to, like... am I going to head out after closing the game or hang out on Discord a bit more? Probably I'm going to be going to bed when I finish the stream. I'm just being real. Okay, how do I'm trying to figure out how I turn this off. Because it is worth having originium ore because you need that to make originium powder. But I don't know how to turn off the refining unit. Oh, there we go. So I turn that off. No, but it's still going to keep sending the stuff. So it's not making it anymore, but that doesn't matter. How do I turn this port off? Can I turn the port off? Doesn't look like it, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, you really can't. Okay, so can I disconnect it? Oh, okay, that is not what I wanted to do. Shit. How do I delete these? Like, it literally did not explain how you delete these. Oh, there we go. Jesus. Okay, so you have to actually click on the... You have to click on the path rather than on a port. So I interact with the transport belt, and then... Yeah, okay, so if you don't want something to work 24/7, then you basically just have to delete the, you have to delete the path, which is kind of annoying. You can't turn off capitalism. It's an unstoppable force. That is a crazy statement to hear from you, Kurt. I just realized I still haven't unlocked spending stamina. That is annoying. Why do you have to go so far in the game just to learn how to spend your freaking stamina? Is it wrong though? No, I guess not.
油断するにはまだ早い。まさか俺たちには俺たちのに。分かった。ダニエル。了解。
Alright, Daniel, take me to your leader. Oh. Maybe this is the stamina? I was just complaining about it.
これは詳しいことはわからないのですが、たまに発生するものだと。そうだ、管理人。4号や地でいくつかオリジニュ。
Alright, if I had to guess, this is going to be like, spend your stamina and get XP or something like that. Oh, yep, protocol space, operator XP. Yep. Alright, well, all I had to do was complain, and here we are. Okay, enemy intel. That's the XP you get. Reward cost, enter. Can I do level 2? Recommended level 40. Can I level my characters? I can. Okay. Okay, who do I want to level? So I could promote him because I have mushrooms. So he uses mushrooms. What do you use? Also mushrooms. Okay, I need more of these mushrooms. What does Snowshine use? Also mushrooms. Does everyone use these mushrooms? Holy shit. How many hours of Enfield was this? All 8 hours. They launched the game early. So I just basically, instead of doing some HSR, I just opened up the game and then started going. Eight hours for stamina. Okay, to be fair, it's me, and you know me. I get very, very distracted easily, and I also just like, you know, yapping with chat and stuff like that. So, well, yeah, you can say 8 hours to unlock stamina. If you were speedrunning through the game or skipping story or anything like that, you would have been through it 10 times quicker. So, was there really only 2 mushrooms here? Are we being for real? I need those mushrooms. Okay, so there's more down that direction. So I go this way this time. Yeah, down that way. Also, it looks like there's a puzzle over here. Can take care of that. Everyone on streams for real, yeah. Okay, so that unlocked the Nexus. So I can't use that until I connect it to the power. Where's my closest power source? That should be able to connect, right? Surely. So if I go from here... Okay, maybe not. It is pretty far. Yeah, that's very far, actually. Maybe it makes it. 20 meters? Surely. I'm gonna get cucked, aren't I? Yep. It's right there. Why is it always like that? Whatever. I guess I can throw one down. Okay, start transmission, connect in. Yay, now I can turn this off. Jump over this. Okay, can you turn around and hit the box? Thank you. Okay, that's more rewards. You. Is there anything on the other side? It doesn't look like it. Did I just trap myself? I hope I didn't. No, okay. What do you do? This facility has suffered severe damage. Okay, repair it. What does it do? Oh! Okay. So there's a ton of these things around the map. It's not even, like, registered as, like, a thing. But if you run into one of these giant things, you can repair it and then you get currency for it. Can't complain about that. You like to see it? Yeah, definitely. I don't think I need to be fighting these guys here. You felt like I swapped to a video voice? What do you mean? Temporary energy illusion. Okay, this is just defeat. Oh, that is a level 45 or 35. My pronunciation changes. I don't even know what the... Like, what? I mean, if you say so, Kurt. Am I gonna die? I feel like I'm gonna die. There's a lot of dudes here. I've only killed one so far, which is not a good start. Okay, I died. I'm definitely not ready to take that fight on. Alright. Let's focus on promoting people. Am I out of combat? I am, yeah. Alright. Challenge failed. Okay. Can I get healed here or no? Doesn't look like it. Alright. Closest TP is here. Just lock in? Yeah. Yo, Shades, what's up, dude? How's it going? Alright, I kind of want to try it again, but let me level some people first. So I can E1 him, and that unlocks higher rarity equipment and some healing. What is amped? After an amp target deals more damage. Oh, because he amps. Okay. Let me do that. I don't care about this. Okay, what is this? Okay, so that's his basic attack. Okay, so this is all probably worth upgrading at some point. I guess I can do it for now. It doesn't, I mean, I have a lot of the materials. Okay, so that's his ult. That's his combo. Let's go for basic attack, since I'm on-fielding him, and then his ult. And we'll stick with that. And then let's also ascend Aviwena. Actually, I should level him first. I ascended him and then didn't level him up. Is that all of my resources? Oh, okay. Level 30 is the cap. Got it. Might as well do that. Then I can promote her. What does this do? After a thrown Thunder Lance or returning Thunderous hits the enemy, she gains ult energy. Oh, that's pretty good. Hell yeah. I don't care about that. Equip blue rarity gear. And then level up. Okay, what about weapons? How does this work? Tune. Insufficient materials. Oh, because I don't have whatever this is. Okay. Alright, I'll leave that for now. Okay, I'll equip that. You. Weapon essence. Equip that. What is this? Oh, that's the gear. Yeah, I should probably go look at making better gear. Oh, I say better gear, more gear, period. I'll do that after I get more mushrooms here. It's time for more shrooms. Okay, good. There's like 6 here. That's nice. That should be enough to promote the rest of my squad. So Snowshine, get promoted. So that's done. Okay, so this heals more, that's useful. Blue tier gear. Send Perlica. Done with that. What is this? More damage, that's good. Blue gear. And then can level her up, and then level Snowshine up. And then let's look at Aviwena's traces. If I can find where it is. Alright. Where is the trace page? Oh, ability matrix. There it is. Alright. Famous gacha CC arrested for shroom addiction. It's not that serious, bro. Trust me, bro. Yeah, it does get more expensive. So I'll leave it as... Yeah, let's do it, why not? Okay, so that's maxed, and that's maxed. Then we'll do this, and then do that, and there we go. I don't need to level her basics, there's no point. And then, alright. So before I go fight those guys again, I'm also going to get more gear. Actually, I would have to find where they were first. They were to the north. Okay, so to get gear, if I remember right, I have to go to my base. And then L. Okay, and then what is this? Oh, oh, that's kind of annoying. It costs the stock bills. I mean, I guess that's okay. Alright, so what do you give? So you give will, you give strength and agility, and you give intellect. Alright. I feel like going for crit is completely pointless at this stage in the game. So let's just go for attack, I think. Ooh, maybe stats is better. Yeah, I don't actually know. What would be better? I also don't know where you get this. In the Mossfield region? Hold on. What is the Mossfield region? Does the map tell me that? Nope. Where do I get wood from? Do I have to hit a tree, maybe? Is there a tree I can hit? Is that a thing? Apparently so, yep. Okay, you can literally just chop down trees. Good to know.
Oh.
Can I get it from here? No, okay. Minecraft? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so each tree looks like it gives you 2 wood. Okay, maybe a little bit more depending on the size. Okay, there's another tree there, another tree there. Let's go grab this one. Yeah, I feel like it would be a good idea, even though it's not amazing, I feel like it would be a good idea to get everyone on like a basic set of gear. Like even if it's like the level 10 stuff, so. Oh, you can chop down these big trees too. Good to know. Oh, well here's a lot of trees. Alright, time to do some deforestation. You got Enfield downloading right now. Nice, nice. Okay, I just have to say, it is actually hilarious that you literally have to do deforestation. like who thought this fit the gameplay? This is goofy as hell. What is that thing up? Where even am I on the map? I have no idea. What is this? Oh, it's a rare ore, okay. Don't tell Mr. Beast, damn. Yeah, team trees. My goat. Alright, surely that is enough wood, so I'll go back there later. So now let's craft some gear. So I don't have a lot of this, and you get it from Gearing Tech, which I guess I don't have unlocked, but regardless, let's do... Okay, I think I'm going to do 4 sets of gloves using these green thingies. And then, actually let's see, 20 and 13 versus 11 and 7. So 9 difference versus 27. Okay, never mind. I'll be making shirts for everyone, because you just get more stats. You're in the first mission, but you're waiting. I mean, listen, if you want to go play the game, bro. Okay, so I'm going to make wood gloves, and then I'll give everyone shirts, but I need to figure out which shirts they want. Okay, so AV1, so that's 1 will, 1 intellect, 1 strength, and 1, so 2 intellect. 1 will, 2 intellect, and 1 strength. Okay, so 1 strength, this was for Snowshine. And then the rest, yeah, I just have to craft 3 of these. So 1, 2, and 3. And then I need gloves for everyone. So it was 1 strength, and then 3 of these. So 1, 2, 3. Alright, so I got gear for everyone. Nice. Just have to equip it now. Where's that at? Here? Yeah. So she wants the will. And she can take some hands. What is this? Oh, no, she doesn't need that. Same thing here. He can upgrade to a better shirt. Then take some hands. Snowshine is the one that wants strength and strength hands. And then Perlico will take the last set of you. Okay. Now I don't know what you do with old gear. I wonder if I can like dismantle it or something. I have no idea. Let's see. Valuable stash. So that's all my weapons. Okay, here we are. So this is not equipped by anyone. How do I recycle? There we go. So I can delete you. Oh, you actually get a decent amount of this stuff back. I think it costs 10 of this to make it. So. Alright. What do we got here? After finding a protocol space, it can be viewed in the manual. Okay, that just wants me to clear them, sure. Weapon progression. Tell Axel I said hi. Alright, so I can claim that. That gives me a dupe of Chen's sword. We'll take that. Okay, then it wants me to complete a basic training stage, complete an operator guide, and then complete main story. So that'll just happen probably tomorrow, to be honest. Let's see, what else do we got? Okay, this is the battle pass. I'll take my money, thank you. Regional development. RDM can be earned by performing various exploration activities. Some has already been earned. Raising your level makes functions available. It also increases mineral ore yields and facility placement limits. Okay. Click here to view records of your stocks. Alright. Regional development metric source. Okay, so that's just the rewards, and that's your level. So I'll claim my rewards up here. It's another basic hand hunting pole. Done with that. Gear assembly. I can't make that, so I'll leave that alone. Don't care about this. Don't care about that. That's not important. Okay. Leveled up again. Alright. I can't do a 10 pull yet. Yeah, don't have enough yet, but I do have 2 basic pulls for this banner. Oh, I got a 5-star, nice. Who do we get? Another Snowshine dupe. You know, it would be really nice to get, what's his face? What's his name? Arclight, but I keep getting dupes, which is kind of unfortunate, I can't lie. Okay, that's just a blue, we can skip that. And then don't have enough for any weapon pulls, so yeah, right. What is this? Oh, right, another dupe. This should just be a stat boost if I remember right, so. Oh, wait, never mind. That's actually a really good upgrade. The AoE radius of her ult was increased. We take those. Let's see. Protocol management. How do I access it? The inside of it. Okay. Construction? No, that doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to figure out how I open this up and see what is inside of it. Which sounds weird, but I need to be able to access its storage, and I don't remember how to do that. Is it this? Oh, I think it is this. Okay, so it's literally you just press B, and then it has both your personal inventory as well as the inventory of the depot that you are at. Okay. Got it. So let's see. So if I want to make both of this, let's do start transmission. Nope, not that. Cancel. Add item. So I want to be making iridium powder. No. I want to be outputting iridium ore. And then I need to connect that over here. I think I have to go out one more. Oh, that's the input. Oopsies. Okay, let me cancel this. I need to move these things. Stash mode. Actually, let me make sure I got everything out of these first. Looks like it did. So I need to store you, store you, store you. And then what I can do is set up 3 paths here with the processing units. So let's do 1, then 2, and 3. Then I need to stash this thing because I don't need it right now. There anyway. And I need to put that... Can I put it here? Can I do something really cheesy? Where is it? This? 3. No, okay, it's too big. Okay. So that puts them in range. And then I can take... So PAC output. So here I want to output this. Let's see, did that save? It did. Okay. Here, let's do buck flour. And here, let's do that. And then I want to store my buck flour in here. Store all this in here as well, because I don't need it right now. I should probably go grab my ore. Okay, grab this. That gives me more ore to throw in the depot. Same thing here. Those are mining again. So now I connect that to there. Then that to there. That to there. Oops, not, well, whatever. Step 1 of creating a monopoly is learning how to manage a factory with anime girls. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so I can place that there and then there. And then the output needs to come here. So that connects in there. Then this one will do the same thing. So you go there, then you turn to here, and then you turn, and then you go there. And then this side, I just realized I have crafting the wrong thing here. Shit. I need to change this over to... Oh! Oopsies. hold on. This is not meant to be a refining unit. This is meant to be a shredder. So I need to stash that. And then grab my shredder, which I think is this. Nope, that's still a refining unit. Where's my shredder? There it is. So my shredder needs to go here. And then I take the path for this one out to here and then in. Very cool. Oh, I must have ran out of, what is going on here? B. I'd already made this. Carbon. Oh, okay. Is there anything else that is worth... Okay, let's see. Refining unit. Is there anything else that is worth crafting in here? So I could make amethyst fiber. So I could throw on another thingy. What about in the shredder? What do you got? What recipes are in here? Okay, so carbon can be shredded into carbon powder, but I don't know if I want to do that. I'll leave it for now as just carbon. And then toss this stuff in there. Toss that in there. Alright. I think now is probably a good time to finally do the video and do give my first impressions on the game. I don't know how well this is going to go. This is the first time that I've ever done something like this, so this will be interesting to say the least. Something I probably should do, because it's a YouTube video, is make the chat smaller. So let me do that real quick. You won't judge, don't worry. Yeah, this will be, I mean, like I said, this will be interesting to say the least. You get to say hi, YouTube. Truth nuke. Oh, that is not what I wanted to shift. Chat. Why are you being cringe? Just do my thing? Yeah, okay. I'm trying to think of how I want to open the video. I mean, maybe it would be good to get like an outline of what I want to say. I'm trying to think. What do I want to talk about? So I definitely need to talk about the gacha. I definitely need to talk about the combat. I do need to talk about the open world and how everything kind of seems to connect to each other. What else would be interesting to talk about? The elemental system, I guess, although that's kind of tangentially related to combat. Factory stuff, yeah. Oh, I mean, it is related to gacha technically, but it also is kind of different. I think it's probably going to be worth talking about the pricing of things and how much better it is than Hoyo games. So that will be its own section. Let's see. I should probably make an outline, I think. So let me pull up like a notepad. So let's talk about... How do I stream this? Window capture, maybe? Talk about the giveaway. Oh, yeah, totally, man. Let's try a window capture. And then let's do notepad. Wow, that is sizable. Okay, so let's zoom in. Testing. Okay, you guys can read that. All right. So let's see. Definitely want to talk about the gacha. How it works. Pity versus Spark. Guidelines on how to roll. Guidelines on how to roll, which would be Pity, expansion, character rarity. Okay. Something else that is probably worth talking about is Hypergryph and OG Arknights. Let's see. Great first game. Do a little bit of glazing. Seem to be more generous. And generous will be in quotations because it's a gacha game. Let's do backstory on them. Yeah, I can definitely talk about the character designs. So let's do graphics. Character designs. How things look. What else? Factory system. Basic automation. Yo, Sokka, thanks for hanging out the whole time. I appreciate it, dude. I am gonna stream on the weekend. This upcoming weekend. That is, and the only way that I will not stream on this weekend is if the snowstorm that's coming knocks out my power. Other than that, I will definitely be streaming, so you don't got to worry about that. So hope to see you there for that. Yo, Mythic Legends, how's it going, dude? Hope you're doing well. Basic automation. What's actually before basic automation? Developing the world. Going to work and I'm still awake. Yelp. What else do I want to talk about? Combat. Combo skills. Elemental system. What else could we talk about? Also, I do think I'm gonna do something else here real quick. Put this down here. Delete you. And then that should be fine. Oh, I guess I don't need to have this imported on screen if I'm doing this. Alright. You managed to lose 50-50 to Yvonne, and then you got your Levi. Wait, you can already roll for Yvonne? I didn't know that. I didn't realize you could already get her. That's kind of crazy. Details. Wait, no you can't. Wait, what? She's literally not on the banner. You can roll for other limited characters? Are you... I'm pretty sure it's just Leviathan. She's in the 50-50 lose pool. Oh, she is. Wait, you can't... Oh, okay, I was on the wrong... Yeah, I was only looking at this one. Oh, that is actually very cool. That you can already get them, even though their specific banner is not up yet. Dude, congrats. That's a big W. Okay, that's definitely something that I need to add to the gacha here. Hold on. I actually had no idea that was a thing. Banner, characters, hatch characters exist already. Yvonne, Roberta. Yeah, that is actually insane that that is already a thing. That is really cool to know, actually. The other thing I need to do is pull up this. I'll use that later when I'm doing the video. Elemental system, team building. Okay, is there anything else you guys think I should cover in the video for first impressions? Is there anything that I'm missing? So I'm talking about Hypergriff and the original Arknight. I'm talking about how the gacha works. I'm talking about the graphics, talking about the factory system, and then talking about combat. Is there anything else you guys can think of that would be worth including in a video for first impressions of the game? Aid systems plus whole economy. Talk about the lizard girl. Yeah, honestly, I just might put in a little bit of gooning for the lizard girl. Let's be real. That'll be in the character design sections. Hello, have you seen Fluorite? Maybe how the gear works. Yeah, I could throw that down here. And then final thoughts. Gear. Alright. Paid systems, pull economy. Okay, I do actually have to do my math again here. Exploration. Okay, I'll change factory system to the world and the factory. So exploration will be included in that section. Final thoughts to wrap up. Okay, so I do need to bring up some math again here. So, if to pull a limited character, actually I shouldn't bring that up, I need to bring up a calculator. So to pull a limited character, it is, let me zoom out a little bit on this. Open Firefox. Yeah, I was gonna start typing my calculator stuff in Firefox. Okay, let me close this real quick and go into the paid packs here. Where is it? It's gotta be here somewhere. Oh, Originium Exchange. There we go. Okay, so 48 pulls, or biggest pack is $70. And after the first double bonus, you get 194 plus 48, which is 48, 242. This honestly kind of deserves its own long section because this is very important for this game. To guarantee a character, guarantee from 0 currency is, actually, let me talk about different currencies. This should honestly be above the gacha section. So that should go there. This can be pulled up. So different currencies, explain. Guarantee from 0 currency is 60,000 of the reds. Or, let's see, 60,000. So after you, the plus 48 comes from the free bonus here, lowering. So you get a double, and then after the double, the 194 bonus goes down to 48. I wonder if I still have Fob stream up. I do. Yeah, so you can see here, these are the different packs. So 194 plus 48, 92 plus 20, 57 plus 11, 34 6, 21 5. So. I wonder if I can get a better screenshot of this. No. Have I seen Fob PayPal stuff? No, I didn't. What happened? Did he get locked out of PayPal? Because that would be hilarious. Okay. So 60,000 divided by 75, because that's the gold. Is it really that much? Jesus. Hold on, let me see. Oh yeah, it actually is. He got hacked and people were using his PayPal account to buy bundles. Okay, so I heard about that. He did not actually get hacked. So it's actually a bug with Endfield. And basically, the way it works is that if you use your PayPal, it saves your details, and anyone that pays beyond your point, it will use your details, even though they are not on your account. So, for example, if I click this button and buy a $70 pack, the person after me would use my PayPal account. So it's not a hack, it's literally just a bug with how they're doing the gacha systems, which is disgusting. They fucked up massive. So, yeah. Not good, to say the least. I wonder if he tweeted about it. He did not. Okay. That's crazy, yeah. It is whack, to say the least. That is free 80 pulls of compensation. Yeah, it should be a lot, because that affects your whales, which you do not want to fuck over. So. So do not buy something right now. You can buy something, but do not buy anything with PayPal, specifically. So, that's all you have to worry about. Anyway. So, different currencies, explain what they are. So there is the tickets versus gold versus red, or 800 golds. 800 gold. Biggest pack is $70, and after that you get 242 golds. I need to shrink this a little bit more. So if you buy, hold on, so where's the calculator? So 242 plus 242 plus 242 puts you at 726. And then if you buy the $34 pack, oh, you don't even need to buy the $34 pack. You can buy the $21. Wait, no, you can't, because that's 57 and 11. Does this count the 10 pulls after 30 pulls? It does not, because that does not count to your pity. Hold on, where's it at? So once you do 30 pulls, you get one free 10 pull, but this is just, you literally just throw a 10 pull and whatever happens, happens. It does not count for your pity at all. And it's free. Then when you do 60 rolls, you get another free 10 roll that does count to pity, but you can only use it on the next banner. So if you don't pull, or if you pull on Leviathan and get the 60 pull ticket, then you will not be able to spend that on Leviathan. You have to spend that on Gilberta, who is next. So if you get lucky and you get a 6-star and 10 pulls, it won't reset. It should not, no. It should just literally be free. Like, if you get a 6-star there, great. You're still however much you were in. Okay, hold on. What is cheaper here? So 57, so how much do you need? 726, so you need 74. And then this is 57 plus 11. So you're only getting 68 here. That's not enough. So you could do this pack and then this pack, I guess. So 57 plus 11 plus 21 plus 5. And that's 94. And that'll cover what you need over here to get to 800. Okay. So where's my notepad? There you are. To get the, how do I word this? The cheapest way to guarantee a character is by buying 3 $70 packs. Which is $370, which is $194 plus 48. One of the $21 packs. Which is 57 plus 11. And one $9 pack. Totaling total amount for guarantee from 0. 0 is 210 plus 30, so 240. Okay, so on the other hand, in Hoyo games, if you go to Hard Pity, that is we'll say you go to 80 pulls each time, right? So you go to, actually we'll be generous, you go to 75 pulls each time. So you go to 75, then you lose, and you do another 75. So you do 150 pulls, and the $100 packs in Genshin Impact give you 50.5 pulls. So 50.5, and you need 150 divided by 50.5, or wait, no. Yeah, 50.5. So you would have to buy 2.97 Genshin packs. So basically you have to spend $300 to get a Genshin character. So you do get a better deal in what's it called? Arknights, Enfield. $240. Character, banners. Character. Other games are roughly, other games like Genshin are roughly $300 to guarantee a character. If you lose 50-50, and go to 75 pulls both times. Average. There is a monthly pass. The monthly pass... Why is this not going in? Oops. It's not letting me, like... Whatever, good enough. So this is the monthly pass here. So over the course of the month, you get one 10 pull. That's 6,000 of this red stuff. Actually, a little bit more than one 10 pull. Because I think one 10 pull is 5,000. But you also get 12 of this gold stuff, which is equal for 75 each, which would be, so 6,000. We'll do it this way. 75 times 12 is 900 plus 6,000, 6,900 divided by 500. So in 1 month, you are getting 13 pulls, 13.8 pulls, but you are also getting a stamina potion daily. So per day, you will get 30 more stamina than any other like monthly pass. I did not mean to close the calculator there. Monthly pack gives 14 pulls. But also gives stamina potions. Store has actual packs. You don't just have to buy the raw gold currency. Okay. I think that's everything I want to talk about here. Down here, let me zoom out again. Down here, I need to talk about the weapon banner. Weapon banner. All right, I think that is a good enough list to start for a for a standard first impressions video. All right, so like I said just a bit ago, this is the first time that I am ever going to record something live on stream, so this is going to be weird, but I will do my best to not make it super awkward. So let me pull that to the side, and let's, I guess, start once I get out of all these menus. Hold on. I got to turn off the... No, I can leave that on. It's lower than Hoyo gachas for pulls, but you get more stamina. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I need to open up Audacity so I can record the audio separately. And then, do I need to do? Okay, and then I need to actually record. Hit the recording button. Okay, actually, before I start, I need to mute the game because I do not want that in the recording. All right. I'm about to start the recording, and I will let you guys know in a second. So starting Audacity and starting on OBS. All right, so this is the first time that I've ever done a live recording, so this might be a bit weird, but we're gonna make do. Okay, I need to re-record that. Hold on. That was a decent start. I just kind of like spoke over myself. Okay, starting in Audacity and now starting on OBS. All right, so this is the first time that I've ever recorded live on stream before, so this might be a little bit awkward, but bear with me. Today, I want to go through the first impressions that I've had playing through Arknight's Endfield and kind of just talk about all the different systems that I've experienced over the, let me check here, 9 hours that I've currently been playing the game so far. So let's get into it. For those of you that don't know, Arknights Endfield is made by the company Hypergriff, who have also made another game called Arknights. That game was originally a tower defense game, and in that game, okay, that was bad. That game was originally a tower defense game, and it was so popular and so well received that they decided to follow through on all the other mainstream gachas and kind of, make their own 3D open world, or at least in this case, semi-open world game. I am someone who absolutely loved the original Arknights game. The story was great. The gameplay was great. The company running it didn't, run it to the ground and that kind of stuff. And it honestly felt, as rare as it might be to say about a gacha game, it felt better than most. Like, it wasn't perfect. Obviously, it was a gacha game, but it was great. I don't like anything that I basically just said. Hold on. I think I need to stop recording and redo the whole thing. Hold on. Let me elaborate more on the beginning here. Backstory. I didn't like the beginning, so hold on. I know it's going to be awkward to start again for another time, but I'm again just trying to do something new. Where is this being recorded to? Oh, it's being recorded there. Okay. Stop recording that. Delete that. And we're going to start again. Okay, what more do I want to say about Hypergriff that doesn't sound awkward? Backstory about... It's fine, do your thing. Yeah, I'm trying. About the company and briefly describe OG Arknights and talk about what made it good. Content, lots, free stuff, generous, decent amount of free stuff. Trying to think. Felt like there was a lot of care put into the video Jesus game. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, I'm recording on OBS, and now I am recording on Audacity. So, here we go. All right, so it has now been 9 hours of streaming this game, and for the first time ever in my channel's history, I wanted to try doing a live recording and kind of just give my first impressions of how I feel about Arknights Endfield so far. To give a little bit of quick backstory about Arknights Endfield in general and kind of just the Arknights, I guess, franchise. Originally, it was a... No, that's just a terrible way of starting. That really just fucking sucks. Like, maybe I just don't include lore about Hypergriff. No, but I feel like I need to. Whatever. First one was better. Yeah. All right, so this is the first time that I've ever recorded something live on stream, so this might be a little bit awkward, but we're going to try anyway. Today, I kind of just want to give my first impressions about Arknights Endfield and kind of just explain my thought process about how I feel about the game after, let me check, 9 hours of playing. So, in general, I want to break down all the different systems that I've experienced, from the gacha to the graphics of the game to how the combat feels to the different pull economy and stuff like that, and kind of just give my thoughts on all the different parts of it. Before that, though, I think it's worth talking about the game as a whole. If you're not familiar with the game Arknights, it was made and developed by a company called Hypergriff, and before Arknights Endfield, they had an original mobile game called just Arknights. That game was a tower defense game, and for the most part, I would honestly consider it to be one of the best gacha games that are pretty much out there on the market, and hopefully, Enfield can kind of, pull up and do something similar. What made that original game so good was the fact that it had tons upon tons of content, was pretty generous to its players, and it genuinely felt like there was a lot of care put into the game by the developers. And lo and behold, at least in the 9 hours that I've played so far of Enfield, it kind of feels similar. Okay, that was a decent start. So editor, you can cut out this part as I'm talking here. That was a decent start, and let's see. I think one of the most important things to talk about first as we go into talking about Arknights Enfield is what has mostly been the biggest... Okay, that's bad. Cut that out as well. I think one of the first things that we need to talk about as we start talking about Enfield systems is what is... No, that still sucks. How do I want to word this? I think before anything, something that I need to talk about right here at the beginning of the video when I talk about... I think before anything, something that is very important to talk about here at the beginning of this video is the different... I saw your message there, Kurt. What are you trying to say? Hey, listen, I'm just trying to figure it out. Let me start from the beginning again. This shit is so ass. I've recorded 2 minutes and 30 seconds and it's just been filled with garbage. Maybe I have to record off stream. Oh man, this sucks. Freeball style, no script. That's what I'm trying to do, man. Like, man, this is hard. Like, I know what I want to say, but just like getting the words out without stumbling through it is just difficult. Okay, one more time. Starting recording on OBS and starting the recording in Audacity. All right, here we go. All right, it has now been roughly 9 hours of playing Arknights Enfield live on stream, and as such, I think I've played enough of the game at this point to where I think I can give a decent, first impression of how the game feels to play and all its various systems. Before I talk about Arknights Enfield specifically, though, I think it's worth talking about the company that makes it. For those of you unfamiliar, the company that makes Arknights Enfield is called Hypergriff, and they have already made a game in the Arknights franchise called, well, Arknights. For those of you unfamiliar with that game, it was a tower defense game that, for the most part, was very, very fun to play. It had a lot of different kinds of content, you got a lot of free stuff from playing the game, and it really did feel like there was a lot of care put into the game by the developers. As far as I can tell so far with Arknights Enfield, now that I've played the 9 hours that I mentioned, it does feel like I'm getting that similar sense of care put into the game. It does feel like I'm getting that similar sense of the devs putting a lot of care into this game as well, which is honestly a really good thing. For the most part, from what I've experienced so far, the developers and the game feels relatively generous. I mean, so far at least, I've already gotten quite a few different characters. But despite that, now, God, it's so hard. Why is it so hard to just talk? Like, bro, this is just not normal. What the hell, dude? YouTube for the 6th, 7th time. Oh my god, why is this so difficult? Yeah, I mean, I'm doing better each time I'm trying. Bro, I just don't get it. Like, how can people just hit the button and just go? I just feel like I'm stumbling over my words. Like, it's just ass, dude. Holy. I'm gonna actually like rage bait myself. You think it sounds fine? Okay. All right. I'm gonna try this one more time, and I'm just gonna go. I'm just not gonna stop, regardless of stumbling over my words or whatever. Okay. I'm gonna start Audacity, and then I'm gonna start OBS recording. All right, so I have now spent the last 9 hours playing. I was literally about to say Honkai Star Rail. Jesus Christ, hold on. That's bad. I played way too much of Honkai Star Rail if it's infecting my brain in that way. All right, I've spent the last 9 hours playing Arknight's Endfield live on stream, and as such, I think it's finally time that I'm able to give a decent, oh God, why do I keep saying, Like, what is I'm so ass at this. The HSR addiction is real true. Bro and instinctual. Okay, I am starting Audacity, and I am starting OBS. How do I want to start this video? Why am I starting my recording when I don't even know how I want to start the video? All right, I've started it. All right, first of all, hi YouTube. This is the first time I'm recording live on Twitch, and I've just spent the... Why did I say Twitch? It's live on stream. Holy shit, I hate myself. Ba-da-ba. All right. Hi, YouTube. How's it going? This is the first time that I have ever recorded something live on stream, so bear with me as I kind of just fumble my way through this. I have spent the last 9 hours playing through Arknight's Endfield, and as such, I feel that I'm in a pretty decent, position. And as such, I feel that I'm in a pretty decent position to where I can give a good sense of a first impression on the game, and, maybe give you an idea of whether or not you want to try it yourself. Before talking about Arknight's Endfield specifically, I think it's worth talking about the company that made it. For those of you unfamiliar, Arknight's Endfield is made by the company Hypergriff, and they have already previously made a game in the Arknights franchise called, well, Arknights. The original Arknights was a tower defense mobile game, and honestly, it is probably one of the better gacha games that are out there. There was a lot of content that you could play through, there was a decent amount of rewards for playing through that content, and honestly, overall, it felt like there was a lot of care put into the game by the developers. After playing through Arknight's Endfield for the last 9 hours like I just mentioned, I'm starting to get that same vibe from this game as well, where it really does feel like there's a lot of care put into the game by the people that made it. So today, what I want to do is kind of discuss my first impression. So today, what I want to do is go through my first impressions and talk about all the different systems that I've experienced in the game so far, whether that's the pull economy and... So today, I kind of want to go through and give my thoughts on all the different systems that I've experienced in the last 9 hours that I've been playing, from the pull system to the different paid systems, how the gacha works, the graphics of the game, how the world and the factory system that's in it feel to explore and play with, the combat, and, well, a whole bunch of other stuff too. So if you're interested, feel free to lock in because this might be a bit of a long one. I think before anything, what I need to talk about is the paid systems and the pull economy. I think before anything, what I need to talk about is the gacha and then the paid systems and the pull economy that go along with that gacha. The gacha for this game has been heavily doom posted, but after seeing the amount of currency that you can get just by playing the game, looking at the offerings for paid currency that you can get if you're willing to be a spender for the game, it really doesn't seem as bad as all the doom posters are making it out to be. To start, I think it's worth talking about the... Okay, what do I want to start with? The gacha or the paid systems? To start, I think it's worth talking about how the gacha feels to interact with. First and foremost, there are two concurrent systems going on every single time that you roll for a character. And it kind of looks like this. For one, there is a pity system, and the pity system is what you're used to in most of the other mainstream gachas nowadays, like Genshin, Wuwa, Honkai Star Rail, all that kind of stuff. Basically, every 80 pulls that you do, you are guaranteed a 50-50 to get the rate-up character or one of the standard characters. Soft pity for that starts at 65, and every single pull after 65 increases your odds by 5%, all the way up to 80 where it's guaranteed. So that is what is considered the normal part of the system. The non-normal part of the system is the Spark system, which is more traditional to really older types of gacha games. With this system, this is basically separate from the pity. no matter what, every 80 pulls you do, you will hit a 5-star. It's not guaranteed to be the rate up, but you will hit a 5-star. With the Spark system, they go beyond the 80 pity, all the way up to 120, and when you hit 120, that is when you are guaranteed your character. The important thing to note about the Spark system is that unlike the pity that carries between banners, the Spark system does not. So what that means is that if you are not absolutely positive that you can either get 120 pulls during the banner, or you already have 120 pulls, you should not pull on a banner, period. Because theoretically, what could happen is that you pull from 0 to 80, you hit your 50-50, and you lose. Then you could pull from 80 to 119, not get anyone, run out of currency, and then you won't be able to get the character, and on the next banner you roll, that will have reset. The biggest advice that I can give, and I really do hope that all of you that are watching this video follow this advice, is that you do not pull on any banner unless you want the character and you also have 120 pulls. So, apart from that, that is just how it works. Apart from that, I think it is worth talking about the things that you can actually get from the gacha. So for one, there's 3 rarities of characters in this game, which is pretty different from, the kind of stuff that you see in Hoyo games or Wuthering Waves or whatever, which only has 5 and 4 stars. In this game, there are 4 stars, there are 5 stars, and there are 6 stars. With 6 stars obviously being like, the premium ones that are super limited and that kind of stuff. What a system like that does is it immediately gives you characters that you can max out and are valuable to your account. So by maxing characters out, you increase their stats, you give them extra buffs, and all of that is completely free because you'll get them literally probably within, maybe 30 pulls on a banner, which is pretty good. Apart from the 4 stars, there are the 5-star characters, some of which are free and some of which are gacha only. And for these characters, they are generally better than the 4-star ones, but even then, you can still use the 4 stars in some teams, and honestly, they're recommended in some of the current teams. And then lastly, there are 6 stars, which I currently don't have yet. And lastly, there are 6 stars, which I currently don't have yet, but those are like I said, the big, mega limited characters that are going to be the superpowers on your account. When you are rolling for your 6-star characters, something that is very unique to this game that I have honestly never seen in another game is that as you are rolling for the rate up limited banner character, you actually can lose your 50-50s to other limited characters that will be showing up on future banners. And this is really important to note. So Gilberta that you can see here and Yvonne that you can see here are both other characters that will be released later in the 1.0 patch for Arknight's Endfield. But if you happen to lose on your way to getting Leviathan, who is the current rate-up character, you can actually lose to those characters despite their banners not even existing yet. And the standard characters in the game are the ones that you see here, which obviously does not include Yvonne or Gilberta. So that is another benefit to the system. Alongside that, or cut that part out. Apart from that, that is just the gacha. I don't like that. So that is basically how the gacha works. No, that's not good either. So that is basically how the gacha works. As I mentioned just a bit ago, reminder, do not pull on the limited banner, which currently is Leviathan, if you do not have 120 pulls. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. I will say Leviathan is kind of the one exception to that rule because she is the first character, and during her banner, as long as you play the game, you are guaranteed 120 pulls, but that may not be the case going forward. We don't know yet. So that brings me to my next point, which is the pull economy. As it currently stands, from what we know in the betas of the game, there is actually enough currency available if you do literally everything in the game to where you can get 2 limited characters within the first patch. So if you want to get Leviathan, you can, as long as you play the game enough. If you want to go in here and you want to get Yvonne or Gilberto when their banners come up, you can, as long as you play the game enough. After that point, like I said, we really don't know. So all we can do is kind of hope that, the currency will stay pretty good. But that brings me to my next point, which is how much it costs to actually buy characters. And you're going to be in for a bit of a treat here if you are someone that spends on any gacha game. So, like in every gacha game, they have a paid currency, and that is this yellow stuff. That yellow stuff can be converted into this red stuff, which is the quote-unquote free currency. You can also get some of this paid currency just by doing stuff in the world, whether that's opening chests, exploring, leveling up, all that kind of stuff, but it is finite. So when you run out of the yellow currency, what you're left with is obviously spending money, or the red currency that you're going to get through events, weeklies, dailies, and all that other kinds of stuff. So something that is really important to note is the price tag that you might be seeing in the bottom here. These are much lower than anything you see in other mainstream gacha games, whether that is Hoyoverse games like HSR, Genshin, or whatever, or even Wuthering Waves and stuff like that, where in their games, it is always a $100 pack, and in this game, it's obviously $70. So, what this translates to, in terms of the gacha, is that when you're pulling on the gacha, you need... Okay, cut that part. So, what all this translates to is that when you want to pull on a character, it costs 5,000 of the red currency to pull. And each of your gold currency is worth 75 reds. So, if you want to guarantee a banner character, if you want to do some quick maths and you start with 0 currency, period, it will take you 60,000 red currency to hit 120, or alternatively 800 gold currency to hit 120. So if you are someone that spends on the game and you go into here and you want to buy these packs, after the double is gone, these packs go down in the free bonus amount. So if you spend $70 after the first double bonus, you don't get 194 plus 194, you get 194 plus 48, which totals up to 242. If you do some quick maths there, basically what you'll end up with is that the cheapest way to hit 120 pulls is to buy 3 of these packs for $70, and then you buy 1 of this pack after the double is gone, and then you buy 1 of this pack. Or in other words, it totals up to $240. So, not to glaze a gotcha here, because at the end of the day, it's $240. That is still a crazy amount. It is actually better to spend money on this game, or I guess more valuable to spend money on this game than it is in Hoyo games, because you quote-unquote get more bang for your buck. So if a Hoyo game is $300 and this one is $240, obviously that is nice, but at the end of the day, it's still $240. Don't spend on gacha games. So beyond that point, I think it is worth talking about something else here, which is just the game, right? I spent a lot of time talking about the gacha and that kind of stuff, but there is a lot of game beyond the gacha, which is crazy, I know, considering what you probably might have heard prior to the game launch, with all the people doom posting and saying, oh, this game is dead on arrival, the gacha sucks, the gacha's too confusing, and all that kind of stuff. There is a lot more to a gacha game than just the gacha. It's crazy, but it's true. So, moving on from that, I think that it is probably worth talking about how beautiful this game actually is. I'm just going to walk around for a little bit while I'm talking here, but this game is genuinely, easily one of the best looking gacha games out there. I think the only fair comparison to this game right now would probably be Wuthering Waves or maybe Zenless Zone Zero, but Zenless Zone Zero is hyper stylized, so it's not exactly the same as this game. For one, you have the giant world. Cut that out. For one, there's a pretty sizable world with relatively high fidelity graphics. And then on top of that, you have all the characters. And I want to just point something out here because this is kind of insane. These characters are extremely, extremely detailed. Like, you can literally see the lines on the straps of her, whatever that is. If you go to this other character, they're wearing a sweater, right? If you go look at them, like you can literally see the fibers of the sweater if you zoom in close enough. And quite frankly, that is crazy. Like what this does is it basically brings the it's basically bringing the gacha market from something that people don't put a lot of like value into to something that is potentially as good as, if not better in quality than AAA games that are currently out on the market, right? Like I don't know who in their right mind could look at a character model like this, or this, or this, or even look at the world around here and say, yeah, this looks terrible. It just doesn't. Like it, frankly, objectively, it just doesn't. It looks great. So if you are interested in good graphics and something like that, then this is definitely the game for you because it's got quite a lot. The other thing that's worth mentioning about the graphics is that this game can run on a potato. It is a very, very well optimized. It's not on Unreal Engine 5, it's on Unity, and Hypergriff did a fantastic job of optimizing this game so that it feels smooth pretty much regardless of whatever device you're running on. So definitely keep that in mind. It is open to pretty much anyone to play, whether you're on, a high-end gaming rig, whether you're on, a potato laptop, or whether you're on a mobile phone. It still runs very well. The next thing to talk about is while the world itself looks great, it also has a lot to do in it. So you might be noticing over in that direction, there's a bunch of these lines. And something that is really cool about those lines is those are my power lines that I have set up connecting to my factory all the way back here. And all those power lines you can actually see on the map. So I start up here, I take some over this way, I take some down this way. There's a whole separate region up here which has its own power system. And then I could connect from this all the way to like down here if I really wanted to. So basically, the way that you explore this game isn't necessarily the same as a traditional game. So basically, the way that you explore this game isn't necessarily similar to other games like Genshin or anything like that. Because in those games, you're exploring for the purpose of exploring, right? Like, you want to go see a cool thing. And granted, there is also cool things in Enfield. Or you want to go collect a chest or something like that. In this game, you actually explore for the purpose of developing the world that you're playing in, right? Like you connect a power line from one grid to another. You connect a zip line. Let me see if I can find a zip. Yeah, here's a zip line over here. You can connect a zip line from one area all the way to another for fast travel. Like it's almost like you're literally playing like Death Stranding, for those of you that might be familiar with that. Surely there's a TP around here somewhere. Wait, is there really no zip lines? Where is the zip lines? Raxtus, you're gonna have to cut out this part. Wait, where are the zip lines? Wait, it got to... Oh, it's over that way. Hold on, can I go to that? No, that's too far. Ah, shit, I'm gonna have to re-record that section. Alright, this is a re-recording of the developing the world section, so for Raxtus, keep that in mind. So, on the note of talking about how good the world looks, I think it's also worth talking about how you actually interact with the world. On one hand, there is... Okay, I don't like that either. So, on the topic of looking at how good the world... How did I word it? Shit. So on that note, talking about how good the world looks to actually... What did I say? Shit. So on the note of talking about how the world looks, I think it's also Jesus. So on the note of talking about how the world looks, I think it's also worth talking about how the world feels to interact with. For one, you might have noticed it, but as I'm looking around here, there's these different lines that are going throughout the world, and those are my power lines that connect to my main factory. Basically, as you're exploring the world, what you want to be doing is... God, that's bad. Basically, as you're exploring the world, you're not just exploring it for the sake of exploring it that you might do basically, as you're exploring the world, you're not just exploring it for the sake of exploring it, like you might in Genshin or whatever, where you're doing it to, collect a chest or something like that. In this game, you're actually exploring for the purpose of developing your world. So, like I just mentioned, there is a power system where you can connect your main factory to a lot of different locations, and that's used to solve puzzles, it's used to open up new parts of the map, and other stuff like that, but it's also used for travel. So that thing right there is actually a zip line that can connect you to different parts of the map. So that's pretty cool as well. On top of that, each location that you go to in the world will have its own separate factory that you can interact with. And in those different regions, there's different things that you can do in them. So for example, in this one, I'm refining different pieces of ore, whereas in, say, this region up here, maybe I'm refining a different piece of ore, because this is a different factory that I can work with. What else do I want to talk about? A huge chunk of this game is actually related to this factory. A huge chunk of this game is actually related to this factory. Like I said, the whole point of the game and the whole point of the game and exploring in it is to develop your world, right? You want to get to one place faster than another? Okay, set up a zipline for it. You want to have one item being produced in mass volume? Okay, go to one of your regions and set up a factory for it. And you can do that by using the automated systems in the game. So there's refining units, there's shredding units, there's different conveyor belts that'll transfer items in and out of those different systems. And then, like I said, there's also the different power lines that you use to take all your power around the map and all that kind of stuff. Let's see, what else do I want to talk about? But that's not all, because as you're exploring the world, you are also going to run into different monsters around it. So, for example, this is just a monster that you can kind of run into that gives you some basic materials for food. But there's also actual enemies that you can run into, and I'll see if I can find some here. Rax, just cut to when I find some enemies. Surely there's some around here. Maybe down here. Surely there's going to be some enemies down here. Okay, so I found some enemies over here, so you can cut to this part. So you're also going to be running into the different enemies around the world, and the combat in this game is really, really interesting because it breaks down into a lot of different parts, and all of them are very, very cool in my opinion. So, for one, just like in a lot of other gacha games, there is an elemental system. So this character has this yellow symbol. That means they're an electric character. This character has a cryo symbol. This character also has a cryo symbol. She has a physical symbol. She has a nature symbol and other stuff like that. Each one of those different elements all can be put together to create different reactions. So, for example, if you combine the nature element with, say, the fire element, you'll get a burn. If you combine, let's say, the physical element with the cryo element, you might apply a debuff and other stuff like that. So when you're designing your different teams, you're essentially designing your team around the idea that you want to have a specific element and reaction that comes from that element. Alongside that, though, each and every character in this game has something unique called a combo skill. And what a combo skill basically is that it gives you a specific task that you have to complete, and once you complete that task, you get a free trigger for a skill. So for example, Perlica, who is this character, when you complete a basic attack chain, so literally just going like this, and once this is done, she will automatically trigger her combo skill. So I can maybe show you that here. Hold on. Assuming these guys don't die because they're level 6. So let me see. If I can finish my chain attack here, there you go. You see that E button there? That is Perlica's combo skill, so now all I have to do is tap E, and she uses a skill. On top of that skill, there is also actual character skills. So for example, if I am playing this character, they have a pari. So if I press the button to use their skill, this is the pari. On this character, this is Perlica once again, they summon like a rock, or a lightning strike rather. And then like this character, I don't think I have skill points. Okay, I do. They have like an electric spin attack. So there's stuff like that. And basically, what you need to do when you are designing your team, which adds a lot of depth to the... So basically, when you are designing your team, not only are you considering the elements that your characters have, you're also considering the combo skills that they can do and how to trigger them. And on top of that, you're also considering how they play together, because certain characters might play well together and other characters might not. And at least in my opinion, that adds a lot of depth to the game, because not only can you do, for example, mono element teams, like at a full Electro team or a full Cryo team or something like that, you could even do something like out of the 4 characters on your team, 2 of them are there to set up a debuff with their combo skills and actual skills, and then the other 2 are there to benefit from that debuff. So for example, if you do whatever combo you need to do to lower the enemy's defense, and then your other 2 characters apply a dot, then those 2 characters that apply the dot will benefit directly from the defense. And that's a team comp. Congratulations. Apart from that, though, you can actually build your team specifically around combo skills, like I was talking about earlier. So, for example, the team that I'm running is an electro-focused combat. So, for example, the team that I'm running is an electro-focused combo skill team. So, in this team, what happens is this is the guy that Ion Field, and whenever he completes a basic attack chain, he will automatically trigger Perlica, who is this character's combo skill. Alongside that, his basic skill as well as his ult increase the damage of electric attacks. So, whenever he triggers Perlica's combo skill, she immediately does an attack and then applies Electric Infliction, which is her debuff. Alongside that, or rather after that, when Electric Infliction is on an enemy, I can then go to this character, Aviwena, who benefits from Electro Application being applied, because once it is applied to the enemy, the next basic attack chain you do, not only will Perlica proc her combo skill, but Aviwena will too. So, basically, it revolves around playing this guy on field until I can trigger a combo skill to apply a debuff, which then lets me trigger her combo skill, which then buffs her default skill. And then, wow, I have a whole combo, and that is just one team in the entire game, right? That's just this team, but you can also run a physical team, right? In this team, there's another debuff called like Lift Up, and there's another one called Vulnerable, and then you can also crush the enemy. And all 3 of those things are all different things that these physical characters do. So if you want to, you can set up combo skills and an entire rotation built around those in the same way that you can around the electric team. In my opinion, this results in a really, really fun experience, because not only do you have to think about what you're actually doing when you're designing your team, you also have to think about how you're playing the team as you're doing it, because you can't just button mash and hope you kill the enemy with your skills and stuff like that, because if you don't do the right thing to trigger their combo skills, then you're missing a massive chunk of your team's damage. So at least for me, that has been coming from... No, I don't like that. So at least for me, that has been playing a lot of the modern age gacha games like Hoyo and Wuwa and stuff like that, where it basically is a lot of button mashing. This feels like a breath of fresh air and is really, really fun, at least so far. So I've kind of gone through a lot of different topics here. So I kind of just want to wrap up at the end and kind of just go through... I don't like that. So I've kind of just gone through a lot of different topics here, but all of them are fairly important. On one hand, you've got the gacha system, which while convoluted, boils down to just don't pull unless you really want the character and have 120 pulls. On top of that, the pull economy, at least for now, seems to be decent, but that will remain to be seen if it stays good long term. And if you are a paid player, the packs seem to be good, at least compared to other titles that are in the similar genre. So that's the gacha and stuff like that. The game, genuinely, it looks beautiful. From the characters to the world to everything else, it looks great. And then the combat has been a massive, massive plus for me, at least so far. And all in all, I am genuinely really enjoying the game. and I do not regret the last 9 hours that I have spent on it. So, this is definitely, like I said, very out of the ordinary for the kinds of videos that I normally do, but for those of you that made it here to the end, I really do appreciate it. As usual, thank you so much for watching. Subscribe, and if you haven't already, maybe my other, more normal videos a shot too. Okay, that was a complete mess, but we got there eventually. Okay, how long is that recording? Let me see. That is a 29-minute recording, though there is stuff to cut down in there, so Jesus. I mean, that wasn't too bad, right? Like, I mean, I think it was okay. I did it? Yeah, kind of. Okay, I need to actually start, I need to start uploading that to Google, or to my drive, so give me a second here. So that, Raxtus can get it and, start doing stuff with it. It was good, don't worry. It was definitely messy at points, and I really hope that Raxtus can clean it up. I mean, it's not just going to be a first for me, it'll be a first for him interacting with my content in this different way, where it's like trimming down a stream. So, we'll have to see. Also, Ray, hi, by the way. I saw your message while I was recording, but if I stopped and said something, I would have just messed up my flow. So I do appreciate you, dropping by to say hi and hang out. Okay, let me load that in. Gotta go to my drive. For unscripted, I did good. I mean, yeah, I got to start somewhere, right? So I want to do that more often. Like, I don't think every video I do needs, excuse me, I don't think every video I do needs to be this highly produced thing. And I think doing more videos like this would just honestly show me to a wider audience, at least hopefully, and we'll see what happens. I'm still going to be doing my usual content, which is the more highly edited videos and stuff like that, but like I said, this is something different. I want to try something different, and we'll see how it goes. So, I streamed so long your phone needed to charge. All right, I'm probably going to be wrapping it up here soon, though. This has been a 9-hour and 45-minute stream, so that's a lot. Okay, so OBS recording, video. Is this the long one? Oh, I can't look at the size. Hold on. Yeah, it's definitely not these. Those are tiny recordings. Okay, it's that. So upload you. Then I also need to go into Audacity, save this. Let's do Arknights 1 on stream. Call it that. Now I need to export the audio for that. Export that. And then I need to upload that. Okay. So now I need to upload the Audacity file, which is this. And I should rename this one. First on stream recording. Good. Okay, so I can send that over to Raxtus. And that is probably where I think I might wrap up the stream. I know there's not a whole lot of you here right now. YouTube says I only have 6 viewers. For those of you that were here the whole time, I do appreciate it. Thank you very much for watching, Rogue Spectre. You especially, you were hanging out here for quite a while. Thaddeus, you went to sleep and then came back and popped in again. I appreciate that too. This was a lot of fun. I definitely plan on continuing to play Arknights. And I also, like I said earlier, I will definitely be streaming this game again this coming weekend. The only way that I will not be streaming this game this weekend is if I lose power because I'm meant to be getting a snowstorm. So with that in mind, I will see you this weekend. And thank you all for hanging out and watching. I really do appreciate it. So hope you have a good rest of your night. I think that's probably where I'm going to end it. So yeah, like I said, have a good rest of your night. I'll catch you all later.